Our tale opens on a hero, ensnared by a virtual world, his room a testament to his digital obsession. Within this pixelated realm, his power relentlessly surged. Yet, a grim reminder loomed, a single, circled date on his calendar. This marked the day his grim reality would reclaim him for the hospital. 2 years prior, a doctor's somber voice had shattered his world with a grave diagnosis. As those fateful words echoed in his memory, he remembered how all color drained from his face. The verdict, terminal brain cancer, an inescapable final stage sentence. Desperately, he journeyed to numerous other hospitals. However, fate's cruel decree remained unchanged with every single visit, and from that point on, his life was sustained only by medicine. With 2 long years now behind him, his physical condition deteriorated with each passing day. And then, the inevitable moment arrived. He stared at his hands, now stained crimson with his own blood. A chilling notification from his phone reminded him of the appointment. It felt as if the entire world had already abandoned him. Ever since the severity of his illness became clear, all that remained were letters filled with hollow, fake concern. And our protagonist's room was a museum of such false pity. As he was seething with frustration, a luminous status screen materialized from thin air directly before his eyes. He immediately chose to dive into this mysterious game. After forging a new avatar, he bestowed upon it the name of Carl. During the character creation phase, he boldly selected both mana and swordsmanship as his genius traits. This choice saddled him with a debilitating penalty trait. The price for selecting more than one powerful ability. Terminally ill, those haunting words were all too familiar to him. It was a cruel reflection of the life he was already living. And with that grim acceptance, he resolved to begin the game, making no further alterations to his fated character. Suddenly, an unseen vortex violently ripped him from his very chair. A barrage of system windows erupted, flooding his field of vision. The synchronization rate skyrocketed, halting abruptly at a cryptic 71%. When he finally opened his eyes, he was in a completely alien world, yet haunted by an eerie sense of déjà vu. As clarity began to dawn on his new surroundings, he grasped the horrifying truth. He had become the game's most despised villain. He now inhabited the body of Knox von Rainhafer. This was a family of renown, one notoriously linked to a fanatical and criminal syndicate. It was widely believed that anyone born into such a lineage would surely possess some extraordinary talents. But in a cruel twist of fate, the sole talentless anomaly among them was our protagonist, Knox. According to the game's lore, Knox eventually forges pacts with demons and rises to become one of history's most wicked antagonists. Our hero was bewildered by this twist of fate, and just then, a flurry of status screens once again interrupted his thoughts. They provided him with the fundamental data about his new identity, his age and his traits. It all felt exactly like a video game. He was a character with the most abysmal stats across the board. A litany of negative traits plagued him, including crippling illness, profound weakness, constant sickness, and even possession. His greed for just one more powerful trick had led him to this disastrous set of circumstances, and the only conceivable reason he would have done this was a morbid curiosity to see how a character like him could possibly manage to survive in this world. A message suddenly appeared in his system's mailbox. An unknown entity attempted to speak with him in a friendly tone, addressing him by his original real-world name. That was the name his own parents had given to him. Before he could fully process this bizarre situation, the enigmatic voice began to commend him for his efforts during the 2 years he had just endured. It even projected a welcome back message onto his status screen. To put it simply, the protagonist from our reality was destined to be trapped inside this game world. And this was no mere illusion or elaborate trick. The mysterious voice then declared it wanted to assist him, and gave him his first command: join one of the great academies. He must enter Thuden Academy to uncover the truth. His mind was now a whirlwind of countless unanswered questions. He attempted to piece everything together, but he was absolutely certain of one thing: this character was fated to die according to the game's story. Ultimately, he forged a new resolve to discover his purpose in this world by regaining his memories and playing his part in this grand narrative. Everything felt unervingly familiar, a dark parallel to his former life. Just like before, he was terminally ill and living under the shadow of death. The current date was revealed to be February 4th, 1812, and based on the game's timeline, it was terrifyingly clear that he did not have much time remaining. The protagonist reached out to open the heavy gate, but was suddenly struck with a searing pain in his wrist. risk. A notification revealed it was the activation of a negative trait. His situation was far more dire than he had ever anticipated, and in the moment he was trying to process these new threats, a terrified maid crashed directly into his body. They both tumbled to the ground in a rather awkward position, with shattered plates and food scattered all around them. Even though Nox was reeling from the pain, he recognized her as Rona, who began to beg for her life on the floor. Within the game's original story, she was a character known for slandering our protagonist behind his back. But in this very moment, she was playing the part of a terrified maid who had done nothing wrong. Our protagonist chose to maintain his villainous role, delivering a bone-chilling death glare as a warning if she ever repeated this. It became clear that something was incredibly unusual. The other maids were completely shocked to witness such a demeanor, coming from the notoriously ill-tempered young master. Regardless, he decided he had to act as normally as possible, even as he told them with an abnormal coldness that he was now heading to the training grounds. Those words were something the maids had never expected to hear from the mouth of the lazy Nox. He commanded Rona to accompany him to the hall, and she silently obeyed. Nox had made a pact with himself to find a way to live and not perish. But one truth was certain: life would not grant him another chance. He had to succeed based on his determination alone. He immediately summoned the status window once more. This revealed that the game was built upon a great war of angels versus demons with a deep and complex customization system. Common traits could be acquired with ease, while the genius traits were extremely rare, and it became clear our protagonist possessed a profound understanding of the game's mechanics. He understood the entire story, and though he had 2 genius traits, he was cursed with a severe penalty trait for that very reason. His first genius ability, Swordsmanship Genius, would allow a person to master the blade, and his second powerful trait, Mana Sensitivity, would let him command magic with unmatched efficiency. He had yet other weapons in his arsenal, including insight and a mastery of acting, which would help him devise solutions for any predicament. He held multiple powerful abilities in his hands, but his face grew pale the instant he laid eyes upon the worst negative trait, terminally ill. This curse caused fevers, and would make him collapse unconscious in every major chapter of the story. After processing all of these harrowing thoughts, he decided to simplify his approach and tackle one problem at a time. Rona still could not comprehend the scene unfolding before her, and seemingly out of nowhere, the young master entered the training hall, muttering about the curse of weakness, which made his body 2 times less resistant to any enemy debuffs. His new objective was to eliminate this curse at all costs. Back inside the training grounds, he understood there was only one path to survival in this brutal world, and that was to elevate his abysmal physical stats. Our protagonist began to practice his swordsmanship techniques, but after only a handful of swings, his stamina was completely and utterly depleted. He collapsed onto the dusty ground, his face completely pale and ashen. This was an incredibly difficult negative trait to overcome with such meager practice sessions inside the training hall. There was an impressive arsenal of fine weaponry available for practice, and as this family was built upon the art of the sword, they held the highest honorific, the High House of the Blade and Darkness. This prestigious title included the word darkness because of the ominous aura surrounding it, which emanated from the commander's blade, also feared as the tyrannical blade of darkness. This knowledge was certainly quite insightful. The single most important fact he was thrilled to discover was that, as a noble, he now possessed access to an immense fortune. This family was the single wealthiest in the entire nation, possessing enough wealth that even the youngest son need not work a single day. The only possible explanation for this state was that the head of the family was not the least bit concerned about his youngest child being a complete and utter disgrace. Our protagonist then summoned all his might to rise to his knees. However, both of them were trembling uncontrollably, and in that moment he recalled a critical flashback when Rona had gotten a glimpse of the protagonist's secret intentions. In fact, just a short while ago, she was performing her duties as a maid with a single question in her mind. Was the young master truly serious about training at this moment? The protagonist called her over and left her deep in thought. Could his real objectives be something entirely different? As he leaned in, he whispered something directly into her ear, leaving her completely stunned by his request for such a large sum of money. She displayed a moment of doubt, but in the end, she agreed to his terms and departed. She was left to wonder about the sudden changes in the young master. It appeared he had dispatched her to purchase some peculiar items. As he waited patiently, sipping on a drink, an imposing giant of a man suddenly appeared. He was shocked to see the head butler, Rodwell. That formidable man held numerous powerful positions within the family, and was one of the most pivotal characters in the entire story, serving as the right hand to the head of the family. Our protagonist scrambled to understand the gravity of the situation he was in, and Rodwell directly questioned his true intentions, asking about his presence in the training area at a time when the young master was supposedly training. Rodwell simply conveyed an order to attend that evening's dinner party, which came as a complete shock to our protagonist. Everything was progressing at a pace he could have never predicted. His first instinct was to refuse the invitation, but when he heard of the arrival of the esteemed lady from the Stilling family, and that ignoring the master's command was not an option, Knox was left with no other option but to accept the difficult ordeal, and agree to attend the dreaded dinner. Knox's peculiar change in behavior was noted by the butler, as he had never before witnessed him pick up a sword to train. The butler then posed a probing question, asking why he was suddenly so invested in such activities. The protagonist, using his mastery of acting positive trait, composed himself and then unleashed his feigned anger, demanding he remember his place as a butler and not to act like his father. The butler instantly apologized for his impertinence, and Knox swiftly departed from the training area. But he immediately resolved to report this strange incident to the family head. And as the protagonist exited the training area, we can see that he was nearly about to wet his own pants from the overwhelming aura he had just confronted inside. The most pressing issue for him now was the arrival of the young lady from the esteemed Stilling family, and her mysterious purpose for being here as night descended. They all gathered in the grand dining area, where the protagonist's siblings were already mocking him for being present at such a prestigious dinner gathering. Both of them, Hartz and Allen, were the infamous twin brothers. They relentlessly continued their taunts against the silent, calm boy, and then began to ridicule him for being involved with a mere maid. In the middle of their jeering, the head of the family, Theo von Rainhafer, arrived, accompanied by Talia von Stilling, the honored main guest of the evening. In fact, she had requested that he practice diligently. His father added even more to her glowing praises, while our protagonist was simply frozen in place upon seeing her. She was the prophesied hero of Inner Lunatic, the very person who was destined to slay our villain in a single strike. Even the great family head was rather astonished to see his youngest child participating in the dinner, and so he chose to proceed directly with the main task, without squandering another single moment of time. In the midst of the formal dinner, it became clear the twin brothers were plotting something sinister, and after casting a contemptuous glance at the protagonist, they implored their father to finally make his decision, the individual who would be granted entry to the Thuden Academy. In truth, this was a difficult choice even for the head of the family, because it was one of the most important and dangerous locations. The students of that elite academy had to endure all sorts of trials to emerge as one of the world's most powerful elites. On the one hand, the protagonist had absolutely no choice but to join the academy. The problem remained. Thuden only permitted 3 students from each noble family to enroll. The father had already granted 2 of his slots to his eldest sons. They were now left with only 1 precious spot. However, our protagonist was absolutely certain he would get his hands on that ticket, as it represented the only path for him to ensure his survival. The father ultimately chose to follow the ancient family traditions, and that tradition was to be a duel to the death between the brothers, to determine who would emerge as the ultimate victor, and earn admission into the legendary Thuden Academy. The date for this fateful battle was set for 1 month from now, and the venue would be the family's practice hall. The twin brothers began to taunt their youngest brother immediately, while repeatedly demanding that he withdraw from the fight. On the other side, our protagonist calmed his racing heart using his positive traits, and proceeded to mock them with even greater intensity. One of them became enraged and attempted to strike the protagonist, while he simply disregarded the taunt and with supreme confidence, boldly declared that he would be the one to visit the academy, as the third and final chosen individual from the family. Talia was also deeply impressed by the sheer confidence the young man possessed. Such a compliment from her shook Knox's very soul from within. Later on that very same night, the head of the family was informed by his loyal butler about the radical shift in the behavior of his son, Nox, and he too was profoundly curious about the true reason for this change. As a possible outcome could be that he was now possessed by a demon. He simply commanded the butler to continue his surveillance and follow him. He soon found Nox jogging all around the palace for his training, and becoming the main topic of gossip among the maids. They were not at all impressed with his style of preparation, of merely running instead of performing any actual practice. For the upcoming duel, they were far from impressed, but our protagonist had excellent hearing and overheard them, and at that very moment, the status screen notified him about a meager increase in his stats by a pitiful 0.1 in stamina, which was nowhere near good enough for the effort he had put in to get. In fact, according to the game's rules, his powerful skill of swordsmanship genius could only be activated once his stamina level reached a 4. After an entire month of arduous training, he had only managed to raise his stamina by a measly 1.9 points due to the accursed negative trait, the curse of weakness, which divided every single effort he made by 2. In simple terms, with his current pathetic condition, he needed to exert the strength of 4 men just to make his way and get ahead at the prestigious Thuden Academy. His maximum stamina level was capped at 15 because of his terminally ill, debilitating characteristic. And just then, the maid arrived, pushing a large rolling tray, carrying all the strange items he had requested on the previous day, while whispering his secret commands into her ear. Those peculiar items included a vial of deadly poison, a mystical scroll, and the core of a powerful golem. By using all of these, he was planning to achieve something great through his knowledge. All the while, the maid remained deeply confused, watching him use what she considered to be useless things for a secret process that no one would ever think to discover. Our protagonist was still absolutely certain of his intricate calculations, and he snatched the bottle of poison and immediately drank it all down, completely and utterly shocking the maid with his reckless actions and the outcome. The potent poison began to take its deadly toll on his body, and the status screen showed his health plummeting by 1.5 times, giving him a terrifying 10-minute countdown until his certain death. As the panicked lady decided to scream for the butler, the protagonist simply began to consume the entire golem core, shocking her even further as he began to petrify from the poison. The dangerous process was proceeding exactly as planned, because he knew full well that the golem's core was the best substance known to cause petrification, or to create mindless artificial golems. But when the same core was combined with this specific poison, a unique and powerful special effect was triggered, leading to the deactivation and removal of his dreaded negative trait, the curse of weakness, from his character's stats. His desperate mission was a resounding success, but being completely drained of energy, he chose to remove his shirt for some much-needed air, much to the dismay of, and completely stunning the poor maid with his actions. Nox paid no mind to her emotional display, and simply picked up the dew and poured it all over himself. This revealed the purification of the golem as a special gift. He had been granted the blessing of growth until his stamina reached 5, and as only the last item remained, he tore the ancient scroll directly in half, instantly doubling his stamina growth rate in a single moment. The debilitating curse was finally vanquished, and through his brilliant calculations, one thing was now absolutely certain. He was finally prepared to increase his stamina at a much faster rate. His elation was interrupted in the midst of his happiness by Rona's worries about his dire condition. At that moment, the two of them acted like a married couple, bickering over the insanely foolish decision he had just made. Despite all of his reckless acts, she still pleaded to call the head butler for immediate help, while our protagonist simply refused her pleas and then made the decision to go out for a run once more. This time, the two of them were running tirelessly around the vast palace. All the while Talia was observing them from a distance. Their utterly ridiculous method of finding a way to win against his brother made her deem it incredibly foolish to act in such a strange manner. Talia was completely certain that this was not a proper way of training. In any case, some other well-meaning individuals had tried to offer him help, but he had refused every single one of them, so she was convinced that the foolish young master was destined to be defeated. At the time of the battle, calling his confidence a complete nuisance. After some time, she had witnessed enough and decided to approach him by herself in order to show the foolish boy what the proper thing to do was. Inside the training grounds, while he was taking a short rest, she immediately and formally introduced herself, which made him question her true purpose for being there. Nox presented her with a cold and indifferent attitude, while Talia was simply delighted, assuming the boy was lost in his thoughts, perhaps captivated by her beautiful face. Ignoring that, she posed a curious question, asking him if his method of training was truly effective, as there was no chance he could win the duel if he simply ran more. Even though she was more than willing to help him train in swordsmanship, he instantly and coldly turned down her generous offer, which left her feeling quite annoyed by such a blunt denial. She immediately became irritated and then decided to walk away, convinced that he was never going to accept her help under any circumstances. Things were becoming far more complicated, and as he viewed her status screen, he was impressed that she possessed a wealth of talent and immense stamina, even when compared against other powerful human beings. The three legendary sword masters of the entire continent were holding far more power than that, but she was the one who possessed the latent potential to reach their level. Her primary elemental affinity was fire, which was fated to awaken into the legendary white flames, a power that would be used to slay the demon, our protagonist Nox, in the not-so-distant future. He had numerous intricate thoughts in his mind about altering the storyline with his brilliant and strategic moves, but for the time being, he had to focus all his energy on the battle to get into the academy. Before long, an entire month had already flown by, and as Talia was returning from her own intense training session, she was recalling how some of the Order's knights were praising her for her exceptional skills and her powerful bloodline. With those encouraging words, she remembered a painful flashback when she would constantly lose to her older sister in every single sword duel, and she always wondered if she could ever truly become a knight. Those were the heroes who would sacrifice their own lives for the good of others. Then another troubling question popped into her head. Was the protagonist truly going to emerge victorious by just running against those who had been training so diligently for years on end? It was now the following day inside the training arena, where the momentous and deciding battle was finally about to happen, and there stood the two powerful contenders in the very center. This entire epic battle was being observed by the head of the family, along with his first wife, the elegant Cecilia. As the Grand Master questioned his trusted advisor about the coming duel, he maintained his stoic demeanor before providing an answer. He chose to commence the battle with a solemn declaration that only one winner would be granted entry into the academy, and then officially declared the start of the brutal battle. As soon as the duel began, our protagonist was immediately pushed back by the powerful swings of his elder brother, with seemingly no way to escape his onslaught. The butler was questioned once more, and he maintained his straightforward answer. Alan would be the one to win this battle, due to his rigorous practice, yet the butler still held doubts in his heart about the very words that had just come out of his own mouth, and he believed there might be a slim chance of Nox actually winning, because he was keenly aware from the moment he had set foot on this path that it was not the sheer sharpness of the blade which would ultimately determine the winner, but the sheer blood and sweat one had poured into sharpening. Only a single thing could allow Nox to win such a lopsided battle, and that would be an overwhelming godlike talent. The true question is, did he actually possess such a power? The head of the family believed that the possibility of his son Nox winning was never truly zero, as he was born with the aura of a swordsman. In the center of the grand training hall, Nox was incredibly unlucky because he lacked his swordsmanship genius. Even after boosting his stamina stat by a mere 0.1, he had only managed to reach a pitiful level of 3.8. Back inside the training hall, she also assisted him by holding his towel for him, and as he decided to check his stamina one last time, he was completely astonished to see it at the incredible level of 4.5. Even after succeeding, he could not afford to do anything rash, and simply chose to continue with his relentless practice forever. Alan condescendingly asked the boy to surrender before he got seriously hurt. All the while Nox himself was doing his absolute best to taunt the arrogant boy as much as he could. Alan, on the other hand, only had his eyes fixed on the beautiful Talia, and as more time passed, Nox was both overjoyed and terrified at the very same moment. After realizing that this time, He was facing an opponent with a stamina of 8 before him. This was a power that couldn't be defeated with unconventional strategies. The referee once more announced the official start of the battle, with no objections to be raised regarding the final outcome. Although our protagonist was incredibly nervous, he carried far too many heavy responsibilities on his young shoulders, including uncovering the absolute truth and finding the man who had been sending him all those letters. In the final year before his fated and untimely death, as soon as it started, Alan leaped forward to unleash a devastating swing, while the protagonist somehow miraculously managed to evade it in the nick of time. He then slid backward to create some much-needed distance between the two of them, while that arrogant boy did his very best to prevent him from doing so, all while praising his impressive defense and forcing him onto the back foot. He was keenly aware that if he lost this fight, his entire second chance at life would be for absolutely nothing, and his motivation surged. At the exact moment his stamina increased by another 0.1. Alan did not appreciate the arrogant smile on his face, and being enraged, he decided to attack him even more fiercely with continuous strikes. Alan's mother was overjoyed, as she had been worried for no reason, due to the sudden and strange change in the attitude of Nox. Even the powerful head of the family was calling this display utterly pathetic, and it seemed he was much more disappointed now than he was before. The change in his youngest son's attitude. The father believed that there was some decent talent blossoming within the twins, but it was not nearly superior enough to match the level of his firstborn. It appeared he was searching for the dark sword of domination, the one who could bring everything to kneel at its feet. After losing all of his hope, he was about to halt this ridiculous battle, and just then, Nox's stamina began to increase again by 0.1, finally allowing him to reach the coveted level of 4, and activating his sword and combat genius trait. He further pushed his power to utilize the skill Hour of the Genius, which made everything appear to slow down for our protagonist, while keeping the actual flow of time the same for everyone else. And since his powerful trait had finally been activated, so the protagonist instantly parried the blow and attacked his brother, forcing him to lose his grip on his sword, and without wasting a single second, he declared himself to be the clear winner of this duel. His relentless strikes had finally paid off, and Alan was now on the floor, accepting his utter defeat. Our protagonist, however, remained on the defensive, as he could not afford to let his guard down due to the Hour of Genius, which would only last for a very specific period of time. Taunting them even further, he challenged both of them to attack him at once, making a brilliant master move to counter his own weakness. Those were some incredibly bold words coming from an untrained novice, and he even requested official permission from his father. While the man was clearly confused after seeing the pale face of Talia, and still filled with great concern, after assessing the entire situation, he granted his permission for such a reckless act, and the referee commanded the new match to begin immediately. Now the epic battle was going to be a 2 versus 1, where the brothers were launching simultaneous attacks on the protagonist, and he effortlessly defended against both of their powerful attacks. They attempted to turn the tables with their combined anger, and Nox's system screen was continuously aiding him by providing him with new and spicy information each time. He successfully defended against all of their combined attacks, and then swiftly delivered a body blow to one of the brothers' elbows, completely stunning Talia with such a masterful and genius act. Nox was attempting to humiliate those arrogant guys as much as he possibly could, and while both of them were momentarily distracted by a powerful shoulder push, he immediately began to swing his heavy sword once again. After issuing them a final, chilling warning, his strikes were becoming heavier with each and every powerful swing, and the others were unable to believe what that young boy had managed to achieve. In just a single month of training, both of the older brothers were now on the floor, out of stamina and breath, while our protagonist was still standing tall and unwavering. With the conclusion of the Hour of Genius, their mother was now far more concerned about her precious boys, and while playing his final master move, Nox instructed the referee to deliver the final verdict of the battle. As everyone expected, the victory was officially given to Nox, and so he simply dropped his sword to the floor and offered a faint smile, looking directly at his father with a gentle thank you. He then walked past the training hall, and Talia made the decision to follow him, to discover just how he had accomplished all of that by himself. Outside the hall, our protagonist was reliving the painful life he had endured before his sudden reincarnation, and he once again coughed up blood onto his hand. In reality, the immense effort that he exerted inside the training hall came with a heavy price. His remaining lifespan had been drastically reduced by 2 days and 17 hours. While he was making some other grim calculations, Talia called out to him, inquiring about his current health. After witnessing him spitting blood onto his own hands, she was the absolute last person he wanted to believe would come to know about his crippling weakness. His grave concerns were put to rest at the moment when she began to blush and sincerely apologized for misjudging his tactics for winning the battle. She finally admitted to him that she had greatly underestimated his skills and talent. How could she ever have believed that? He truly was one of the most gifted individuals she had ever encountered. However, after witnessing the battle, her thoughts had shifted once again after seeing him coughing up blood, and she now believed that along with a genius mind and incredible talent, there were some significant risks which the boy was certainly facing. At that level, Talia even displayed her concern and tried to touch him. However, she was stopped abruptly in the middle of her action, and the real reason for this was not because our protagonist disliked being touched by her, but because girls were something he was unable to handle by himself at all. Talia simply offered a sincere apology, and she had a deep blush on her face for that entire time. When she mentioned the name Emma, a graver sin than simply treating someone with outright disdain. Our protagonist found himself at a loss, grappling with how to react to her earnestness. He knew that, despite everything she had just professed, she was, after all, the scion of a legendary knightly house. Therefore, she would not be so easily swayed. When someone dared to challenge her deeply held beliefs, after running all the calculations in his head, he extracted a single, crucial promise. She must never speak of the blood. To his surprise, she agreed without a moment's hesitation. Following that solemn pact, he strode past her side, leaving her frozen with a deep crimson blush on her face. His final words echoed, telling her never to forget their promise. Meanwhile, back in the master's office, the head of the family was in a deep discussion with his trusted advisor. When asked for his opinion, he replied that his conviction was that Nox was the greatest among all his children at that specific point in their lives. In fact, he was concealing a prodigious talent that lay dormant deep inside him. The formidable head of the family was desperately seeking an heir who could truly wield the family's sword, and Nox's name was whispered more times than any other as he contemplated this very thought. He himself knew that he did not have much time left. Thus, he was forced to entrust the task of observing him to the butler. Later that evening, our protagonist was reviewing his status screen updates and was notified of a magnificent reward, 3 free stat points. He decisively invested all of them directly into his luck, causing the stat to ascend to the powerful level 10. Luck was, after all, the most precious commodity in the world of the game of Inner Lunatic. Its effect became apparent at the perfect moment, when the system granted him a random gacha voucher. Using it in the machine with his now massively boosted luck stat, he was praying for at least an intermediate rank item to appear, as per the rules. The basic rank and everything below it are colored white, while the intermediate rank shines silver and the advanced tier glows gold. The absolute highest rank would be a cascade of rainbow colors, and as the gacha machine delivered its prize, he was presented with an advanced tier reward in a glorious golden form, confirming that his luck was now truly off the charts. From the glowing scroll, he claimed the power of the Supreme Ruler, and it was forged into his active skills. This incredible ability would diminish the stats of his foes in battle by a full 20%. He then considered using his one-time use skill confirmation voucher, but he suddenly paused. He decided to save it for when his father convened all of them together. He was well aware that his elder brother was scheduled to return to the family, having completed his training to officially become a knight, but he stopped his thoughts and resolved to use it. At the moment, his father gathered the entire family at once. Nox now had a mountain of work ahead of him. His thoughts drifted again towards Talia. He recalled that his elder brother was soon to arrive back at the family estate to finalize his official training as a knight. She was certainly not the one he worried about, as she was not the type of person who would ever break a solemn promise. Later that night, he made his way again to the training area. However, he discovered that Talia was already there waiting for him. Upon asking her purpose for interrupting his solitude, she casually questioned the method by which he had become strong so quickly. Our protagonist simply brushed aside her question and chose to walk away, while accusing her of secretly following him for the entire past month. Clearly embarrassed, she simply requested a sparring match. And with those words, he recalled that within the game story, Talia was a character who finally earned recognition from her powerful sister. And so, he immediately paused and urged her to look deep inside herself and to find the latent talent she possessed to overcome everything. With that, he simply told her not to compare herself with anyone else who passed through the hallowed grounds of the training hall, leaving her once more blushing deeply from his profound words. As he stepped back outside, he saw a massive gathering before the doors, with his father at its center. They were all about to enter the stables, which housed countless majestic horses. It seemed that their father had summoned all three of them in order to select the horse that they would ride with for the rest of their lives. Our protagonist was aware that in Inner Lunatic, horses were considered to be sacred and powerful creatures, both for the continent as a whole and especially for his family. And if one aspired to become a true knight, they were required to choose a lifelong horse companion. The Academy taught about this bond, and it was also incredibly useful in the future. So one needs to raise their chosen steed themselves, because once it dies, they would have to raise a new one from a young age all over again. As the victor of the duel, Nox was granted the first choice. So he entered the stables to survey the magnificent beasts before him. His father was also deeply concerned about him selecting the correct one. And so the protagonist began to wander among the stalls, and soon found a single jet-black horse among the many brown ones. He quietly approached the creature and declared it to be his new companion. From that moment on, his brothers were completely stunned, and so was his father, who even offered him a second chance, believing his choice to be a grave and foolish mistake. Our protagonist immediately activated his insight skill and discovered that the horse's rank was superior in every regard, and that it was also a rare obsidian steed, making it an even more prestigious and valuable choice. The only reason the protagonist believed his father disliked his choice and was against him making it his first selection was because of the horse's debilitating weakness, which was an active deus ex machina trait, leaving the poor creature with a total survival time of 2 days and 16 hours. He had a solution in mind for these issues. That is why he remained firm in his decision to choose the black horse, leaving his powerful father with numerous unanswered questions, and cementing an image of himself as a great disappointment, a frail human who was not competent enough to make wise decisions. Completely dejected, he abandoned them in the stables, while the others were left to choose their own horses, in the conspicuous absence of their father. But then he was instructed to choose a name for his new steed, and he ended up bestowing upon it the name of Karen, the very same name he had tried to give his avatar at the start. He immediately led the magnificent horse back to his quarters, and gently covered its back with a warm blanket. The horse's pleading eyes were asking for more life than the meager amount it truly possessed. He immediately summoned his personal maid, who was once again in an awkward position on the floor while cleaning. She was muttering something behind his back, and then was commanded by the young master to take care of the horse. She agreed to look after the pitiful, sickly horse, while our protagonist found it a little bit shocking that such incredible events were about to be unveiled. As soon as 3 agonizing days had passed, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the young master's chambers, and it was the maid, expressing her sorrow over the death of the horse. The protagonist believed it was all because she had already done so much, in a desperate attempt to make the poor creature survive. But even so, remaining completely composed, he immediately instructed her to calm herself, giving her his confirmation that Carinth was going to return. He then commanded her to stand back, and then produced a scroll, infusing it with his own mana, completely stunning the maid with such an impossible act. His powerful mana was surging out of his control, and he somehow calmed her down while preventing her from speaking. His entire focus was completely settled at that moment, as he had just awakened his genius of mana detection ability. Even though it was not normally allowed, only members of the imperial family were permitted to use it because they were inherently more proficient in the art of magic. His only objective was to pour as much mana as possible into the scroll, and as he began to feel something shift, he immediately used his one-time use skill confirmation voucher. The grimoire for which he was searching, in the form of black magic, was now his. A system window then decreed that the target, Carinth, would be resurrected as an undead, and this dark magic was confirmed by our protagonist. He revealed the two main types of traits possessed by undead. The first type were the beings who were brought back utilizing black magic, and the second type were those brought back to life without an ego, reborn as immensely powerful beings still. There is a major problem in the middle of this. There was only one family capable of reviving corpses as undead, and that was the infamous Marvis family. Our protagonist was only able to use it because he was holding the one-time use selection voucher and had obtained a new Necronomicon, also known throughout the world as the Book of the Dead. Using that forbidden power, he successfully summoned the horse's spirit in the form of a black aura, and as soon as the spirit arrived, it launched a vicious attack on the protagonist's very soul, causing him to spit blood in front of the horrified maid once again. The more he poured his best effort into this impossible task, the more damage he was inflicting upon his own fragile body. And as his mana supply was running dangerously low, it appeared the dark magic had already affected Carintha's lifeless body, as it had suddenly begun to scream, and the powerful skill was at last activated. Carinth was resurrected as an undead, and its eyes now glowed with an eerie light. Our protagonist was overjoyed, even with fresh blood staining his face, and he called upon his new pet immediately to use his insight, which brought him the pure happiness of his success, as all of the debilitating debuffs had now been completely lifted. Before he could fully process that fact, he was now to become the undisputed master of this powerful being. The maid immediately jumped forward and embraced both of them, as she was far more concerned than anyone else about their lives. The young lady was worried about the horse's revival and her master's life, while Carinth just ignored her emotional and silly attitude. There was a bit of light-hearted banter between the two of them, and our protagonist was now going to seek out the next hidden piece. Immediately, as time flashed forward to a few days later, our protagonist was now holding a glowing lodestone in one hand and a mysterious map in the other, showing a clear resemblance to the game and his next target. This time, his goal was going to be a legendary item that would assist him in compensating for his terminally ill state. His previously careless attitude was immediately called upon, and he resolved to remain strong, because this was not going to be just a game this time. It was also said about the forest that if young children were to enter, they would become lost within it no matter what. The perilous task that he had chosen for himself came with a higher price of death if he was unable to successfully clear it. It was a forbidden territory that was prohibited from being entered, and due to the oppressive darkness, it had always been an impossible challenge to find one's way out. For one, it had a legend that whoever entered would become hopelessly lost, and for others it was stated that if an adult killed a monster within, they would not receive any valuable artifacts for their efforts. Even within the game, countless players had died many times to clear it, and that is why the difficulty of this particular level was set at 2.5 stars, which represented 50% of the total difficulty margin. The legendary item that emerged from it was a perfect artifact for the terminally ill, and that is why he lit up a bright fire in the middle of the forest and began to search for his way out of the darkness. He was utilizing it to find the directions of his movement, but before proceeding further, he called out to the one who was hiding deep within the forest against him, and as he even called out to it, it refused to emerge, so he slashed through the bushes with his sword. On the other side of things, Talia was deeply confused to see that the man was completely unaffected by her beauty. All the while her maid decided to warn her not to follow the young master around, or it could lead to her being severely scolded. Talia was truly behaving like a very stubborn child, while Emma was the one who was spoiling her even more, believing she was ready to become the next head of her own family. Only her older sister was not nearly as talented as she was right now. She tried to inquire about her whereabouts at midnight, believing that she would be sound asleep, but was completely and utterly stunned to discover her room was completely empty. Without wasting another precious second, she began to cry out for help to find the missing Lady Talia. As everyone expected, she was the one who had followed our protagonist deep into the infamous missing child forest, and before he could bombard her with a lot of angry questions, our protagonist sensed something incredibly unorthodox and immediately shielded her with the burning piece of wood. His keen intuition worked perfectly, as a ferocious gray wolf suddenly appeared, lurking and then started howling in the middle of the dark forest, as if sending out a signal to all the others. Our protagonist instantly attacked the beast with the help of the crackling, burning flame, sending it crashing to the forest floor completely unconscious. Talia praised such a swift and decisive movement inside her head, and then had to face the intense questioning of Nox for following the man without any information whatsoever. She attempted to act cute once again, but our protagonist was not yielding an inch, and that is why she immediately grabbed him by the hand, and with a trembling and desperate voice, revealed that she just wanted to become stronger, and yearned to know how he had become one of them so quickly. That's why she made the decision to follow him and saw the forest, and without even thinking twice, she plunged into its oppressive darkness. Our protagonist was just happy in his head, knowing that one of his most important future enemies was now believing in, and thinking so highly of him at this moment. And then, left with no other viable choice, he decided to command her to follow him from that point on, making one thing perfectly clear, that he was not going to assist her, as this was simply a situation in which he could not leave her behind to die. Talia apologized and then offered him her thanks. Out of nowhere, they exchanged a beautiful and lingering gaze. Their long and silent moment was welcomed by some other unseen beings, watching them intently from within the bushes, in the form of the ferocious gray wolves, summoned by the howl of the previous one. The protagonist stood bravely in the middle, attempting to protect the young lady from any potential harm that could be caused by the wolves. He handed her the burning flame, ordering her to stay behind him, and then chose to use his blade against all of them with sheer focus. According to the game, an elite monster would surely appear, evolved from the ranks of the gray wolves. And then suddenly, a pack of snarling wolves lunged forward towards our protagonist. In the very middle of his thoughts, he desperately tried to protect himself using his powerful attacks. He was quickly driven into a tight corner, and one of them found its chance to rush directly at him, forcing him to swing his blade with immense pressure and end their miserable lives in a single, decisive blow. Talia found this feat to be quite amazing, and she was at a complete loss for words when, while clutching the burning piece of wood, she was thinking to herself, if Nox perhaps believed that she was a weakling or something similar. Just then, she felt a different and more dangerous kind of sensation, while our protagonist was already prepared, as it marked the grand arrival of the elite gray wolf. All of them were now looking directly at him, possessing a menacing glitter in their eyes, poised and ready to kill. Outside the cursed forest, Emma and the others were desperately searching for the young master, and Lady Talia with their best men and other subordinates. Then they were informed that it was almost certain that those two had gone deep into the forest, based on the tracks found leading into the forest. Emma was unable to process those words, and she collapsed to the ground in a state of absolute terror. She had shown a slight agreement in visiting the forest, but immediately shot down the idea, while explaining that the forest was something the great family had not yet been able to clear. They had already lost many of their own children inside its depths, despite being the most powerful family around the entire nation. That was one challenge they were unable to overcome, being completely incompetent in doing so. But she still held many questions in her mind about the real reason for the young master visiting such a place. Since there were no signs of a breach in the barrier for the family, it was now assured that our protagonist had entered the forest of his own free will. One thing was absolutely certain: Nox was not the same person he was before, a frail and pathetic weakling. The only possible way both of them could ever return from the forest was with the help of the protagonist. By clearing it, all they could possibly do was wait and watch, while Emma had already lost all hope, with tears streaming down her eyes. Back inside the forest, as they faced the elite gray wolves, Talia made the decision to help, while asking her to remain calm as she would emerge from this with ease. The boy was giving his absolute best in order to save the life of one of them, even though killing them was not an overly dangerous task. He wanted Talia to be on her toes and ready to run in case something went terribly wrong. He was now ready to give her the chance to guard his back, and then he immediately activated the Hour of Genius to slay them all in a single, decisive blow. Just then, one of the wolves caught our protagonist's watchful eyes, and he had a different and more confident kind of smile on his face. At that precise moment, it rushed forward, and the protagonist held his guard to slice it down in a single fluid motion. The decisive slice was delivered, and the protagonist successfully sliced the beast wide open, while intentionally lowering his guard from the back, which was now left to be covered by the capable Talia. One of the wolves tried to attack him from his blind side, and Talia successfully defended against its attack, with a swift thrust of her dagger straight into its neck. Commanding him to be more careful, she finally had to believe that she could also provide help in finding their way out of the forest. She was now deeply concerned about the health and the fresh wounds of our protagonist, and our protagonist was happy that he now had someone to help him. In between their brief conversations, he took down two of the other wolves, informing her that he was all right, and being concerned about why he had shown the pathetic side of not covering his own back. His hands began to tremble violently due to the negative trait of being terminally ill, and there arrived the most dangerous-looking elite gray wolf for the final fight. Both of them began to face each other down. They started to circle each other to inspect their opponent, and then the elite gray wolf charged forward, but without attacking him as it passed by, leaving our protagonist to question its true intentions. Not long after that, it came back at an intense speed to deliver a fang attack on his shoulder, leaving him grievously injured for the first time in the entire battle. The level of this particular battle was surely worthy of its 2.5-star rating, as there were some of the most intelligent animals there as well. That formidable monster was using the best geographical advantage, and was rushing toward him from his clear blind spot. However, for the very first time, our protagonist was able to find his way and deliver a powerful swing, which ultimately ended up hitting nothing at all. As soon as this desperate move was completed, the monster once again tried to attack him. He was waiting for it to go down, but he had completely lost all hope, and due to the recoil, his arms were not moving at all. So it appeared as though he was about to die, even after clearing this very same level multiple times in the past. Right in the middle of it all, a dagger came flying and struck the other eye of that wolf, blinding the beast completely, and creating a crucial opening for Nox to swing his sword again. The young lady kept her guard up on his back, and as soon as Talia got the perfect chance, she delivered a decisive attack right through its soft belly, ending its life of misery with a single brutal strike. After the intense battle, he fell to the ground completely and utterly helpless, and the other wolves as well as their soldiers all ran away, giving a perfect chance for Talia to pass by and inquire about the current health of Nox. Nox immediately offered her his thanks for the crucial help, while she was a bit more concerned about the immense pain he must be in from the attack on his shoulder, which she reckoned to be quite deep. Our protagonist didn't pay it any attention, and was trying to stand back up, when, in a moment of pure chaos, a grotesque spider descended upon Talia's shoulder, making her go completely crazy and fall directly into the lap of our protagonist. Due to the intense scare, the closer the spider crawled, the more she screamed and trembled with fear. Our protagonist didn't miss this perfect chance to mock her, while casually removing the spider from her trembling shoulder, asking her to be strong in order to become a true knight. This harmed her most critical pride and made her blush deeply. Due to the overuse of his genius ability, he again spat up blood and tried to pretend that nothing had happened. Deep in his mind he called out for help, as it would have all been for nothing if she had not been with him. All that was left for them at that moment was to survey the now cleared forest. As they emerged with the magical item from the elite wolf's body, outside the forest, it was already morning and Emma was still weeping, taking on the immense guilt of being the one who had killed Lady Talia. The head butler was also quite tense, because this was going to create massive political instability between the two powerful families, due to the appearance of people calling the family completely incompetent for taking care of a single dangerous forest. And just at that moment, one of the soldiers informed them all about the dense fog of the forest being completely lifted, giving a clear indication that the missing child forest had finally been cleared. They reconfirmed this astonishing news, but it seemed as though the impossible dream had come to reality for the final time. The only meaningful outcome was then derived, and we could see those two kids emerging from the dreaded forest, alive and relatively healthy. The protagonist was covered in bruises and blood, while the soldiers were unable to believe that a single boy had cleared the entire forest. Emma immediately rushed forward and hugged Lady Talia, while inquiring about her condition. The butler also inquired about the purpose of such a large and anxious gathering just outside of the forest, which was due to him entering the missing child forest without any prior warning or information. On the other hand, he wondered whether the family would really like to lose the news of the supposed death of his own son inside the dreaded missing forest, to teach all the valuable lessons for the family to learn from. There was a cute and playful banter between the two of them, and then she turned her attention toward the young master, sincerely thanking him for saving Lady Talia inside the dangerous forest. Nox immediately brushed aside those thankful words, telling her that the young lady had carried her own substantial weight and had done her absolute best to ensure her own survival. As they made their way back inside the Grand Palace, our protagonist was going to take a much-needed rest. After that incredibly fruitful and dangerous night, he was extremely happy that he was finally able to get his hands on the legendary magic item in the form of the Black Flame Ring. Only those who could wield the power of dark mana could ever wear it. In short, if he were to defeat someone while wearing the ring, he would gain a small portion of their power absorbed into himself. Even though he could now steal the life force from someone else, it did not mean he would have a long life, as it would only increase his life expectancy by a very small amount, and that powerful artifact was not a cure for his terminal illness. Immediately after, he decided to hold onto it as a glimmer of hope to increase his lifespan. Rona, the maid, was continuously spying on the young master, so he called her inside to witness some things, making her blush and ask if those things included dresses as well. The two of them exchanged playful punches, with the maid being the one to fall apart, as the simple finger flick hurt her much more. Our protagonist immediately challenged her to an arm wrestling match, while she confidently agreed to the challenge, believing that he was definitely going to lose, and if not, she would be willing to accept a 20% cut in her salary. As the wrestling match began and the count reached 3, our protagonist defeated her in an instant, leaving her in a state of complete and utter shock, and making her plead with him not to cut her precious salary. As the daughter of a nearly bankrupt family, the young lady apologized and begged him not to cut her salary. And just then, our protagonist saw the status screen suddenly pop up, informing him about his newly fractured wrist, received due to the frequent sickness negative effect. He called for some ice and water in exchange for not cutting her salary, and was deeply satisfied with obtaining the powerful ring. At the successful completion of his dangerous mission, time passed and we came to discover that even after acquiring 2 of the most important legendary items, Nox was still unable to use them to their full potential. The only reason for this was that he had been grounded as a harsh punishment for entering the missing child forest without any prior warning or information. His diagnosis was now having a significant downfall, and he was unable to understand what he had possibly done wrong. Even though his loyal maid also supported him, she could not speak such things in front of the higher-ranking family members, as it would certainly lead to a reduction in her salary. Our protagonist had been working incredibly hard to adapt to his new lifestyle during the course of the past 6 months. And in the case that he could not rest or eat properly, the time remaining until his fated death had been reduced to only 147 days. In the end, he was deeply frustrated and decided to go and speak to his father by himself. Just then, there was a loud knock at his door, and the head butler introduced himself before him with the information about the summoning of the boy by the esteemed head of the family. His father was reminiscing about his glorious past, when he had single-handedly slaughtered thousands of demons with his one sword on the infamous night of the slaughter. It was a hideous and bloody sight to remain in, but he had emerged as the ultimate victor, as even the powerful aura of that time was now covering his present self. The eyes of that man still held the belief that one of his sons would surely learn the supreme and legendary black sword, and the only way one could obtain it was after slaying the current head of the family with their very own hands. It was as if he was waiting for his son's arrival, and he was profoundly astonished to think that a boy like Nox was aware of how to successfully clear the missing child forest. Even though he wanted to reward him for this incredible feat, objections from the other family vassals had turned down the idea. The investigation was completed soon after, and Nox presented himself with due respect to the head of the family. He criticized his reckless way of working, but still praised the boy for giving his absolute best in successfully clearing the missing child forest, and informed him that he had been summoned to discuss his reward. In the form of a reward, he was willing to give him whatever he requested at once, without a single objection. Even though our protagonist had played this very game thousands of times, he had never once believed that a man like his father would ever offer him a reward in the first place. He then confirmed if the reward could truly be anything, and the head of the family agreed, swearing on the long and bloody history of the Black Sword. That solemn promise showed the seriousness of their talks, and to prevent himself from making a ridiculous request, he knew that he needed to be extremely cautious so as not to harm his own image in the eyes of the man. Asking for a friendly gesture, Knox requested some more time, and the man agreed, granting him permission to finally leave the family estate. This brought a genuine smile to the boy's face, for which he had been waiting so long. On the very next day, Talia and Emma were leaving the estate. Talia was very interested in meeting our protagonist at Thuden Academy. When he himself did not give her a response, our protagonist was not answering her, so she was taught some good manners by the advisor, and in the end, she asked him to become a full-fledged and proper knight. At that moment, Knox mocked her about her irrational fear of spiders, and ended up being punched squarely in the gut, out of her embarrassment once again. Before heading out of the estate, that lady fully declared that she would return to the powerful position he had asked for, while sending bone-chilling shivers down the body of the boy, with the terrifying thought of her killing him instantly. Emma thanked the boy without showing much respect for saving the life of Miss Talia, while he himself believed that there was something to it. Both of them then departed in a grand royal carriage, and our protagonist now had a strange feeling of being attached to the one who had just left, as he was now quite relaxed. The status screen reminded him about his terminal illness, and the 146 days remaining until his death. A few more days passed by, and he had to get a new maid as per the story's line. Then finally, she arrived to tell him about the arrival of the brand new maid, whom the Thuden family had sent to personally assist him. She skillfully paid her deepest respects to the boy, and then introduced herself by the name of Jitri. Our protagonist immediately activated his insight to discover her stats, and read her numerous negative traits, which included the spy trait among them. The remaining time left for Knox had dwindled down to 140 days, and it was now raining heavily, with only one positive thing to note: an increase in his stats at double the normal rate. 2 months from then, he was scheduled to attend the Thuden Academy, and as the maid said those words with a happy expression on her face, it seemed as though she really wanted him to leave the estate. Rona tried to act a little bit cozy with him, however our protagonist did not appreciate that at all, and stopped her with yet another warning of cutting her salary. To endure within that prestigious crucible, the Academy of all academies, a proving ground that forges the nation's mightiest young champions. Moreover, his destiny was to embrace the dark mantle of the story's villain, as he stepped onto the grand stage of the main narrative. And with these heavy thoughts, he felt that his entire path was askew. Jitri, the new maid, was dispatched to ensure he performed his best. His own father, Theo von Rainhafer, was one of the most formidable and despised antagonists in the entire saga. One of the key reasons he had clawed his way to the top was that he was both overwhelmingly strong and supremely confident. And the second reason was his profound, professional level of skepticism towards every single person who stood beside him, or even behind him. This is precisely why he had sent Jitri, in the guise of a maid, to ascertain the true nature of his son, pledging his aid in her own succession. If she were to succeed, she was prepared to serve him with her utmost loyalty. But her noble intentions were utterly crushed by the words of the lady, starting with the tale of the despicable villain. She came to understand that she must observe him with strict vigilance, but was forbidden from truly supporting him in any meaningful way. Somehow, she managed to escape that suffocating, aura-filled room, with her own heart pounding wildly in her chest, and after gazing down into her cherished pendant, she steeled her resolve, vowing never to waver again. From that moment forward, our protagonist was fully aware that she was a spy, dispatched by his own manipulative father, to confirm his identity and dismiss any chance of demonic possession. In his particular case, however, there was another problem with her being just a maid. According to the game's lore, she was not involved in the main plotline, and was actually fated to become the next head of the great Lavilia family. Her family was shattered by the brutal murder of her parents by her own uncle, and so in the end, she became a maid for his family to escape the horrors of her own. Even though she projected a cheerful and bright facade, her inner self had already decayed into darkness, and so, Her decision at that moment was to end her own life before the central plot of the grand narrative even truly began. He still had a lingering question weighing on his mind. Would it be the right choice to alter the course of the storyline and save someone who was not originally fated to die? But if he chose to do so, it would put his own neck on the line. The very next day, he came forward to inform both of the maids that they were all going to hunt in the vast forest within the family's territory, and the two of them would provide assistance. Rona immediately tried to conjure excuses to escape, while on the other hand, Jitri agreed to the task in an instant. Our protagonist was anticipating a firm denial from the other maid. However, because she had agreed, he made the decision to take Rona along with him, while bluntly rejecting her excuse of being on sick leave. Instantly, his words became much harsher as he threatened to cut 50% of her salary. The poor maid was completely unable to do anything, so she wept and finally consented to the dangerous task. Jitri resolved to inform the head butler about their planned movements, while our protagonist was fiercely determined to extend his own life as much as he possibly could, now that he was free to travel anywhere. The great hunt commenced, and they chose to enter the missing child forest to begin their task. Our protagonist successfully sliced through most of the lurking wolves, earning a precious 2 hours of life with every single kill. As he vanquished all of them, he deemed that this hunting expedition was proving to be quite successful. A full hour had now passed, and so our protagonist believed that, since he had not activated his genius trait, it was taking far too long to hunt. He drank a sun potion to boost his power, all while thinking that the most critical problem now was the dwindling number of monsters remaining. For the past few days he had already killed most of them, and at this alarming rate, his grand plan to live a long and successful life was truly falling apart. The words that were now coming out of his mouth were not making any logical sense, due to the rapid reduction in the number of monsters. And as the night was also beginning to fall, both of them made the decision to head back to the mansion for the day. He requested perfect, steaming water before dinner for a long bath, and the new maid instantly agreed to his request. Both of the maids departed for the task immediately, as soon as they returned, but just before that, Nox stopped Jitri and posed a direct question to her. To whom was she truly serving at this very moment? She became flustered before she could answer the pointed question, and he understood her dilemma in an instant. He taunted her, asking if he truly grasped what she meant to say. The young lady was clearly a little confused, so our protagonist calmly reassured her, confirming there would be no further investigation because he was pleased that she had not lied to him with her words. He then attempted to console her and build up his own image in the eyes of the young girl, and even invited her to make use of him when the right time comes. She understood the nature of their relationship well, in the way he was constructing. However, Jitri was still unable to read the true conditions that night, when those two maids were sitting together in their quarters. Rona believed that the young master was now quite different, and perhaps had a split personality disorder. Somehow, Jitri showed her agreement with this theory as well. However, deep within her own heart, she was still remembering the swirling rumors about the drastic change of character in Nox, and after meeting him, she believed that those rumors were absolutely true. He had truly and single-handedly defeated the twins in order to gain his entrance into the prestigious academy, and he was the one who had solidified the family's standing on top, which was a world away from her own situation, as she had completely fallen apart even after being a legitimate successor. His words about making use of each other had somehow captured her attention, but she was unable to truly comprehend the real meaning behind them. Not long after, the news began to spread like wildfire inside the family that Jitri had been officially expelled from the family, from her esteemed maid position. In one of the letters she had received, she was heavily criticized as a human being, one who had been deemed unworthy and delisted from her own territories, and they gave her a pittance, believing that she would not be able to survive for long even within the powerful Nox family. She somehow managed to calm herself down, believing that she would be cut off from the young master, and would be forced to serve someone else. But the moment she entered the main maid's quarters, everyone began to stare at her with contemptuous eyes, believing that everyone had already heard the terrible rumors. Rona was among those who had not changed her duplicitous character one bit, and every single play from her devious character raised serious questions about whether she truly was a friend, or was just playing a role on the other side. Nox was also receiving letters, and he truly believed that everything had been orchestrated and forced upon him by his father. His father was completely without a logical basis, and still he was unable to help him, because he was unaware of the severe consequences he would have to face. Post that, on another day, our protagonist was once again hunting to increase his precious lifespan, but this time his character was quite different from the usual days. That sudden and drastic change was even making it uneasy for the maids to see and to observe him. It appeared as though our protagonist was waiting for something to emerge. As it is said, when only 20% of the monsters are left, a powerful monster will emerge, known as the hidden boss monster. At the moment when he had finally lowered his complete thought of getting his hands on, a startling attack team rushed up front at a blazing pace, unsettling Nox on his very feet, and making him understand that this was indeed the hidden boss. The dreaded boss turned out to be the elite King Wasp. The epic battle finally commenced between all of them, but our protagonist was somehow unable to maintain his pace, and was about to break from that powerful bee. He came to the rescue of Jitri, standing tall directly in front of him. Even though he could have done his best to either dodge or defend, he stands by that lady, trying to help her from being stung by the poison. She fell to the ground, and he activated the Hour of the Genius. Back in her past, that poor lady had fallen multiple times in her younger age, and there was not a single day on which she had not been wounded. It was both physical as well as deep mental wounds they were speaking of. When she had been asked the question of whom she was serving, she remembered her treacherous uncle, talking about seizing the succession of her own family. While she was falling apart, she could only see the protagonist and her dear maid friend, desperately trying to help her get back up. He had successfully defeated the powerful monster, and both of them decided to head back towards the mansion, while carrying her unconscious body instantly. Jitri now understood that Nox was never planning to make use of the lady in any way, and she was having a feeling of both tremble and a burning anger coming out of his very mouth. That shocking news was reported back to the head of the family, and the contents were revealed to be true by the head butler. The purpose of bringing her into the Rainhafer family was totally destroyed, as her devious uncle was now taking over the command. They could not take over the complete family all at once. His grand plan of making them fall into submission in his game of chess was not going to be successful at all, due to the expulsion of the young lady from her own family. Now the question remains, what should they do with the poor maid? Since she was now of no further use, the advisor recommended throwing her away, as it would surely harm their reputation in the Thuden Academy for certain. Just then, a man barged into the room, while offering his deepest apologies, to inform them that Nox had brought an injured Jitri back into the mansion, and since she had been poisoned due to the wasp's sting, he had used one of the most expensive and rare potions, without any permission, in order to heal her. Upon reconfirmation about the high cost of the potion used, his father was much more concerned about him being attached to foolish feelings for the young lady, which would ultimately result in absolutely nothing. Rona was the one who was taking care of the maid for all of that time, and as soon as she finally awoke, she was left with questions on how things had turned out like this. All she could remember was being viciously stung, and so the maid informed her about the use of the expensive medicine to cure her instantly on the direct command of Nox. That was a very high burden for her to bear, and so she decided to speak with Nox by herself as he had asked for info. As soon as she had woken up, another maid immediately rushed to inform him when Rona had left. Jitri immediately started to pack her few belongings into a backpack to leave the location, because she did not deserve such kindness in her own eyes. For the immense price of the potion, she chose to leave her precious pendant behind with a letter, while taking out the small picture of her beloved family. And with that, she resolved to leave the location at once. While she was in the middle of the long corridor, Nox stopped her and asked in a cold and chilling voice the reason for her movement without his express permission. Her mind turned back to a flashback, when the doctor was not willing to give the expensive medicine to a mere maid because he had not received permission from the head of the family. Nox had been too cold at that time and was asking continuous pointed questions. He finally commanded the doctor to use it on the rest of his own authority, giving his permission to heal the dying lady. The doctor immediately administered her the precious potion, confirming that she would indeed wake up soon, and it was then, when he had left, that he asked Rona to report to him as soon as she woke up. He then immediately went to see the head of the family to report his usage of the expensive potion. Without permission, while activating his master's acting skill, and then requested his gift in the form of the very maid, who had been tragically exiled from her own family. The moment he had asked for it, he was not thinking of anything else, or the grave consequences he would have to face from his demand. The moment when that brave lady was ready to give up her own life in order to save Nox was sufficient to build the kind of trust he was looking for. The head of the family instantly agreed to his shocking demand. But before he was allowed to leave, Nox decided to tell him something else, with the permission of the head, which he was granted as soon as he had gotten his girlfriend. In his emotions, leading to the dropping of his master acting skill. Then, in a hard and cold voice, he asked that powerful man to stop playing with his own people. She turned back to the corridor, where Jitri was stopped by the master, and as she tried to explain her miserable condition of living, our protagonist refused to hear any of it, and then asked if she had taken his express permission. Before attempting to leave, she revealed that it was his own father, who had given her the permission to spy upon him, and then she inquired about the reason behind him trying to hold her back, even after he already knew the full truth. She had 3 large tears flowing down from her eyes at the moment when she confessed her true and broken self. Our protagonist was smiling at that very moment as he finally saw the real her after the removal of the two-faced enemy. He didn't pay any attention at all to the deceiving part, and then demanded that she pay for the price of what she had done before she could ever leave him under any circumstances. Finally, he commanded that she was going to reside in this place without any family name, as he coveted the talent that she possessed. He then simply passed by her, stating that all he ever wanted was for her to stay in the position, in the capacity of his personal maid, without any false intentions or hidden motives. Those powerful words once again made that little girl burst into tears, and she wholeheartedly agreed to his terms. She decided to remain by his side until the very end, to assist him. The only answer she now had on her tongue to the question of who she was now serving was going to be Nox from that moment on. Rona, on the other hand, was telling the sordid story to the other maid about how the protagonist had acted and threatened the daughter. Just then, Nox called her out for playing the role of the one who was deceiving the master and not showing any regret. Behind his back, our protagonist was holding 2 very different types of maids, one who was constantly creating problems, and the other who was solving them. But he decided to set that particular topic aside, and asked if Jitri was aware of visiting the Thuden Academy on behalf of him as his maid, and whether she had already made all the necessary preparations for the essential items she would need to be taken away, along with her for the difficult task. For the first time ever, he believed that the young lady was not forcing herself to smile, and was now in her true and genuine character. Of her true self, there was a mutual and deep trust between the two of them, where they were never going to betray each other, even when their backs were facing one another. That was a good feeling, in any case, to build such a powerful and strong relationship with the one he was about to live his new academy life with. While they were both sitting, Jitri asked the protagonist about the negative rumors that were spreading all around him, which stated that there might be some personal ulterior reasons for hiring a complete non-family member as a maid for his purpose. The protagonist trembled at those words because he already had a bad reputation with women, and so he apologized for making things complicated for her as well. While the maid was a little bit uncomfortable, knowing that things might be very scary for him. At the present, Nox was not worried about any kind of rumors, as he believed that they had already spread a lot of things that were worse than that. Jitri decided to lie, in order to keep the heart of the man at ease. The man did not like lies in the first place, just like any other powerful man. The rumors included him being petrified in front of others, and some of them had left him with no other answers at all. His public image had only just improved since the time he had taken over the difficult role of Nox. Presently, he was just a brat and a weakling supposed to reach no great level. Anyhow, he reminded himself that he was not the protagonist, but rather the villain, and then resolved to stop the rumors, while giving her the new task to help the man prepare to survive in the Thuden Academy. He was contemplating sharing his real plan with her because of her single-minded loyalty rate, and then he revealed that he wanted to study before joining the academy, and wanted her help with some debit cards. Even though this was highly illegal, he was acting with an air of complete calmness, because he believed that no one was going to pay any heart attention to it in any case. A maid could not question the direct demands of a master, so she agreed to bring the basic books that could be of great assistance. Just at that moment, both of them heard quite a ruckus being created just outside the place, and as our protagonist turned his head, he noticed that the young master, Grain, had arrived after graduating from the Thuden Academy. This was his golden chance to extend his own life. He then informed me of going on a long trip for the time being, leaving the meeting with the question of what he was really up to. Grain was warmly welcomed by his father and further congratulated. He was the second son and one of Nox's powerful older brothers. Finding the absolute perfect moment, he used his insight to discover that he was the last full man and a true and cunning opportunist in his real character. If not for Nox, then he might very well be the ugliest person in the family to be revealed. And the other reason was that he was incredibly good at politics. Politics was what made him graduate from the Thuden Academy. As in the admission exams, less than 1,000 students pass, and only half of them ever graduate. As for his grand plan, he was going to depart for Choters in 3 straight days, and his father was already aware that, at that particular time, it was the perfect moment for some monster hunting. Actually, that place was a little bit outside the main territory and was a neutral territory of the south, which used underdeveloped deserts as its primary borders. This vast wasteland was swarming with enormous numbers of powerful monsters. Grain had received a direct mission from the imperial family to stop the massive monster wave because of the rule of the Arcane Empire, and he had to complete this task to become a knight, officially recognized by the esteemed imperial family. Grain was aware of all the intricate details and the stringent requirements of the imperial family at the moment, and his father believed that if that particular place were to fall, then other nearby places would also face immense troubles. He just commanded him to remain on his toes and make that crucial moment a successful one. Our protagonist was aware that this single mission contained much more complicated and hidden stories, and there was something that he could also gain from. He then started the important conversation and instantly demanded to bring himself along on the mission to participate in the great subjugation. Grain reconfirmed if he was aware and was in his own right senses. So Nox unfolded all the knowledge that he possessed about the place, including the bandits' stronghold and their exact position at the location. Grain, before discussing the matter further, reconfirmed on various matters, including his miraculous clearance of the missing child forest, while our protagonist was acting completely normal because he was aware of the subtle skill the man might be using, which would allow him to know the reason for someone's restlessness. In an instant, that skill was quite important when it came to playing politics, which he was thinking of, and at that very moment, he even reconfirmed the other 2 rumors of taking down the twins and making the commanders made his own. Our protagonist immediately activated his steel mentality skill and answered without a single hint of hesitation. Even after thinking a lot about it, Grain shot down his demand of taking the man along with him on the mission, one who had not even graduated from the Thuden Academy. His powerful father immediately interrupted their conversation, taking on the guarantee that he would not fall during the course of it, and then commanded the elder one to take the younger on the mission. As Grain tried to show some form of resistance, he commanded that it was a direct order, which would not change under any circumstances. It would be the family providing the official permission, as well as all the necessary requirements, and they were going to depart in the next 3 days. Nox believed that his father was really up to something, as there would be absolutely no chance that he had given the permission without any hidden strings attached. Grain tried to mark him at the moment for the foolish decision he had made. However, our protagonist instantly taunted him right back. Being irritated and openly mocked, Grain was not able to contain his burning anger, and he wrapped his hand around the collar of the man to ask a question, and ordered him to stay in his own shoes. Jitri came to her dear master's rescue, as she accidentally dropped a glass of wine over the fine clothes of Nox, and then asked him to go and get a fresh change of clothes, so that she could properly wash them. Grain clenched his teeth in frustration, as he was able to do absolutely nothing, and he was offered an apology by his younger brother for creating such a mess. He then took his leave, while telling Nox to meet him in 3 days for the great expedition. Back on their way, he thanked the quick-thinking maid for helping him and taking him out of trouble. On the other hand, Jitri was far more concerned about him traveling to that dangerous location. And as soon as they arrived back and opened the gate, they could hear the terrified screams of Rona at a very high pitch, confirming if he was really visiting the wasteland for the great expedition, along with his powerful brother. That was not the proper attitude of a maid, for sure, so he just calmly told her to be quiet. As everything was finally settled, for the first time in a very long while, both of his maids were on the very same side, in denying the expedition, while our protagonist was happy to give it a visit in order to increase his precious life expectancy. He further asked both of them to stay at the place, and before he could even complete his sentence, Jitri apologized and flatly denied his request. She was insisting continuously to pay the visit along with him, as where his master moves, she moves at any cost, even if she was going to get grievously hurt with that visit, excusing the boy for being prone to illness, along with missing things here and there. In the end, he was not left with any other possible answer, and decided to agree with her heartfelt request. After pondering on the terrible situation she would be in if he were to die, Nox then asked her to learn how to ride Karen, and it seemed as though she had already been up to the task. After feeding him top-grade sugar cubes with half of her own salary, he really was not paying any attention to the hug being offered to him by Rona, and she called Nox a monster in the conversation, and ended up being hit on the head. In any case, Rona was worried about our protagonist visiting, and had tears in her eyes, with a pounding in her face. Just then, when he was about to leave, the butler arrived, requesting the protagonist to pay a visit to the head of the family, as he was willing to give a special item to him. It might be one of the important supplies she was talking about, and without any form of hesitation, he paid the visit with proper respect, asking for the reason that he had been called. The man was ready to hand over the powerful item, but it would all depend on if he could truly take it. He then presented him with the legendary sword of the first head of the family. Such a powerful item had never before been presented in the Inner Lunatic story, and as he paid more close attention, he got to know that it had deep bruises on its scales and was quite dusty. Theo cleared the doubt that was in the young master's head by telling him not to judge it on appearances, as it had a much more storied history behind. Nox was given permission to try and hold it, and as he did, he raised the magnificent blade up high into the sky, and it instantly began to consume the mana from his very body. The color of the powerful blade was significantly changing with the consumption, while Theo informed him that the sword would absorb the mana of its master, and would then unleash it in several powerful folds. Out of nowhere, it changed its color once again, and the status screen showed a dire warning about an increase in the consumption rate, unlocking the master acting skill. Things were getting much more dangerous now, and it was at that point when Theo informed him that he must hold the sword for 10 minutes in order to gain full possession of it. That was when the Stormbringer introduced itself. Not long after that, multiple status screens started flashing wildly in front of our protagonist, talking about the immense darkness held by the powerful sword, and the ability to convert stats every time they hit something. However, to fully unlock its hidden power, one would need to consume the highest amount of mana, but he was not interested in any kind of information. And then finally the status screen informed him about the forceful conversion of the player's own life force directly into mana. And with that, the color of the sword changed once again, depleting his life force instantly, as it was already dangerously low. He had to give it up by any means, but was now unable to let go of the cursed sword. It seemed as though Theo was well aware of this, about the kind of sword that it was, which brings great harm to the very one holding. Only the first great head of the family was able to wield, and post that no one had ever been able to even hold, as a normal person would instantly collapse from the absorption, and even the world's strongest man could only hold it for a single hour. Theo had instantly ordered his youngest son to hold it for 10 long minutes, even though he had not yet learned how to control his own mana. He believed that all the sudden changes in the protagonist's character were not a mere coincidence, and deep in his heart, he believed that the boy was really the fourth emperor. One thing was now certain: if the mark of 10 minutes was passed, then Nox would become the strongest head of the entire family, unable to be surpassed by the current one. During all of that time, Nox was somehow holding it while putting it back onto the ground, which made him angry, as the mark was finally completed. Theo commanded his son to keep the powerful sword, while the boy was demanding the life force that was consumed back. 3 days passed, and the day of their departure finally arrived. Jitri gathered all the important items in the dimensional pouch, while our protagonist was not looking to be in a very good mood, and was clearly exhausted. Even though Nox was happy and had his hands on the new powerful item, he was not happy about having his own life taken away so very easily. And at that very moment, he also noticed how his brother had brought a lot of unnecessary things that he was not required once for that expedition, and it might be through the difficult training he had gone through at the graduation academy. There were only a few steps ahead in that great expedition, and the direction people were already fighting in. The man was on the right and proper way. And with that, Grain was really not looking that happy. While engaging in their heated conversation, he came to know that Rona had not taken another way out. Marking the loss, he interrupted their intense conversation. Our protagonist told him that there was something else going on, while he was not much interested in it. He clarified to him that they had finally lost their way. Grain was fearful of his confident words, and it was done when he was informed that he was aware of the way, leaving a serious question in the elder brother's mind about how such incredible things would be possible. His lies were increasing with every passing second, and he even declared that a vessel's health praised him as being a pathfinder. And for all that time, his loyal maid was aware of what he was doing. Grain faced a difficult calculation to bring down the confidence of the man. He agreed to let the Pathfinder lead the way. All of them agreed, and as the night was about to fall, they decided to set up their camp, as they had reached the south border, which had not yet been fully explored. The most angry person at that time was his own brother, who was not ready to believe that something, which even an experienced guy could not possibly do, was now done by his younger brother. On the other hand, Nox was aware of such things because he had played that game and cleared it 27 times, and had visited the Chuter's location more than 100 times. It was something he could not tell his maid directly, so when she questioned him, he told her that he had followed the footpaths of a monster named Albert, whose natural habitat is the South Chuter's border. Such monsters would not be an issue to face at night during the camp, because they were terribly afraid of fire. And in the meantime, everyone could overhear people discussing how Nox had changed, and was now much better than his own elder brother, who had studied at the prestigious academy. Grain was really getting much more pissed off with those things, and he was interested in knowing the true strength of the man. One of his companions presented one of the strange items from his pocket, which would be perfect for testing his hidden strength. For the first time in a very long while, a sinister smirk danced upon Grain's lips as the camp fell into a deep, silent slumber. The protective flames of the fire dwindled to nothing, and from the oppressive darkness, a monstrous siege was imminent. Only our hero remained vigilant, a silent sentinel in a meditative pose, his hand resting upon his blade, as if he had anticipated this very assault. He immediately strode out from the safety of the camp, instructing his loyal maid to remain safely inside. Just as he predicted, these were gargantuan, hulking monsters. Our protagonist instantly identified them as ferocious ogres. The only possible reason for their appearance was that the soil had been tainted with luring pheromones. This was undoubtedly a treacherous move by his own older brother, a pathetic attempt to intimidate his younger sibling. Our protagonist, on the other hand, saw them only as a bounty of life force, ready to reap their souls, with the cursed blade bestowed upon him by his father. Wasting not a single moment, he sliced the first beast with an instantaneous rush, and brought it crashing down with a single powerful swing. However, in the end, to deliver the final blow, he plunged the blade deep into its colossal form, while the other beasts tried to crush him from above with their massive wooden clubs. In any case, our protagonist was far stronger and faster than these brutes, and he delivered a flurry of deadly slices using that sword with perfect success, all the while praising its power, as it was now absorbing the mana of these monsters to empower its wielder. By himself, he had already vanquished 3 of the behemoths, and there was only a single one remaining. It was now trembling in utter fear and decided to flee. This could not be permitted by our protagonist, so he commanded Carinth to take him on its back, and he gave chase. As soon as he had closed the distance, he delivered yet another devastating sword attack, slicing it down and ending its miserable life. With this bloody battle, he gained a life force equivalent to 1 day and 9 precious hours. In the meantime, when he had returned, he saw Jitri, deeply worried about her beloved master, questioning the sudden appearance of those monsters out of thin air. This ambush was purely and maliciously intentional, and he was well aware that the perpetrator of such a thing could only be his treacherous brother. That man was truly attempting to keep a close watch on him, in any place. His political machinations were aimed at gauging the true power possessed by his own younger brother, so that he could not get in the way of his succession to the family. Nox then enacted a cunning stratagem, collecting the foul ogre blood, as his gruesome plan was to lure more and more of them using it. It appeared he had strategically smeared that blood all around the tent of his scheming elder brother. And so, during the late night, Grain's mana detection began to show frantic reflections and reactions. As he was trying to clear the chance of any monster's presence, something just outside his tent began to tremble with blood-curdling screams. A panicked man instantly rushed in, begging him to evacuate immediately, as a massive number of monsters had now viciously attacked the entire expedition in a very large group. That night was truly a long and brutal night, and as the morning fell, the number of dead monsters was strewn upon the ground. All the while, his men were trying to make him understand that they had done absolutely nothing wrong during the planting of the female pheromones into the soil. On the other hand, at the tent of Nox, everything was completely calm and peaceful, and he asked his maid to have her food alongside him. She immediately and politely declined the protagonist's kind request. He further insisted, as he was not willing to make 2 separate foods at once, while they were in the middle of a mission, and was quite happy about the upcoming horde of monsters. At the location of his dear brother's tent house, both of them packed up their temporary camp, and our protagonist decided to discard the items covered with the ogre blood, but was not ready to help, even on a request from them. He was more than ready to face the monsters, even if they were going to follow them wherever they moved, as he had been planning for this very outcome from the start, in order to extend his life by quite a few more precious days. Finally, the time for departure arrived, when they decided to pack up and head to the next designated spot. Meanwhile, the monsters that had been attacking them looked as if they had been sliced apart by someone else. On the second harrowing day of the expedition, he had successfully passed them on the way, but still, the final point of their destination was far too long. Grain instantly inquired about his plan for luring the monsters, to which our protagonist answered, on executing a large-scale subjugation, believing that simply making their way out of the forest would be the easiest way to leave all the monsters behind. Grain knew that Nox had already taken command of all the soldiers. The reason for him tapping the ground continuously was because he was well aware that monsters could arrive at any moment. His intuition paid off, and the ground instantly began to shake violently. A monster appeared, to which Nox was very happy to finally see. It was a massive worm, with razor-sharp teeth and a gaping maw, which could engulf large monsters all by itself. Could not use magic, but it was incredibly strong, equivalent to 10 ogres attacking them all at once. Our protagonist was tapping on the ground with only one intention: to bring it up to the surface without wasting a single second. He commanded them all to prepare for battle and to hide in the bushes. Our protagonist had meticulously planned a fight with the enemy, and soon they arrived, ogres in even larger numbers. Nox was the only one who was not worried in the slightest. He was well aware that the worm both liked and disliked the ogre monsters. At the very same time, to pay heed to his words, they started a fierce battle between the two of them. For one of the monsters it was simply food, while for the other it was a bloody revenge they were seeking. As the great battle started, the worm and the ogres attacked each other. One of the ogres was trying to free itself by attacking the massive body of the worm. They were all viciously attacking each other, and Grain was simply furious about his own brother possessing such important and vital information. While everyone else was hiding in fear, Nox picked up some small pebbles and started attacking the monsters, taunting them and making his maid extremely worried about them noticing, and being attacked in turn. On the other hand, as soon as one of the ogres was finally taken down, his personal stats were increasing quite significantly. This was his grand plan all along, and his life expectancy was steadily increasing with each and every defeat of that powerful monster. The bloody battle between both of them finally concluded, with the great worm emerging as the sole victor. Grain had no plan at all in his head, and he was extremely worried, because they could not possibly defeat the worm by themselves. On the other hand, Nox commanded everyone to prepare for the great battle, and everyone instantly agreed to follow his direct orders. They started their attack, either through sharp arrows or small pebbles, taking the first crucial step by activating his power of the genius skill, and moving to the very front lines of the intense battle. He used each and every pebble and arrow to mark his critical attacking points. His precise marking was successful, just as he had predicted. Everything then delivered the final, decisive blow to the worm's massive body, defeating it in one single devastating attack. He increased his life by a full 10 days, bringing it to a total of 122 days, well aware that it was not only him, but also the other monsters that had helped in defeating the beast. His remaining time had now significantly increased. His skill -5 had disappeared, after finally reaching that powerful level of stamina. He praised the other soldiers for assisting him, while they continuously praised him in turn for being the best during the entire fierce battle. When everyone else was about to reorganize themselves, another massive worm appeared out of nowhere. This was something that absolutely no one had planned for. Everyone screamed for Nox to get out of the way, but just then, within the blink of an eye, a strange man arrived and sliced the worm in half with utter ease, leaving a huge question in everyone's mind about his sudden presence. This man was introduced as the legendary Sword Genius, one of the most powerful beings in all of Inner Lunatic, and one of the 3 great emperors, along with Theo and Selkis's student Paracelsus. That powerful man hated nobles to his very core, and the noble companions were much more interested in knowing the true identity of that strange man. He introduced himself by the name Paracelsus, a simple mercenary. Nox was now having a greater issue with why he was encountering him. At this particular moment, when it was planned to be at the Thuden Academy for the very first time, Nox was left with absolutely nothing, and was just thinking about what his next strategic move should be. From that point on, all of them moved forward together, where Paracelsus revealed that he was also there for the same location, intending to hunt down powerful monsters. Even in the main story, his character was the very same, where he used to travel to different locations and other random areas. On the other hand, his elder brother was much more interested in the man, Paracelsus, and praising his incredible skills. He was even ready to pay him a handsome sum if he was going to join and work directly under him. Paracelsus, as a character who despised all nobles, was much more interested in the raw strength those 2 brothers possessed. Grain was not getting angry, because his true intention was to recruit him by any means necessary, as he had the necessary skills and requirements to clear the expedition. After a few more arduous days of travel, they finally arrived at the city of Chuters. It looked like a desolate and barren land. As soon as they had reached the main gate, they were encountered by a lady beggar, desperately asking for something to eat. However, the haughty nobles paid absolutely no attention to her. Grain looked a little bit concerned about her plight, but it was of absolutely no use. And there arrived a man named Tegan to welcome them, as the city's security chief. Tegan was well aware of the identity of these noble brats, and the important mission for which they were on. On the other hand, he was assessing those kids, as he was much more interested in them, especially the young Nox, as he had taken down the massive worm with some very skillful attacks. However, he believed that both of them were completely sheltered, and were full of disappointment. Tegan was well aware that the city had not been given any protection, or the resources to properly develop it, and was deathly afraid of all the monsters. They were simply in a desperate search for food. Tegan asked all of them to rest for the day in the local inn, which was not too great but was enough for them to survive. Before they could enter, Paracelsus denied the generous offer given to him to join their group, and Grain was much more furious with such words being spoken to his face. Paracelsus did not answer any of the questions being asked by the nobleman, and wished him a safe subjugation, while mocking the incompetent trait he saw upon them. When the night finally fell, Nox asked his men to rest, as they were going to move out. The very next day, he saw some of the poor children through the window, hungry and sitting all around the small bonfire. He went out to them with a bag and offered them some food. From the very beginning, he had a soft feeling for them. Even though he could not possibly save everyone, he was happy with the thanks he received from those very kind kids, because his grand plan was to create a brand new future where no one would ever have to beg for food again. Jitri was the one telling him at that very moment, because she was aware that her master was just acting cold, and that it wasn't his real and true character. The next day, the chief security member took them on a walk all around the city, telling them that it had always been completely full of monsters, and they had been demanding funds for their security and their survival. From the distant imperial family, the very walls that were protecting the city were still covered with deep bruises from the constant attacks of the monsters, and were not enough to even hold for a single hour. If the great stampede were to begin, Nox was already aware that this place would soon be one of the most expensive. In the very near future, the chief informed them about the increased number of monsters. From last year, even at the very peak period, people had even witnessed powerful griffins around it, and it was the most important point for them to try and get away. Behind the subjugation, griffins were basically eagle-formed monsters, considered to be the true king of the wild. They were intended to be tracked away, not to be defeated, while our protagonist had planned on defeating them back at the end. Ron's knight was not happy after reading the letters that were sent for him, full of praises. It looked like he was taking the place of his own master, and so he was not ready to let him go away so easily. Just then, Jitri came down with some of her master's clothes, and was stopped by that vile man, who held her firmly by the hands, asking her to stop what she was doing immediately. A disgusting pervertedness was dripping from his very eyes, and he wanted some private time with that poor girl. At once, Jitri denied him while snatching her hand away from his grasp. However, that man had absolutely no intentions to stop, and he reminded her that he was one of the noble knights, serving her master's own elder brother, so she should obey the orders that were given by him. Jitri somehow tried to understand her terrible condition, and realized that if she were to reject him, then there might be a chance that her own master, Nox, could face serious issues from the elder brother, and he could hold the attention to it. So she was ready to take on the suffering herself, just as that vile man was ready to make her pay for the sins of her own master. Out of nowhere, Nox arrived and knocked off that man's filthy arm, which was touching his loyal maid. As the camera angle swiftly changed, it was revealed to be Nox himself, holding his legendary sword. He was a young man with glowing purple eyes, and the knight trying to play dirty was warned not to get away with it. He believed that his own master, Grain, would make him pay dearly for it. While on the other hand, Grain was turning more sinister and angrier. He sliced off his other hand as well, as it had also been used to touch the innocent maid. It was a proper and bloody bloodbath, as the boy cried out in agony with both hands severed from his body. While trying to desperately fight back, the protagonist raised his mighty sword and plunged it deep inside his body, leaving him to die. That man was now dead, and the maid was utterly terrified by this act of death. Not so long after, Grain arrived with his own elder brother, questioning the racket that was being created, and confirming if he had indeed killed his own knight. Nox confirmed it, and Grain then filled him with many more angry questions, not ready to listen to even the most minor of details, and the reason behind his brother's such a violent act. Out of pure anger, he caught Nox by his collar, continuously questioning the reason why he had killed his own knight, and threatening him with severe punishment. It was at that point that he revealed that his man had tried to sexually harass the maid, which was solely his. Therefore, he stopped and then killed him. Grain got even more furious listening to that, and as soon as that sentence was completed, the entire room was filled with a terrifying purple aura, emitting from the very body of our protagonist. Due to his immense anger, his eyes turned sinister. He was looking much more serious and angry at him. Before, a terrified Grain relieved him from the collar and snatched, believing it was the true power of that young man. His entire attitude changed quite significantly. But Nox was just playing the role of his assigned character, where he acted on his own accord, without informing anyone at all. In the end, he offered up a simple solution: to leave the final decision to their father, to decide what was right and what was truly wrong. When they reached back, Grain agreed to it as well, and then Nox, without wasting another single second, asked his maid to accompany him and left the tavern. While everyone, completely terrified, continued watching them go. His brother was finding some resemblance of the powerful sword possessed by that man, as it was the same as his father used to hold. At midnight, both the master and the maid were standing beside a well. Nox was well aware that there were two different groups of soldiers, discussing whom they would now follow, the younger or the elder brother. Jitri, on the other hand, was trembling in fear, and when he asked, she, with tears welling in her eyes, asked for the reason behind his violent actions at the tavern. Nox acted with extreme calmness, reminding her of the type of master she was now working under, and further warning her not to speak of it anywhere else, but to him. She agreed to it, while wiping the fresh tears from her face. Meanwhile, back inside the noisy inn, Grain was boiling with pure anger to see his younger brother climbing so high above him. Still thinking about the powerful sword, the boy possessed a clear resemblance of his own father's son. Just then, a man arrived, informing him to take care of the chaotic situation on the first floor, further questioning the vast difference in Nox's behavior from the silly rumors they had all heard. The man even believed that the elder brother was somehow different, as he could have graduated, but had far less information than his own younger brother, who had just read some books and possessed that knowledge. Grain immediately ordered that man to take care of all the bandits, as he was not going to pay them for nothing, before asking him to report immediately if Nox acted strangely again. That night, along with his loyal maid, Nox was seen inquiring about some strange bottles of different colors, while questioning his own way of dealing with the powerful monsters. As soon as he had inquired, he decided to go on his way to recruit one new individual for their team. That new character was going to be Alina, a genius and master potion maker. When they moved, they arrived at a very shabby-looking place, while covering their robes. And during all of that time, Jitri was doubting that someone that talented could be in that poor village. Actually, everyone had to clear the hidden area to even meet her, and Nox was well aware of this fact. So he asked his maid to follow him without any further questions. Soon they arrived at a mysterious location, where there was light at 110, and they could see a strange woman drinking from a beer bottle, emptying it while wearing some shabby clothes with long purple hair. She questioned something to herself out loud, which she had not thought of before. That girl was terrified when those guys paid her a sudden visit, unable to believe that someone would arrive at such a desolate place. She fell from her chair and onto the dirty floor, compromised in her position, like a total and complete drunkard. Suddenly, the location was shifted to a much better place, where Alina was apologizing profusely for not recognizing them. Nox was aware of the crucial information from her, as she was a true genius potion maker. He was there to get her flaws and some inside information, which reflected that she was a low-rank spirit image, and had a negative rate of drinking. Her harsh and abrasive behavior was quite problematic for the reputation of her entire family. And even Jitri, after looking at her current terrible condition, believed that she was not the one who would be hired as a common drunkard. There was a little bit of discussion between the both of them, and Alina finally questioned the true purpose of their arrival. Our protagonist instantly asked her to join their small team, promising to give her back whatever she had tragically lost. It looked like the girl understood exactly what the boy was talking about, but she still firmly denied his generous offer, because she had something she needed to do at that very place. He then took out his hidden trump card, and started discussing how her dear friend was going to be executed in the very near future, and those words made the girl stand up. Bashing the table, she further told them that if the offer was accepted, there might be a chance that they could save her life. Once again, he repeated the very same question, and asked if she was ready to join their team. When both of them had left, Alina was still thinking about the execution of her dear friend, and the generous offer of joining them. Her one and only true friend was raising her voice against the increasing and unfair taxes, and the poor people who were dying there. She was dragged away for it by the cruel security chief, and while thinking about it, Alina had tears rolling down her sad eyes because she was unable to rescue her friend on her own. The sister was thinking about the various options to save that poor kid. At the tavern, some individuals were drinking booze and was Ramos among them, finding Grain to be an idiotic individual, pretending to be the one in order. Everyone all around them started to laugh, and one of the men took a strange item from his pocket, which they had gotten from the headquarters, while swarming around. It was enough to get them some much higher-paying jobs. He threw it to Ron, and Ron caught it with just his fingers, claiming that it was surely going to benefit them, and reached the position back at the main family. Their devious plan was to hold Grain as a hostage to get the big payout, and among them was a man who was shivering after listening to their dark discussion. He was terrified because they were talking about one of the most influential families in the entire nation, and the others started getting angry with him for not thinking much before speaking up so freely. Ron calmed that nervous man down and pointed to a location to tell him that they were in an area that had been even given up by the imperial family, so they could easily get some big money and get out of there, because he was sure that the family would not do anything in the emanation that was surrounded by sand. Everyone was happy with the captain's plan, but that one man truly was not, because he was afraid of Nox. Ron, while thinking, believed that Nox was a dangerous individual, while the others found it to be not very convincing, because he was still just a kid at that moment. While every other soldier was laughing heartily, the lights all around the place started going out immediately, and a deep darkness spread before they could comprehend the reason behind. A face covered in fresh blood suddenly appeared. Upon further horrifying interrogation, he came to know that his friend's body was standing right beside him, with no head on top of it. He tried to move forward to inquire, and then stepped on one of his other men, who spat up fresh blood. He was terrified by seeing his own men falling down, and thought that there might be some enemies lurking nearby. When he questioned, he found that it was our protagonist, Nox, standing directly behind him in his most sinister form. Ron immediately created a long distance between himself and the boy, while Nox was just angry to see that there were disgusting rats in the army trying to fool the great family. Ron tried to play it completely calm, but our protagonist already knew all about him, committing misappropriation of funds and using it for his own personal gain. In the end, Ron had absolutely no excuses left. He offered Nox a helping hand to rise high within the family after taking on his very own brother. That man was trying to engage him in a long conversation because he wanted his other men to surround him from all sides with their sharp swords and daggers. Jitri, on the other hand, was feeling it all along since the very beginning. She then used her own powerful sword aura, which was enough to slice through those foolish men that were surrounding him, without any thought of the grave consequences they might have to face. As soon as she commanded the others, they all tried to attack him from all sides at once, but it was of absolutely no use, as the man was taking care of them with ease, using his powerful sword. Ron then decided to interrupt in the fierce battle, and used his own sword. At that very moment, his complete body was covered with a powerful blue aura, and the other man was quite confident that our protagonist would not be able to either dodge or block his attack. As soon as that powerful clash was released from Ron, the others realized that it was his southern sword technique, while our protagonist didn't even flinch an inch, and waited until the very arrival of the powerful attack. He was totally disappointed in all of them, and then clinched his own sword, easily destroying that powerful attack with a single simple touch, reflecting the same on his own status screen, shocking the very man who had delivered it. Ron was now out of words, and so were his other subordinates. While the others tried to speak up, our protagonist mercilessly took his head clean off, and then proceeded further to reach the terrified Ron. As the sword had now consumed the Southern Soul technique, it had succeeded in completely learning it. And for that single moment, our protagonist's body was covered in a brilliant blue aura. It looked as if Nox was waiting for him to use it. He was about to use the very same powerful attack, but the moment he closed his eyes, he started to wonder who the true geniuses were. With that one profound question, he found himself in a completely lost place, surrounded by pure white walls. As he moved forward, he saw himself on a bright white screen, and tried to answer it with a few different approaches, including someone who can reach a higher level which most people could not. As soon as he answered, the white screen completely broke apart, as he was still in search of the one correct answer to what it really and truly meant to be a genius. Coming back to the present moment, he loaded the powerful attack with sufficient raw power, and then delivered it directly to those guys, which was more than enough to take them all out. The other men stood there, getting back on the dusty floor. All they could do was scream for help, while Ron couldn't even move. He was terrified that something that had taken him more than 10 long years to learn was now learned by the kid in just a few short minutes. Our protagonist approached him with his sinister, glowing eyes, and he, terrified, again tried to distance himself from him, warning that he wouldn't get away if something were to happen to him. Nox wasn't even flinching with those empty, fake warnings. He closed the distance between himself and the pathetic man, while asking him to be completely silent, as he was now assassinating. There would be no one left behind to tell the bloody tale, so it would surely look like a perfect assassination. As he delivered the final, decisive blow, our protagonist was holding a slight smile on his face, killing the man. Somewhere inside the dark tavern, we could see the girl, Alina's dear friend, being held firmly against a cold wall, and the chief inspector, questioning why she wasn't able to be sold to the rich nobles. He continuously harassed her with numerous hard slaps, and was unable to break her brave heart of stone. Her markings only made the vile man go even more crazy, and that lady had the guts to spit directly on his clothes. Right away he went much more angrier, and then slapped her hard across the cheek, before threatening her to be sold to a dark black market. That lady then went back into a painful flashback, remembering how her old teacher used to tell her that she didn't possess any talent in the art of alchemy. Actually, that lady didn't possess any real talent in any of the fields, including alchemy, sports, and all the others. However, Alina was much stronger in those very same fields. Living in the poor countryside, not supposed to be her actual teacher, had been continuously planning to take that gifted girl out of the orphanage, and she, being a true genius, was believed to not be from that small city. Despite her appearance and the vast knowledge she possessed, Alina never, ever reacted with a bad attitude when anyone called her to play around. Whenever she went, it was the only reason she had decided to sacrifice herself on her behalf, keeping all those selfless thoughts in her mind. She further went on to mocking the guy by sticking her tongue out at him. The amount of slaps the poor lady received was truly unbelievable, and at the very moment when she was about to get the final one, it was stopped, as someone suddenly interrupted. When the man moved back, he saw our protagonist, claiming that Alina wouldn't be happy if her dear friend was injured. While presenting, Nox immediately declared that the man had committed a heinous crime, by the strict law of the imperial family, and should be executed on the spot. He then informed the man that his companion, Ron, was already dead. Upon reconfirming from the man that he had come alone, Tegan shrugged, claiming it was a bit too much and that he couldn't defeat him all alone. With that command, he took out his own sword and called up for the soldiers who were hiding inside, instructing them to kill him at once. Those cowardly soldiers appeared, while our protagonist opened his eyes and used Hour of the Genius, slowing everything down to a crawl, and then simply passed by, all of them slicing and cutting their lives in just 5 minutes of time, and then administered a potent potion into the mouth of the lady, who had been brutally beaten as she succumbed to a magical slumber. He gave her his name, and the man, Tegan, was simply petrified with terror, seeing that his entire contingent of soldiers had been utterly annihilated. The moment he lunged forward to attack the protagonist, he collapsed helplessly onto the floor, and then came the horrifying realization that his legs had already been cleanly sliced off. During the devastating hour of the genius assault, he knew his own death was now just around the corner. As Nox stood before him, his expression completely and utterly cold. He could not believe he had lost his life to a mere kid. Our protagonist once more questioned the very essence of what it meant to be a genius, as that pathetic man lay helpless on the ground with a blade pointed at him. At any given moment, it could be used to extinguish his very life. Before meeting his own death, even that man thought about his previous life, and his mind flashed back to his own father, who was the respected head of the mercenary group, and one of the most revered figures in the entire village. Tegan, as a young kid, had always dreamed of being just like him. But his father, on the one hand, was earning the profound respect from the village, while harming his own family and his mother to display his power. He came to believe that the only reason he was ever respected, and was paid such respect, was because of his overwhelming strength. As with his immense strength, he could achieve anything. When Tegan reconfirmed that his father was the strongest man in the nation, his hopes were brought crashing down, as he believed that there were far stronger people than him. Just outside the continent, his father wanted his son to be much stronger, because it was the only way to survive in a continent perpetually at war. Just before his death, he noticed that Nox was one of the people his father had mentioned and had praised the incredible talent that he possessed. Our protagonist, however, showed not a single shred of mercy, and ended the life of that man in a single instant by plunging his sharp blade directly into his heart. Both our protagonist and the now-healed lady then reached Alina's place, where she was sitting alone, lost in her thoughts. At that very moment, she saw the precious face of May. She immediately rushed forward and hugged her out of pure friendship. Both of them shared a truly heartfelt and emotional reunion, with tears of joy flowing freely from their eyes. May now realized that being so selfish was never truly fruitful, as she could not possibly do everything all by herself. Alina wanted to meet the mysterious Nox, but he was busy wrapping up important things. All the while May believed that he was headed to have some heart-to-heart conversation with his older brother. Back at the inn, Grain was impatiently waiting for the arrival of Ron, but there arrived an unexpected visitor, in the form of Nox, asking for a brief moment to chat because it was something very important. Grain didn't pay any attention to him, as he was not ready. But then again, he faced the unbridled anger of his younger brother, who turned sinister and demanded an immediate discussion. As the scene turned back to the main man, it was seen informing the great head of the family that the young master had purged all the corruption from inside the city, and was now asking for a just reward for his great accomplishment. In fact, no one had ever been remotely interested in taking care of the deep corruption at that particular place, as there was absolutely no benefit coming out of it, since the place was so crucial for the great imperial family, as it held back all the monsters, and breaking it would allow them to reach the very center. The imperial family had invested a lot of money for its protection. However, it was a place that could not simply be abandoned, and people believed that the vast wasteland held no real value. The butlers showed great concern about handling a large number of bandits, all at once, including Ron's bandits, which was much worse. However, their powerful father believed that they must handle such little things in order to be called a true part of the family, and they had already been protected by the legendary Black Sword Knights as security. After reading the complete letter, his father came to know what his son's true intentions really were. Actually, Nox was asking for the full command of the Wesley and claiming his rightful rights as the youngest son of the great family. If he did not succeed, Theo immediately accepted his offer without much more thought, as he was ready to let Nox take the full command all by himself. This order was understood by the loyal butler, who was ready to send a formal letter to the Empire to begin the talks. Theo was really understanding what his ambitious son was planning, but was completely confused about the final endgame. When Nox informed his brother about the grand plan involving Ron and Tegan, he started trembling in absolute fear. He was totally disappointed in the both of them. He was turning more and more serious, realizing that the one he had kept under him was a venomous snake. Changing his thoughts, he looked at his younger brother, and then realized that Nox was really trying to mess with him. At that moment, in order to finally become a knight, Grain believed that he had to clear the mission, and then accept the generous offer. Nox then finally presented his own offer, where he demanded all of the command of the soldiers under him, to which Grain agreed to in an instant, in exchange for the guarantee of his own life and the outcome. Nox evaluated his brother's presentation for his two demands, his life and the successful outcome at that very cost. Grain was ready to offer Nox all the mineral rights and complete control over the large mines. It looked as if Nox had gotten everything he had ever dreamed of and had demanded for so long before finally heading out. He threatened his brother not to do anything too rash. Back at Alina's place, she was busy creating some new potions, which she had never once made before, and it looked like all of them had heard the grand plans, which they all believed were far too dangerous. Our protagonist had planned to kill the Great Griffin, and the dangerous level of the said mission was agreed upon by the other two girls in an instant. Our protagonist was not flinching at all in his thoughts, but he was aware of the well-being of those guys, as they were not yet aware that he was willing to take some of their life force through. Everyone decided to work hard to arrange the things he had demanded, and then finally, he came up with a grand plan of how they were going to execute. In fact, it had always been impossible to kill it with normal methods, and had always been the stagnant water gamers who were defeated. The grand plan was now in motion, and those girls were paying the most attention. In the end, every one of them understood what their master wanted to truly accomplish. His only intention and sole purpose for killing the griffin was to get the absolute highest level of reward, which he would then achieve afterward. The grand plan was going to start the very next day, and on that fateful day, he fed Carinth with his favorite dish, commanding him to be at his very best on that day, to save his own life and his dear master's as well. The next day, it looked like the great stampede from the monsters had already begun, and our protagonist was looking down at them from the top of the wall. He commanded his soldiers, telling them that they had only one chance. He was having a different and strange kind of feeling at that moment, and still, his maid was a bit more concerned about taking on such a huge danger. Nox just gave her a bright and warm smile, and told her with confidence that he was not going to die. It was enough to motivate her. He was the very first to step onto the bloody battlefield, and using his powerful sword, he deflected and threw a potion at the iron golem. As soon as the potent potion dissolved, he sliced open the massive golem with a single powerful attack, and the others were also caught up in it. He made all of those powerful monsters his personal stepping stones, and moved forward by plunging and swinging his sword with great force. Just then, as most of the monsters were taken down, their path to the great griffin had finally opened, which he had been waiting for since the very beginning of the great battle, and he was utterly astounded to see it. The others watching the great battle unfold were totally and completely astonished, and Alina was up at the front, unable to believe there was a knight who could actually fight at that high level. The others were also completely astonished, including me, wondering what kind of place he had survived in, and what powerful family he belonged to. Jitri informed them that it was one of the most prestigious families, famous for its swordsmanship, and she further went on, blaming that Nox was one of the most talented candidates. Those words brought a severe headache to Grain, while Jitri raised questions behind the true reason. His master was not paying any attention to the swirling rumors. Now, everyone had thoughts in their minds that he still had his reasons, and it was agreed upon by the others. In between the conversation of the girls, they all decided to keep their lips completely sealed, and not to reveal anything. At that very moment, they all heard the mighty growl of the griffin from high above, and were terrified. Grain was unable to believe that his brother was willing to fight while he was already fully engaged in the battle. Our protagonist was managing to deliver devastating attacks, while defending his own body through his dearest ones. Grain then took full command of the soldiers, telling them that they needed to deliver their attack. When the distance between them and the griffin was finally closed, all of them understood the plan. The huge row was finally loaded, and as the griffin approached, he asked for its release. That arrow was pinpointed to the griffin, and it somehow managed to slice it, making it fall hard to the ground. Nox had already planned to use the potent potion to neutralize its formidable fighting ability, and then he consumed the powerful metallization potion to temporarily increase his own stamina. He had already made all the necessary preparations, while commanding his brother to take charge of the remaining soldiers. When he showed a little bit of doubt, he ordered him to fight the great griffin on the ground. Terrified, his brother agreed to it, and he was useful in launching a huge arrow attack. Our protagonist was now ready to prove himself, as he was about to fight the mighty griffin. Once again, the griffin rose high up in the air, trying to escape from. Something like this was not at all possible, as it was having some impact due to the powerful potion, and it once again fell hard to the ground. Unable to fly away, our protagonist slowly and cautiously approached it, while telling it that being a huge, high-level monster, it would not be able to get through. That's why the powerful arrow which sliced open its mighty wings was loaded with tons of deadly poison to restrict its movement. Completely enraged, the great griffin tried to attack him, and our protagonist immediately used his hour of genius skill to slow things down to a crawl, creating 5 precious minutes to end the entire battle. At that very moment, the immense pressure he himself was feeling was different from the game, but he was happy that the powerful skill had been activated, and he was sure that he wasn't going to die. In those 5 minutes, he started delivering lashes through his sharp sword, hard enough to create a gruesome bloodbath, and then commanded his elder brother for the next powerful attack. Grain was boiling with pure anger while following those commands, but was left with absolutely no other option. He once again launched huge arrows at the griffin's mighty wings, making it fall hard to the ground. Finally, the time arrived when our protagonist decided to put an end to it all, and for that, he took out his legendary sword, fed it the mana that was required to deliver the final attack, called upon the black execution, and then rushed forward to deliver the final attack with his own sword. In the very first strike, he sliced off the griffin's powerful leg, making it bleed profusely, and in the second devastating strike, he sliced it right from the middle with complete ease, cutting the great griffin into two, and leaving it completely helpless. They ended the hour of genius, and those 5 precious minutes, and seeing that, the other monsters were absolutely terrified. It had no other option than to turn and run away. It was our protagonist, standing still on the bloody battlefield, taking and collecting all the praises from the others. With that, he had gained 60 full days of life, increasing his lifespan from 122 to 179 days. Every other individual who was standing on the wall was extremely happy, and it was a good feeling, for sure. Grain was the one who could not gulp down all those incredible events that were turning out right in front of his face, as he had seen the complete and epic battle unfold, and the high-level monster accepting its defeat before it was actually even defeated. Such a great battle was a true and shining example, enough to say that the man was capable of taking over as the true successor of the entire family. And so, as he himself wanted to be on the right side of things, he seized command of moving the body of the griffin inside, giving Nox the rare chance to distribute all the loot. Grain asked his younger brother to take a well-deserved rest while moving inside, giving him the understanding that his older brother was truly and utterly terrified. He inquired about the precious item he had obtained from the battle. The first item was revealed to be the legendary griffin's heart, which would help to increase or decrease stats as per the user's requirement. If an elixir was to be created from it, he handed over that incredible item to Alina, who was sure that she could create something powerful out of it, though our protagonist was more concerned with how long it would take. For such a difficult creation, the tools were not that efficient, so it would surely take a very long time. As they made their way out, our protagonist made a generous offer for both of them to be hired as official servants of the noble family. They showed a little bit of doubt about it, but our protagonist turned it right down, telling them that they possessed something much more useful, and it was not valuable at all. If they were commoners or even nobles, he was ready to give even his full help, knowing that only Alina, a genius in the art of alchemy, could use the precious item efficiently. Those girls immediately agreed to pay their dues with their very lives when needed, and that answer was well liked by them. He had finally obtained 2 genius characters in a single go, and then moved out from the place, telling them to get ready within 3 days for their departure, while the creation of the Alexander would be postponed until then, which would be created back at his own place in complete secrecy. As they moved outward, his loyal maid confirmed that he was totally different from what she had ever heard of. She had seen the side of pure selfishness in him, but was keen on making a new promise at that very moment. That promise was to accept the help of the lady at her time of need, on the day when he would require her the very most. Our protagonist agreed in an instant, and then asked her to get inside, as it was already turning quite chilly in the great nation. Things turned out completely differently when they arrived back inside. Nox was now lying on the ground, due to a raging fever, and that single event clarified who was the most ill-mannered and careless. All of this terrible sickness was caused by his negative trait of being terminally ill, which was not liked by him at all. As the scenes turned, they finally arrived back at the place, and were welcomed by the head butler. But Rick reconfirmed, if those 2 were the new servants that were accomplished by Master Nox. There were talks amongst the cities about him bringing in girls, too frequently like a common pervert. But none of them could dare to speak out loud, because all of them wanted to live for a long time. Nox decided to play along with the grand game, and then acted even more abruptly towards the gossiping citizens, giving them a star look, as if they were good-for-nothing individuals. As soon as he had arrived, he got the information that the head of the family immediately wanted to meet him in private. He immediately made himself present to his father, Theo, and paid him the proper respect that he deserved. He was sure there was an important exchange of information between the father and the son, and the father went first for it. Theo was aware of all the events that had unfolded during the great expedition, and he reconfirmed that even his elder brother had highly praised him. The words from his own elder brother were of the most value, as the protagonist himself had never even imagined something like that ever happening. Theo then came back to the main topic, and discussed how he had cleared a very important matter, and had brought great honor to the entire family. He was ready to keep his solemn promise, and then offered Nox whatever he had previously proposed. There was a royal seal of the imperial family, which stated that Choters now belonged to him. From that moment on, Nox thanked his father for his great generosity, but it looked like his father still had many things to discuss with him. At that moment, out of nowhere, Theo brought up the topic of handing over his very own seat to the youngest of the entire family. Those words were completely unexpected by our protagonist, and he was not able to understand the true reason behind such a shocking act. On the other side of the nation, the news arrived that a man had killed the great griffin, and the nation of Choters had been offered to the youngest son of the Rainhafer family. Without wasting a single second, a strange man commanded his subordinate to prepare for a great war. Actually, he believed that the family had lost something most valuable, and there was now nothing more for them to lose. As that old man proceeded, he took a little girl beside him, to tell her that the time had finally arrived, and it was time for her to awaken, and take hold of the great nation. Back at the grand family mansion, our protagonist still was not able to forge the answer that he needed to give, when they were suddenly interrupted by the advisor, telling him that it was too early for him to answer the question. The head of the family did not flinch, and kept the question open for the young man. The advisor again interrupted them, telling them that it was not the right time for him to be handed over the prestigious position. These constant interruptions were raising the temperature for Theo. Finally, Nox spoke up and denied the grand position, giving the reason that he was responsible for something he had done, which he should not have. There was a little bit of an exchange of words between the both of them, and the father finally decided to wave it off for the moment, telling him that he needed to be on his constant guard, as human beings would always and forever test him. Our protagonist then took his leave, and reached directly to one of his most trusted maids, telling her that it was absolutely nothing, and that he had just been called for a simple talk. The accommodation for the other two maids had already been taken care of, and he was billing that all four of them should reside alongside each other, helping each other. He praised Jitri for doing the best in the business, and she too thanked him for the kind praise. Now, the time had finally arrived when he had to visit the Thuden Academy and become the absolute best in the entire place. Inside the grand chamber of the head of the family, the advisor was still stuck on, advising that it was far too early to make such a huge decision. Meanwhile, the head of the family was criticizing him, saying that the eyes that were possessed by his youngest son were already telling him that he had decided his own future. Theo had somehow read the mind of that individual, and came to know that he was afraid of death at that very moment, but was unable to understand the true reason behind it. The advisor believed that whatever had happened to the madam was the real and true reason behind it. And to some extent even the head of the family had agreed. He himself was covered in a deep grudge for not being able to save his own mother. Once again, the memory of the darkest night, where his eldest son was demanded to accept the great power of the Grand Duke, flashed in front of Theo. On the other side of the story, Talia was getting ready in front of her maid, Emma, confirming her different looks. She was looking pretty confused about what kind of dress she should be wearing on that day, as she was excited for her admission to the Thuden Academy. Emma believed that her excitement was because she was going to meet the young master, Nox, after a very long time, and those words somehow made the girl blush. Since then, our protagonist paid a visit to Alina's experiment room, to find her looking completely pale, with dark circles underneath her eyes. Before discussing anything further, he reconfirmed if she was doing all right. It was Jitri who was sure of taking care of her, because she always used to get lost when concentrating on something. The powerful elixir was finally completed, and when our protagonist took a close look at it, he found that it had great effects and was a very high-level product. Since it was made by one of the geniuses in the art of alchemy, its effects were raised by a full 200%, and it was the wind on which our protagonist's plans were set. From the very beginning, the huge impact on his stats through that powerful elixir was something truly to behold, and it was one of the rarest items with such great latent potential. He immediately praised her for her difficult task, and then turned to face them with a sky-blue aura emitting from him. With that, all the preparations for the family were now finally complete, and it was now time for them to move to the Thuden Academy. With some high-level stats, great active and passive skills, and the activation of the sensitive genius skill. Not so long after, they they reached the legendary Thuden Academy. Nox was now properly dressed as a true noble, and as soon as he had arrived, there was already a lot of talk about him. Everyone was calling him a known troublemaker, and our protagonist decided to play his assigned role, calling them all a bunch of dogs at once. None of them liked such a compliment, and walked off from the place. Just then, another grand carriage arrived, and Emma came out of it. Our protagonist immediately activated his acting genius skill, and Emma called out for her to get out of the carriage. As Master Nox was patiently waiting, she gently, while blushing on her beautiful face, came out of the carriage, and our protagonist saw her. He had heard something that was not supposed to ever happen. It was Ron who had informed him about the marriage being planned between himself and Talia, but our protagonist was not aware of it at first. She gently greeted the boy, while he just looked away, acting abnormally jittery, called that lady his fiancée, which made our protagonist grow unsettled at those very words. Talia, on the other hand, tried to continue the awkward conversation, but our protagonist was clearly not interested. As the third grand carriage arrived, it was a much bigger one, and our protagonist realized that the genius of the academy had finally arrived. She was introduced as Eleanor de Rivellin, and she recognized those guys all at once. Actually, that girl already held a huge hostility against the old Nox. She was the noble who always looked down upon him, and had never even imagined meeting him at this location, in such a state. The place from where Eleanor belongs is the family who could even move an entire continent through their vast wealth. That is why her famous nickname was the Fox of Wealth, and their earlier meeting was at the moment when both of them were just mere children. Back then, Nox, in his previous self, had tried to mark that lady as someone who had attained her position. Just because of her family's money, and due to that, she had to face intense criticism from everyone who was standing at that place. Since it was the doing of the previous Nox, the current Nox truly had to face the consequences of it. Those two were the very characters who would end up plunging the sword into their own hearts. At the very end of the story, Eleanor believed that Nox was not his true self, as he was really not the one who liked to hear the harsh truth from others. He tried to play such a difficult role, but it looked like he was really just acting. She was not at all interested in getting anything from him, or from his powerful family, and before heading forward, our protagonist decided to look into her personal traits. Her achievements were quite a few, but she had the main element of wind, with some traits of calculation, genius, and acting genius, along with some negative traits of pride, vanity, and the northern sword technique. About her rival in the family, their middle name, D, was brought by Clarkson, a wealthy merchant. She finally decided to leave on not-so-good terms. For sure, of that very moment, there was a change of banter between the both of them, and they both finally said their goodbyes. They decided to head for the Thuden Academy admission ceremony. Finally, the most awaited moment was about to begin, in the brand new life of our protagonist. Inside the Grand Academy, there were children from various reputable families. While some of them were useful and could be easily recruited, there were also some of the strongest characters that he would need to approach very carefully, as he believed that a lot of people were looking towards him. His loyal mate agreed to that keen observation. Talia believed that most of the eyes that were looking at him were filled with pure hostility. And then arrived the most awaited person in the grand corridor room. It was a small child, holding a piece of chocolate in her tiny hand, praising everyone while everyone else was quite surprised to see her very small size. None of them was able to understand the reason behind her very presence, while our protagonist was well aware that she was a total and complete monster, not to be judged by her young age or her race. Her name was Noah, and she had several great achievements and good traits. Noah introduced herself as the newly appointed dean of the entire academy, and she further threatened them not to use the word small in this area, or the one who was speaking would surely die. The grand ceremony finally started, and as one of the members raised a question about the Academy's rules, she acted in accordance with them, stating that whatever rules she decided to make would be called the rules in this place. With her immense anger, there was a magic circle created beneath all of them, as she teleported them all to a new place, wishing for them to all return. There was the time when the great admission test was finally about to begin, and our protagonist decided to survive by any means necessary to emerge as the ultimate victor. All of them were teleported to a vast forest, where someone was already waiting for their arrival, asking them all to get up on their own 2 feet. He was not happy at all to see them all sleeping in front of him. The only one who was standing among all of them was Nox, who had really taken a great toll on his own body, due to the forced and powerful teleportation magic. He immediately recognized the strange man who was standing in front of him, bald-headed and shining like a bright star, with a long story behind him. He had long, flowing hair in his younger years, which had all fallen out due to his numerous battles, and he was given the simple nickname of Baldy. Our protagonist immediately activated his powerful skill of acting genius in front of him, so there would be no other concerns. While the man threatened the boy, enough to raise any doubts, full of thoughts in his mind, as he could read it all. The man was now ready to tell them about the great admission test. But before that, he asked them all to cover up their ears, as they needed to raise all of the sleeping brats all at once. As our protagonist did so, the man created some powerful sonic waves, and rose all of them from the ground. While some of them tried to abuse the one who had done so, the man hit them hard on the head, making them remember that it would create huge problems if something like that ever happened again. One of them was the bald-headed teacher, making them go completely crazy if anyone tried to mock him for his baldness. Every one of them was terrified with the demeanor that the man was holding. Not waiting any further, he asked the students to move along with him, while carrying the others who had not woken up yet. And for the very first time they were going to be taught about the Thuden Academy. As an introduction, the heroes summarized, while looking at the man, that the island on which all of them were summoned to was filled with terrified and powerful monsters, including some which are not even from the same domain. And in return, they will be rewarded with the precious crystals, which will fall after those powerful monsters have been killed. In short, the less mana that will be available within the jewel. Yet, amidst the chaos, only Nox possessed the insight to grasp the full picture. He understood the twisted, inverse logic governing this deadly trial. The architects of this test were searching for 2 specific traits within the candidates, using this harsh admissions exam as their crucible. The first of these was, of course, their mana sensitivity, a factor which had already been thoroughly measured. Nox gathered himself, having been violently teleported into the woods by the dean, and the official's second crucial objective was to test their very instinct for survival, their talent for sensing the faintest traces of mana around them. Such an instinct would prove invaluable on the brutal battlefield. He then unveiled the truth of their new prison, the location they were cast into. It was a deadly labyrinth, forged by the dean's own immense power. This place was teeming with countless monstrous beasts. Some were of a caliber the students couldn't even dream of challenging. With this chilling reality in mind, the bald instructor granted them permission to form alliances, to band together. And so, the frantic negotiations between the scattered examinees began. In an instant, as if by magic, every candidate was granted a weapon in hand. A gleaming sword, and other critical armaments appeared from thin air into the students' grasp. However, the bald proctor declared a limit. The maximum number of warriors allowed in a single party was 8. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. They exchanged desperate glances, trying to calculate their best strategic move. While the students scrambled, the bald man simply ascended to a higher vantage point, content to watch as they forged their own temporary allegiances. Still, a storm of questions brewed among the terrified students. They were all desperate for answers that were not forthcoming. Some were still paralyzed with fear from the disorienting teleportation magic. Thus far, not a single one had made a decisive move to form a party. And while the young ladies searched for strong, dependable men to ally with, a royal maid boldly raised her hand. She called for companions, seeking those who would pledge to protect her princess. Everyone frantically tried to leverage whatever assets they possessed, anything to survive the coming slaughter. One was boasting about his noble family's name, but amidst this desperate scrambling, only a single, defiant figure chose to walk the path of solitude, Nox. He left the clamoring horde behind and strode into the shadows. As Nox walked onward, he consulted the inner lunatic, the original story in his head. He knew with absolute certainty that this forest was no place where conventional strategies would ever succeed. So, in his quest to amass an immense wealth of knowledge and to overcome his own cursed, terminally ill condition, he made the fateful decision to venture forth alone. He carried the unshakable confidence that he alone would triumph. This entire bold maneuver was being observed by the instructor from his perch above. He wore a hat this time, perhaps to conceal his shining bald head, and was deeply intrigued to find this unique new student, a boy who had weathered the dean's chaotic teleportation magic, and then purposefully chose to face this deadly trial by himself, without a single flicker of hesitation on his face. 1,000 questions swirled within that proctor's mind, but he resolved to find the answers from the boy's actions alone, eager to witness what incredible power this outlier truly possessed. Meanwhile, Nox had already blazed a path deep into the woods. He had already carved through countless monsters along his journey, using his sword to effortlessly shred them without breaking a sweat. He was methodically collecting the mana crystals he desired. It appeared that someone was tailing our protagonist from the very start, and the mysterious shadow was soon revealed to be a girl. Elsewhere, another party had already formed their ranks, and they were busy felling monsters with their combined might. Within that group, Talia's thoughts drifted back to Nox. Her original strategy had been to move alongside that very man. It seemed this distraction caused her to lose focus. Immediately, her companion rebuked her with a sharp tone, reminding her of the sacred duty to protect the princess, a duty she must fulfill even with her very life. Soon, their intermediate-level battle concluded. The princess was clutching a gleaming mana crystal in her hand, while her loyal companion reminded her, "This mana crystal is not of the highest possible grade." She was expecting a far greater challenge from the dean, a woman who was one of the legendary four sages. The princess acknowledged this truth with a heavy heart. Her expression immediately fell, turning somber. She appeared deeply concerned as she surveyed the exhausted condition of those fighting beside her. Every single one of them was already drained of their stamina. They were spent from the skirmish they had just barely survived. Her companion was also filled with worry. She wondered if she could still fulfill her sacred vow, the promise she made to elevate the princess to the highest echelons. She knew all too well that the empire the princess hailed from is already corrupted from within, and this young princess was the only hope to restore it to its former glory. And before that day could come, she vowed to do whatever was necessary. Talia attempted to calm the princess's spirit, reassuring her that she was doing exceptionally well, and with renewed determination, both of them decided to press onward. The princess resolved to give the challenge her full consideration. It seemed her own intention was never to truly push forward. However, under the crushing, suffocating pressure of her elder brother, she had no choice but to advance. They would march until none of them could take another single step. On another front, Nox had already penetrated a new sector of the labyrinth, a domain where the air was unnaturally cold. The entire area was encased in a thick, supernatural layer of ice. Instantly, his terminally ill condition began to assault him with various debuffs. It caused his magical effectiveness to plummet to a dangerous level. It seemed, however, that he was already prepared for this. So without squandering a single moment, he snapped his fingers, conjuring a small, protective flame, and as soon as the small firewall erupted into existence, he drew a small measure of warmth from its light. Once again, the familiar status window materialized before him, informing him that most of the penalties inflicted by the cold had already been nullified by his quick thinking. His strategy was crystal clear. In order to keep his body functioning throughout this ordeal, he first needed to purge the crippling penalties from within himself. With that singular thought, he began his march forward again, his eyes fixed on the distant peak. The deeper he walked, the more he understood that this was all the result of the dean's power. She had conjured such a massive glacier of thick, magical ice, and even though the summit of the mountain was clearly visible, it was incredibly difficult to approach due to its sheer frozen cliffs. Nox then decided to inspect his surroundings even further, to ascertain the true nature of the reality constructed around him. And as soon as he activated his inspection magic, he discovered that the entire area was woven from pure, concentrated magic. Every single particle was saturated with raw mana. Even the living creatures, as well as the monsters that inhabited this frozen wasteland, were constructs of mana. And that fact raised a terrifying question. Just what was the true extent of the dean's power? Still, Nox was not even slightly fazed by this revelation, and with a grand, confident smile spreading across his face, he continued his advance, not viewing this as a problem, but an opportunity. Just a few short minutes later, when he arrived at an intermediate section of the ice labyrinth, he discovered several hulking monsters blocking his path ahead. The boy gripped the sword tightly in his hand, recognizing the infamous ice trolls, notoriously powerful monsters. And even though this was a truly harsh encounter, they were simply no match for the likes of Nox. one of the gargantuan ice trolls tried to crush him from above, but he dodged the devastating attack with ease. Then, another attempted to swing its massive club from behind his head. Nox somehow managed to anticipate the move and evade it as well, neatly ducking underneath the ferocious attack. Against the third troll's assault, Nox stood his ground firmly, blocking the powerful blow, parrying with his sword without so much as dropping a bead of sweat. It was then he realized the dean's true, hidden intention. He understood why she was pushing him to this extreme. A trial of this magnitude was not designed for common students, most of whom hadn't even reached this treacherous ice labyrinth. These trolls were not creatures that could be defeated by some mere, ordinary, fledgling students who lacked the sufficient mana reserves to even face them. And so, he tried to decipher the puzzle. What were the real intentions hidden behind this sadistic design? While he was locked in combat with these ice trolls, the mysterious lady was still tracking his every move, and he, on the other hand, had already deciphered the attack patterns of the 4 trolls that now surrounded him. The first of them was delivering a powerful vertical strike, and the second one unleashed a wide horizontal cleave, sweeping from one corner of the battlefield to the other. The third and fourth trolls utilized a focus stabbing attack, and it was by far the weakest in terms of raw power. And with this crucial understanding, Nox was poised to dismantle them, a confident smile on his face, and he did just that without wasting another precious second. He began to systematically slice down the monsters, exploiting the very attack patterns they had used against him, and then he ended the life of the third troll with a precise stab to the belly. He left their blood-soaked corpses scattered across the frozen floor, showing no mercy as he bent over to claim the gray mana stone. This prize was recovered from the dissipating body of one of the trolls. After receiving it, he wasn't bothered about any of the other loot. This single stone was the most precious of all, could be exchanged for the legendary scroll of Hour of the Genius, and he was intent on strengthening this unique skill. It was, after all, his most important asset. Meanwhile, the third major group, the party led by Eleanor, was basking in the belief that they were at the top of their class, and all of her companions were pleased with their current standing. Eleanor, on the other hand, was also aware that the progress they had made so far was more than sufficient to achieve a very good result. Still, a strange, uneasy feeling festered deep inside of her. It began the moment she saw that her rival, Nox von Reinfelder, chose to forge ahead all by himself. He did so without a moment of hesitation. Bitter memories from her past began to surface in her mind. Memories of a man scolding her for getting herself into trouble, or for quarreling with the young master of the powerful Reinfelder family. That man was attempting to lecture the young lady, that he wanted her to elevate their family to new, glorious heights. His true, selfish intention was to reach the pinnacle of society. He paid no attention to the silent tears streaming down her face. With the crushing weight of the burden this man placed upon her, the young lady had come to a painful realization. The man before her, despite being her father, had never once thought of her as his daughter. And before she could truly process his cruel characteristics, her thoughts drifted back to the young master and his bold appearance, his decision to face this test completely alone, and she began to wonder what his true motivations might be. After contemplating all of this, she made a new proposal to everyone in her weary group. Then they would be rewarded even more handsomely for their courage. As soon as everyone heard this offer, a wave of chatter erupted throughout the exhausted party. They were deeply concerned about sustaining injuries by pushing further. To account for their legitimate fears, Eleanor flashed a brilliant, confident smile. She was informing them of a basic, fundamental rule of life, that they would only obtain higher rewards if they were courageous enough to embrace a much higher risk. It was a truly grand proposition, and some of the students accepted it without a single shred of doubt. For the sake of this reward, Eleanor was prepared to spend any amount of money, whatever it took. She had to find out what Nox was really scheming in the shadows. Nox, on the other hand, was still deep within the ice labyrinth. His plan was to secure greater rewards by braving the dangers alone, and it appeared that he had been wildly successful in this endeavor. He was acutely aware that in order to amplify his own strength, using the Hour of Genius skill, he first needed to unlock his agility skill, and he was even willing to draw her attention to himself. If something like that was a necessary part of his grand plan, then, out of the frozen stillness, he sensed a sudden movement as a knife flew silently towards him. He slashed it out of the air with an instantaneous sharp reflex, and then began to wonder who could have possibly been capable of reaching this desolate location before he did. It was the same mysterious man from before, a man named Para. He had absolutely no expectation of meeting this particular guy in such a place. It was an utter surprise, even for Nox, to encounter him in this specific location. This was a development that should not be happening, because the man standing before him possessed an incredible status and traits with truly exceptional skills to match. He was one of the most powerful characters in the Inner Lunatic story, as well as being one of the legendary Three Sword Emperors. According to the original storyline, this man was fated to clash with Nox in this chapter. He was destined to do it in order to protect Eleanor, who was fated to fall into a deadly trap. However, before he could process this paradox any further, he was given no time to think, as the man launched another assault, an attack which carried a palpable, murderous intent. This new attack was again deflected by Nox with his sword, and still, the man was searching for the Nox he was expecting to fight. Then, he demanded that the boy hand over the stone he was currently carrying, and somehow Nox did not appreciate that demand. His hidden temper instantly flared to the peak of his rage. Hearing this, Nox resolved to engage in a life-or-death battle with him. Realizing that the version of Nox he had been waiting for no longer existed in this timeline, he understood that he was destined to win here. This was the very moment he had to stop the man, right here and now. And out of nowhere, he even ordered Para not to meddle with the story. Para was left completely stunned by this bizarre declaration. Still, he had a very bad feeling about this boy, a feeling he'd had from the very beginning. He was the only one in the entire test using a sword so flawlessly. Revealing his true intentions, Para, once again, demanded the boy hand over the stone and join his side, to do so without causing any further trouble. He was already aware that this was the legendary black crystal, the one that would grant them the ultimate highest reward. In the event that the boy decided to refuse, Para was fully prepared to do whatever it took to seize it for himself. After waiting for just a little while longer, Para understood that Nox had no intention of handing that precious item over. Not a chance. He was well aware that this boy was growing rapidly, reaching for the top, but his skills were still not at their absolute peak, and he was supremely confident that he would win this duel if he unleashed his hour of genius ultimate skill. However, he simply could not activate it at this moment, and on the other side of his thoughts, he was also thinking that he needed to save Eleanor from her fated danger, the danger she was about to face if the original Nox ceased to exist. Nox then decided to strike the man at the weakest point of his resolve. He let him know that he wasn't the only one aware of his darkest secret, and he went on to tell him that his true motivation was to find the reason behind the mysterious death of his beloved master. While uttering those words, he even raised his black sword threateningly to his neck, and somehow, with that shocking declaration, Para was not pleased, and his expression changed in an instant. The party led by Eleanor had finally reached the frigid ice labyrinth. However, even before they arrived, the group led by the princess was already standing at the summit. She had an intuition from the very beginning that Eleanor was absolutely certain to make it this far. Eleanor, on the other hand, bowed respectfully before the princess, assuring her that she had no intention of getting in her way. However, her true intentions were something else entirely. She was desperate to discover the truth behind all of this. The furious battle was still raging between Para and Nox. They were clashing with each other with incredible intensity, and Para was delivering every single blow with the clear intention to kill. It appeared that the newly arrived group was now witnessing this epic fight, this duel between two monstrously powerful characters, and the princess had wisely decided not to interfere in such a senseless battle, as it would surely lead to their demise if they were to interrupt. She wanted one of them to take the other one down, because if both of them somehow started working together, it would be a catastrophically dangerous situation. The lady understood this reality, and then, without flinching or showing any fear, she resolved to follow her princess's orders. Eleanor was utterly astonished. The young master she had always heard of was a worthless, good-for-nothing individual. So the question remained, how in the world had he become this powerful? The spectacular battle was still raging on between the two of them, and as a friend of Nox viewed the battle with a worried expression. Echidna interrupted to tell her that she had never expected Para, one of the legendary destroyers of the East, was going to be disguised among the new students, and then she went on to reveal that this man was identified as the legendary Grey Wolf, an individual who, from a very young age, was famous for single-handedly eliminating numerous bandit groups in the East. Echidna was also astounded to see Nox in this entirely new light, as she had never imagined he could be this skilled. To her, he was just a lustful degenerate, with only perverted thoughts. The red-haired lady tried to silence her demeaning thoughts, and then ended up falling into the trap of revealing she knew that much about the guy. In the heat of battle, Paro was fighting with pure rage clouding his mind. Because of this, his sword strikes were wavering, which was an unnatural response immediately understood by Nox. And since a man named Celsus was his one and only teacher, who had trained him since his early childhood, his death was a tragedy that had dealt the man a devastating blow. Finally, Para decided to end this back and forth, and then rushed forward to press his attack even further, activating his acting genius special skill. Nox once again tried to attack him with psychological warfare, telling him that he was not the one who had murdered his teacher. While saying these inflammatory words, the boy wore a taunting smile on his face, and it seemed that Para was not at all pleased. With that, he surged forward without uttering another single word, and delivered a flurry of masterful slashes against Nox, which were parried and blocked each and every time. Nox soon realized that the boy was only employing simple techniques, as even though he was hailed as a genius, he was still incredibly young and possessed a great deal of raw knowledge. Capitalizing on Para's opening, he managed to deliver a powerful kick to the boy's gut, which sent him stumbling backward from the force of the attack. Now, Para let out a frustrated sigh, and then plunged forward again, thrusting his sword to stab the boy. He gave him a challenge. "Do not spout another word about my master." He snarled this in the middle of their furious fight. Nox, on the other hand, had no such intentions of stopping. However, his mind changed the instant he realized that the attacks from Paro were growing significantly more intense. Nox was also aware that, in the event the boy began using the sword technique of living will, his own defeat would be all but inevitable. It looked as if Para had already begun to employ that very technique, the one that made him one of the legendary three-sword emperors. And with that, it was now Nox who was falling back from the sudden onslaught. Nox then decided to hit him at his second weakest emotional point. He told the boy that he was just a commoner, and was not yet ready to accept his true, lowly position. And Para delivered a sharp counter, retorting that it was only the nobles who had made this world such a rotten place from the very beginning. In the midst of their heated battle, they continued to get into a verbal confrontation that none of their talk had any real meaning in this dire situation. And when Nox realized that he was being pushed back, he made an offer to the boy to listen to the full truth about his teacher before they ended this battle in bloodshed. He was doing all of this in order to stall until the fateful time on the clock, at exactly 9 p.m., because that was the time when Eleanor was destined to be ambushed by a deadly monster. 2 minutes were all that was left, and their tense conversation was moving forward, with Para desperately trying to extract the information. After landing a shallow slice on the boy, the arrogant noble was taunting him to back down, or else things would become much worse. Even in his current precarious situation, Para was worried about the audience of students standing behind him, getting a full view of the spectacle, while Nox prepared for his final move. Para immediately surged forward to crush his opponent's confidence at once. However, Nox had a completely different plan in mind. He unleashed his Hour of the Genius special skill to activate his blindingly swift footwork, something that Para had never even anticipated. The boy was aware that every single passing second was absolutely crucial for Eleanor's survival. So he dodged Para's attack completely, and while Eleanor was lost in thought, wondering how he managed to do that, there was something monstrous that tried to attack her from behind. It was a terrifying black shadow, and before they could even realize its true, horrifying form, a dreaded night wraith erupted from the ground to attack the lady. And the lady was certain that she could not possibly dodge, as the monster swooped down from above, trying to get her killed instantly. Eleanor was absolutely petrified at that moment, and she decided to shut her eyes, bracing herself to meet her demise. Then, something completely unexpected happened, as when she cautiously opened her eyes after a few tense moments, while finding herself still alive in the current world, she saw that it was Nox, who had obliterated that night wraith with a single devastating attack. He called the fearsome creature a pathetic sight. Eleanor was completely and utterly bewildered. Why did Nox go to such extreme lengths in order to save her? But Nox just cruelly mocked the young lady for not being able to defeat even a single monster, despite walking deep into the dangerous ice labyrinth. There was a look of genuine surprise in the eyes of Nox, as he had never once expected that a monster of that caliber was going to appear in the Dean's labyrinth. It was something that was not really supposed to happen. He was now aware that the man behind all this was the other Nox, the one who had murdered Para's beloved teacher, which made him deeply involved in this strange matter. And it was probably because Eleanor was originally fated to die by his hand. However, her fiery personality softened considerably after Nox saved her. Still, none of this was going to make any rational sense in the story further down the line, as the plot had already been irrevocably changed, and each and every pair of eyes was now fixed upon Nox. The princess decided to step forward to tell the boy that those were not the words he was supposed to say, especially after just saving Eleanor's life, as this was clearly an abnormal and dangerous situation. Nox gently greeted her with a nod, and she voiced all of her grave concerns about the Academy, which had decided to make these ordinary students battle such a high, intermediate-level, monstrous creature. Nox decided to interrupt her speech, to tell them that there might not be any chance that some of the opponents could be decided upon beforehand, as it was all just a part of the rigorous test, and it was a direct, dismissive response which was not appreciated by Echidna. And she interrupted to remind him that he was speaking to the princess herself, and the only reason he had intervened in the previous battle was because there was clearly something terribly wrong with. Nox immediately recognized the lady as Echidna, the princess's loyal left hand, who held the nickname Snake of Greed, as there was absolutely no chance that a family as notorious as hers was ever going to get close with his own family, as she belonged to a so-called Holy One. Without even a moment of hesitation, Nox went on to brazenly insult even a holy family, calling her a little dog right then and there, and upon reconfirmation, he replied in the positive without a single shred of fear. While the two of them were having their childish little quarrel, the teacher from before suddenly interrupted them. He demanded everyone to go completely silent, and he descended from the top to the bottom with an intense, blurring speed, prepared to teach all of them a very painful lesson. He further informed them that all of the tests had now been officially halted, and Nox then presented him with the black jewel in his hand. Even the experienced teacher had never expected someone to get this far. And then he praised the boy, as he was already laden with the prizes. Not waiting a moment longer, the man then declared that the student, who will be ranked at the very top of the admission test, will be Nox, who successfully obtained the legendary black jewel, and the ones who retrieved the purple one will share the second place rank together. None of them had any objections to this. However, the princess stepped forward to reconfirm if the ambush just before, the one from the terrifying night wraith, was being taken into consideration for the final result determination, as she firmly believed that it absolutely must not be the case, since none of them possessed the skills required to defeat, and they would require further clarification on this grave matter. It didn't look like the bald teacher had any concerns whatsoever in answering her pointed question. He decided to move further into the formal interrogation, and then offered a generous compensation to comfort Eleanor for the harrowing ordeal that she just went through. The teacher was also willing to give Nox a handsome reward. However, he simply denied it and walked away from the location. He told them all that he was not in need of, because he had no intentions of getting involved with Eleanor in any other future situation whatsoever. Furthermore, he had no desire to show that he stepped in just to save the lady. He was determined to avoid any kind of misunderstandings, as much as was humanly possible. But again, when he decided to walk away once more, he was stopped in his tracks by the Lady Eleanor, who still demanded to know his true intentions behind saving her life. At that very moment, his skill of acting genius was wavering due to his own nervousness, and he acted, telling her that his only intention was just to slay the dangerous monster while he was locked in a heated battle, and nothing else whatsoever. Eleanor had not expected that response, as her expression changed quite dramatically after hearing him, and even though he again decided to turn and walk away, he was keenly aware that he had not handled that well. The true Eleanor of which he was aware was a lady who made cold and ruthlessly calculative decisions. She was the one who held the firm belief that everything could be purchased with money, including someone's unwavering devotion, as well as their love. However, there was a sudden, definite change in the current Eleanor. The moment she was heading back to her personal cabin, she was still contemplating the true intentions of that mysterious boy, and the real reason why he had decided not to take the offered reward. The unbelievable answer given by Knox was continuously echoing in her head, as she was certain that it was a complete and utter lie. A boy sitting across from her inside the carriage decided to remind her what she used to always say about him, that he was nothing more than a good-for-nothing, useless noble. However, this was of no use in changing the new perspective of the lady, who was still deeply thinking that the boy had some other, hidden reasons for acting in that manner. She then decided to investigate the matter further, and the boy was ready to assist her with whatever she might desire. Eleanor instantly refused his offer, as she was determined to look into it all by herself, with no further outside intervention, as she was aware that they did not want to reveal anything further, at any cost, as it would not be easy to extricate herself from it later on. At that moment, she was reading a mysterious scroll, which contained some cryptic information about something, and with that, the carriage proceeded towards its final destination. Back in the dormitory of the prestigious Eldian Academy, Knox was attempting to rest, while his loyal maid stood watch beside him. She was deeply worried about the fragile condition of her master, as his face was deathly pale and he was suffering from cold hands and feet. Inside his own head, he was pondering the true reason behind this drastically changing character arc, as he still desperately needed to find the original Knox from the story, as it was critically important to know who had sent him that fateful message, and to fully recover his memory, because he was not prepared to create any more unexpected variables. While he was thinking of himself as the story's main villain, something struck his mind like a bolt of lightning, and he shot up from the chair, forgetting that his head was being cooled with a cloth of cold water, as he had discovered a way to do it all over again. That wicked smile returned to his handsome face, because he had finally found a way to act as both the villain, as well as the main protagonist in this twisted new world. On the other side of this unfolding story, the scene shifted to a gruesome battlefield, littered with numerous dead monsters, and a mysterious lady was standing there with long hair, clutching a sword in her hand. Just then, one of the knights came forward to inform a woman named Luna about the demonic humans. They were speaking of someone powerful that was about to awaken, and as soon as their grave conversation concluded, Luna was keenly aware of the coming storm of blood, which was about to descend upon the entire continent. Once again, Luna immediately decided to move forward with achieving their ultimate goal, and when she donned her dark robe, she was holding a mysterious symbolic crest, and then, both of them departed from that bloody location. After having just slaughtered millions of horrifying monsters, they were doing all of this in order to destroy the Arcane Empire. Knox, delving back into his fragmented memories, was transported to the period where he used to play countless video games on his computer while surrounded by litter in his messy room. He suddenly recognized that there was a striking similarity between the feelings of that lonely gamer who had mastered a plethora of different games, that there was a razor-thin line that separated his own character from the story's villain. It was the very same when it came to Inner Lunatic, where he was standing as the main villain at the very top, while the original Knox was positioned in the middle. This put him into something which had numerous, complex, overlapping situations with each other. Every villain forged within the crucible of this story was born from a devastating past that molded them into their current, twisted selves. And this unshakable truth was the same for Knox. He had witnessed an ocean of death spread before his very eyes. Even those he held dear were brutally cut down. And that is the very reason he decided to step forward, to stand defiant against all of life's cruelties. In the end, it was merely the perspective of those watching the tale unfold that determined whether they viewed someone as a villain or a hero. Contemplating this grim reality, he strode through the city streets, cloaked within a simple robe, confirming a simple fact: it was never the same. A so-called good character and a villain were not remotely the same, because a villain must always remain the villain, and could never truly become the story's protagonist. Knox knew that he was now living in a tangible reality, a world that was hurtling towards its own destruction, and his only path to survival in his current state was to perfectly play the part of both the villain, as well as the hero Knox who walked this path. Pressing onward, Nox arrived at a new location. An otherworldly aura pulsed ominously in front of him. He realized this was a place unlike any other. Even though he had never intended to risk his very life, he found himself left with no other viable choice. He resolved to arrange a meeting with the greatest villain, the most notorious organization in the world of Inner Lunatic, a shadowy group who sought to bring down the imperial family together. He reached his hand out, plunging it into the ethereal blue light, intending to enter the domain of the lunatic, a name that was considered to be their secret code word. Back within the chamber of the Academy's teachers, everyone had assembled, with the powerful dean seated in the center. An old man was attempting to initiate a serious conversation. The dean, however, was not paying the slightest bit of attention, and the other teachers were deeply confused about what had truly transpired during the perilous entrance exam, because even the head instructor was not prepared with the answers. One of them mocked the bald instructor for his critical mistake, and he, somehow, did not take kindly to the insult. The dean was still pouting like a child. However, a sudden wave of anger rose, and she shattered the popsicle she held in her hand, as a warning for them to stay within their designated limits. The teacher decided to play along with her mood, acting as if absolutely nothing had just happened, and then decided to resume their grave discussion where they had left off. The dean then told them that she had already relayed the critical information to everyone, and it was only those two who had failed to hear. At that moment, they could see the furious expression behind the lady's facade. The old man understood that the dean was referring to the one monster which had appeared to act as an enemy of the Academy, right in the middle of their sacred test. She was certain that whoever had committed this act was harboring the intention of toppling the Eldian Academy, as well as the entire empire right under her watchful eyes. There might be some deeper, true intentions behind their actions. This deliberate attack on Eleanor, who was considered to be the shining star of the finance world. One of them was already aware of the obvious answer, that it was her very same family which contributed around 70% of the total merchandise that circulated throughout the entire empire, while the other was aware that if the target was so precisely chosen, then it might be true that they had already moved on to their next one. The dean understood this grim possibility, and then she ordered everyone that they must be ready with all preparations, as they were completely unaware of what was coming for them. And this was agreed upon by each and every teacher seated around the table, in one single, unified tone of grim agreement. It was not the end of the discussion, as the dean leaned forward menacingly on the table to inform everyone that there was one more individual who could be considered exceptionally dangerous, and everyone waited with bated breath to hear the name of that person. The mysterious lady who was tailing Nox without his knowledge was someone who was highly regarded by the dean herself, one of the students who was the most talented in the entire new batch, and someone who could prove to be incredibly dangerous. Even the other teachers were not aware of this fact, and they were utterly shocked, because they never expected the dean herself to praise someone so highly. She clarified that it was none other than Nox whom she had acknowledged, while the others were still calling that very same guy a good-for-nothing student. She, after hesitating for a brief moment, walked to a new location and told them that this boy might be even more powerful than her own true self, which meant that Nox was somehow much stronger than the dean. The teachers found this notion utterly ridiculous, and none of them was prepared to believe that whatever they had just heard was the complete and honest truth, and every single one of them was left stunned by that shocking declaration. Nox then finally reached his clandestine destination, and he confidently entered a dimly lit bar, where the server immediately confirmed if the boy was perhaps lost or something. Upon reaching this location, Nox realized the true identity of the server, and then recited a secret code phrase in a peculiar manner, something about cheering for the great empire, and since the code was something that both of them were familiar with, the server reluctantly decided to let him inside, as he was clearly aware of their secret password. Without being bothered by the true intentions of the man behind it, Nox decided to get the proper introductions out of the way beforehand, and the man formally introduced himself as Karen. As Nox moved deeper, he touched some of the bottles and then began to count, while casually picking up a few of them, and then merging them together to create a strange blush-colored aura around himself. As soon as he drank it, his body was exposed to an extremely high-level magic, and he talked about his very flow of mana getting reversed. And just as he was about to be properly located, he closed his eyes, suddenly feeling a little dizzy. However, something completely unexpected happened next, as a blade was suddenly pointed directly at Nox's neck, not allowing him to move a single inch. When the boy turned, he found that same yellow-haired girl, Luna, standing silently in front of him while aiming her deadly sword, demanding to know his true identity. He immediately acknowledged the powerful young girl, but the girl was not prepared to hear another single word before his proper introduction, and gave him a tiny scratch on his neck. Nox formally acknowledged the fearsome leader of the lunatic, and then called her one of the legendary three-sword emperors, whose real face was not yet known to the wider world. He designated himself as someone who was ready to serve her cause. Luna was shocked that this mysterious boy was not only aware of the secret headquarters of her organization, but was also somehow aware of her, so she confirmed his true identity. The boy gently introduced himself with his given true name, and showed his firm will to join the criminal organization Lunatic. Since then, switching back to the quiet dormitory, where Para was sitting silently by the window, and was still lost in thoughts about Nox and himself. He was now certain that the boy knew something about his master's death, because from the words uttered by that boy, he was now aware that Nox also did not believe that one of the Sword Emperors had coincidentally lost his life to a random nobody. He had also gotten a completely different picture of him, against what he used to constantly hear about, the worthless youngest son of the Reinfelder family. He was also remembering the moment when Nox unleashed his skill, the legendary Hour of the Genius, and had defeated him while rushing forward to slay that shadow monster. The only clear understanding he was able to grasp at that moment was that all information about Nox was manipulated from the start, and everything about his public behavior was a complete lie. Still, while heading towards his bed, he was wondering why such things were constructed and forced in that manner, and what were the true intentions behind the powerful family, hiding such a precious, hidden jewel from the world. Such things should not be the primary concern of Para, and he resolved to simply crush whatever dared to stand in his way. And even if it turned out to be a noble, he was not going to hesitate for a moment. In the pale moonlight, the scars on his body were completely visible, and he went back to sleep with these heavy thoughts weighing on his mind. As soon as he had closed his eyes, he heard the echoing words of his late master. He was telling him about the current, dangerous change in the scenario of the entire empire, where there was the great imperial family, which was now dangerously divided into two factions, and the current princess, Penelope, was trying her very best to overcome the first prince in the treacherous political scene, and it was a direct instruction given to him by his master to choose a side in this conflict in order to survive. For him, he was guided to join the prestigious academy, and then decide upon which side he should ultimately stand. It was his final, solemn assignment, which was given to him by his master at that fateful time. With those thoughts, his troubled sleep was getting uneasy. When the master was telling him that he had given him everything, whatever he possibly could, and before he could hand him anything else, his master was brutally backstabbed by an unseen enemy, leaving the younger Nox totally stunned at what happened in the bloodshed. He desperately ran to his master, apologizing for leaving him first, and all of this horrible dream was sufficient to jolt Para from his bed, in both sheer terror and burning anger. A strange jewel, red in color, was glowing faintly in his hand, and he just sighed, asking the old man about his disappearance, as he was already dead, and was interfering with his precious sleep. Walking away from the confines of his bed, he was still having the same thoughts of why a dead man was invading his mind so unnecessarily. On the other side of this, the cold steel of the sword was already pressed against Nox's neck still, when the information about the formidable lady standing in front of him, the legendary Luna, was revealed. She possessed extraordinary stats, as well as unique traits and skills in her hand. She was one of the famed three-sword emperors, and she was also the one who was standing shoulder to shoulder against entire legions of knights at the mere age of 20. And she was also furious while defeating monstrous beasts with ease, and her swordsmanship was something that could not be easily matched. Nox had come there in order to learn her secret sword techniques before he was going to master the fabled Black Soul techniques after he had reached the required level. and for that same reason he was willing to join them and show his true self. Luna questioned his true intentions, after being a high-ranking noble, for wanting to join a notorious criminal organization. And at that very moment, the bleeding level 1 had already occurred from his neck caused by the pinpoint-sharp, deadly sword. Nox was keenly aware of what he should answer, and he uttered the very same words which the lady wanted to hear, of taking down the entire tyrannical empire. And before she could raise any further questions about this, Nox continued, telling her that in order to accomplish this, they first needed to dismantle the Eldian Academy from within, which was currently under the direct influence of the Empire. He then decided to volunteer for the role of a spy for their criminal organization. While Luna was not entirely sure if the boy was confident enough for this task, Nox showed immense confidence and then agreed to it instantly, without a shred of hesitation. And with that, Luna finally lowered her deadly sword, asking for the name of the bold young boy standing before her. He introduced himself with his true name of Nox von Reinfelder, and then Luna called for a man named Duff. Her loyal subordinate was already sitting silently behind her to prepare for the sacred lunar trial meet. It looked like Duff had not expected to hear those particular words. However, left with absolutely no other choice, he decided to proceed with the given command. He then handed him over a dark piece of cloth, asking him to wear it and to follow him obediently. And Nox, as he was commanded, did so. He walked into the trial area, and the sun was just beginning to rise. While Nox was happy that everything was going exactly as he had planned, Duff commanded the boy to go to the top of the great altar, kill all the monsters while keeping in mind to not take off the robe. He was asking him to follow that command strictly because it was the only possible way by which he could save himself from facing the dreaded berserk state. Nox was already aware of the reason behind holding on to that robe, because the one thing that they were all talking about was one of the very worst traits imaginable, which would grant him immense power in return for him to go completely crazy. Once he was revealed to that powerful instant, he would not be able to keep his command over his own mind, and it was the legendary Crimson Moon of which they were all speaking, which would make the one standing under it go completely insane. There were two strict conditions in order to pass this deadly trial, of which one was to go berserker while standing directly under the Crimson Moon, and the second was to defeat the hordes of monsters that appear while holding on to the rope. There was no prior introduction on how to successfully clear the trial, as no sane person would ever want to join a criminal organization. And because of that fact, it was the undeniable truth that none of them were aware of how to pass. However, Nox was absolutely certain that he would be able to do it, because he was wearing a confident, knowing smile on his face at that moment. Luna interrupted to inform the man that there were only two possible outcomes. He could barely think of where one was. In the case that he successfully clears the trial, then he would finally be able to join the feared inner lunatic, while the second one was to become a corpse when he was not able to do so. After his inevitable death, Nox turned at once. However, he was still wearing a bright, confident smile on his face, and he was ready to face whatever lay up ahead for him. In order to begin the dangerous trial, he sliced one part of his hand, dropping his blood onto the floor, and as soon as he had done it, a crimson light emerged from the very middle of the area, and numerous horrifying monsters started to appear in front of him. These creatures were all a part of the deadly trial. Nox was aware that all of them were on a completely different level, something which he could not normally handle, as one of them was at least an intermediate level threat. He was aware that there was another way to solve this problem, so he immediately removed the enchanted robe from his body to bathe himself in the light of the ominous Crimson Moon, which was going to help him to roll over his enemies. Luna and Duff had never expected that the boy would go this far in order to join their ranks, and soon, Nox was looking at his status screen. It told him that he could lose complete control over his own mind due to his direct exposure to the Crimson Moon's power. And with that, all of his stats were instantly increased by 1.5 times. This gave him some extraordinary powerful leverage. Other than the skills of luck and charm which were excluded from it, was a truly delightful thing to witness. As the boy was bathed under the Crimson Moon, holding his formidable black sword, achieving some abnormal status and losing control of his very mind. The status screen was continuously telling him the exact same thing, and they arrived at the point where he was completely out of his mind, not having any rational control over his own hand, and the status coming up over and over again, telling him about his incredible improvement in stats, skills, and other various things. Lumina also had not expected this, and even the stoic Duff was not ready to witness. He asked his master to stop it all instantly, as he was just senselessly throwing his own life away. Luna sternly denied his request, because she was aware that the boy was not going to heed any warnings, and she was not going to be concerned whether the boy died or not. Duff was concerned about his high status and his family background, as in any case, if any serious harm was provided to him, then his powerful father would not be satisfied with them, and would surely come for their criminal organization at any cost. Luna was ready to make sure that such a thing would not happen, and while saying that very thing, she had a cruel smile on her face, because she was aware that the father her subordinate was talking about was not having any sort of fatherly love, and so the both of them decided to just focus on what was currently unfolding right in front of their very eyes, to observe what would happen, as no one would undertake such a task without having a plan in mind. Now Nox and the monsters were finally facing each other, while Nox's stats had increased by quite a large fold, and without wasting any more time, those monsters launched forward to attack him. The very first one was the dragon, a fearsome beast, red in color, that tried to gulp him up in one single go, while Nox just leaped from the floor without breaking a single sweat, and then easily sliced the head of that red dragon with casual ease. The boy was holding a bright, confident smile on his face, remembering the vague description of the deadly trial, and it looked like the boy had not lost control of his mind completely, and had the sudden realization that his stats had greatly increased, including his body, which had also shown some significant growth, as he was now able to hold the heavy sword a little bit longer. The other monsters also launched forward to attack, and Nox once again sliced their heads off and continued to do so until each and every one of them was going to lie dead on the floor. The heads of the various monsters were dropping on the floor like mere insignificant tennis balls, and while Nox himself was having a body that was built extraordinarily compared to anyone else, he was holding the sword in his hand, waiting for the others to come up. That complete, one-sided battle was being witnessed by those two standing aside. As soon as Nox remembered about the fearsome crimson moon, which would give him one of the worst traits imaginable, he rolled around with his red aura and his deadly sword, because the intention of using it was there from the very start, as it was the only possible way he could win this deadly battle, and it was only possible because of his unique talent. At the moment, he was holding two genius-level combat skills, including his swordsmanship as well as his mana sensitivity, which had completely neutralized the Crimson Moon's berserk status effect. And at that very moment, he was having a nice, good body, as well as complete control over his mind. His incredible talents were completely unfair to the others in this world. However, it was only beneficial for him, and when he became aware of it, he leaped into the sky, standing in the middle of the Crimson Moon, holding the deadly sword in his hand, and was about to deliver his black execution technique. It was even enough to give him an intense speed of slicing. The monsters had no chance, and every one of the two standing aside was totally stunned to witness what they were currently seeing. At that moment, the more he was slicing those helpless monsters, the more his own life force was increasing, because it would just increase his stats as well as his own life. The bloody scenery was one to be witnessed, as those powerful monsters were just looking like mere vegetables coming in front of him in order to get sliced by the black sword of the monster, who stood in between, covered by the light of the Crimson Moon. Luna tried to speak something, but her command was not entirely clear, so Nox just walked with that bold declaration towards the lady, covered in fresh bloodshed, and then reconfirmed if the trial was truly over, while there was nothing left behind in the form of any living monsters. It turned out to be just a little while ago, where Luna was now ready to acknowledge the boy as one of the elite lunatic members, and Duff was also keenly aware that he was the only individual with such an incredible level of control. Luna declared the clearance of the exam as him successfully passing the test. Even so, Nox was not stopping, and was slicing the dead monsters continuously. It looked like he was not having any self-control, and so, she decided to kill the boy instantly. However, it was not going to be easily possible. Nox, as soon as he had killed the very last monster with his sword, walked calmly out of the arena, with no monster left to raise a single question against him, and then stood tall in front of both of the individuals, completely covered in their blood. Returning to the present, he was reconfirming if the trial was now officially over. Luna praised his father for raising such a monster, and so Duff agreed, while Nox was happy with his perilous mission being succeeded in the end. With a command from Luna, Duff handed over another unique robe, which was only ever given to the most noble members of the lunatic. Asking him to wear it, the special equipment was successfully equipped, and he was then recognized to be one of the official members of the lunatic. About the information of the same, the status screen told him about the new style of Oath of the Moonlight, which was sufficient to identify the true identity of the membership from the shadowy criminal organization. The new robe was totally awesome, and Nox liked it the absolute best, because it was worth everything that he had just went through. In front of them, Nox was smiling with a truly bright smile, after knowing the true identity of the enchanted robe he was now wearing, which was granting him the skill of Oath of the Moonlight, one which was only active during the night, and which would multiply his formidable attack power by 1.2 times. His stats had also increased by quite a bit, with the harrowing battle he had just gone through, further giving him some high increase in his crucial stat of willpower. Whatever he originally wanted to achieve, he had already successfully gained through it all. However, Luna was looking a little confused by his sudden, dramatic change in behavior. His eyes were now asking for something else entirely, and Luna read his intentions immediately. To some extent, his greedy demand was also quite natural, because he could perform the absolute best in the trials of the lunar. Nox was not hesitating even a little bit while asking for whatever he wanted, and Luna was also convinced to allot it to him, calling him a very interesting newcomer, wondering about his current behavior lasting for long. Luna then turned to Duff in order to ask him for something, and he gave her a unique mask out of his own robe, and she handed it over to Nox, telling him that it was one of the newest, powerful artifacts that the lunatic had just recently achieved, in the form of Moon Shadow, one thing which was capable of creating perfect clones, and an invaluable artifact which would help in his role as a spy. In the eyes of Luna, Nox was looking extremely satisfied with this gift, and it looked like he had planned to obtain it since the very beginning of his timely arrival. The status screen also displayed the name, Moon Shadow, and as soon as he had wore it, the magical creation of a perfect clone was now underway, and the reason he was so willing to get his hands on it was in order to act both as the hero Nox, as well as the main villain in the ongoing story. He instantly thanked the captain for the generous gift, and she told him about the 5 ranks within the lunar, which included 3 others besides the vice-captain, as well as the captain herself. And then he found that he was going to start from rank 3, because he was the very first one to have arrived. Nox agreed, and then was commanded to not do anything else, until his very first mission was granted to him. Nox gently bowed in respect in front of her, and as she left, both of them agreed that the young child was much more interesting than they had ever expected. And still, the question remained in their heads. How was the boy able to stand under the crimson moon, without showing any signs of madness? As it was already known to everyone that people who are not true geniuses were not able to last, even for a mere 5 minutes. Luna was aware that if the boy was able to do so, without having any second thoughts at all in his head, it meant that he was ready to put his very life on the line. And she agreed with that declaration of her master, too. Both of them were willing to look forward, to see how the boy was going to survive much further. On the other hand, as Nox left through the way out of the inner lunatic trial, he entered the shadowy bar once again, where Karen was very impressed with the boy for taking care of his business. Nox was still thinking about the questions others would surely ask. How did he possibly survive under the power of the crimson moon? However, he was already keenly aware of the true answer, that he was only able to do it because he somehow possessed 2 genius skills at once, including his swordsmanship as well as his immense mana sensitivity. Or in much simpler words, he could say that he was the only one who could use the power of the Crimson Moon without having any sort of problem whatsoever. It looked like the mysterious bartender had something to do with him. However, he was not liking that the boy did not properly introduce himself. And at that moment, with many lingering questions, the same tone gently introduced himself with his full proper name. Karen was somehow aware of the true strength of this mysterious boy, and he was ready to keep up with the fast pace of the academy, allowing him to enter, asking him to just hide himself in the darkness. He just asked him not to stand there any longer, and by that, he finally reached back to his own dormitory, having succeeded in progressing with the grand plan as he had planned. The maid in front of him was waiting for him all of that time. She was pretty worried about the boy sneaking out without telling her or giving her any prior information. It was quite surprising for Nox to see her still present there, as she had already been asleep, and the maid again threatened him to inform her every time he was heading out, as it was her hard duty to always keep a close eye on him, and to refrain from any more nasty rumors being spread about him. She was willing to remove his terrible bad image from the judgmental eyes of the other individuals. However, Nox acted like it did not matter to him at all. He gently asked her about her day, as she was also taking some difficult lessons at the moment. However, the simple question turned down the face of the poor maid, as she was not having a very good one. Something terrible had really happened, and Nox easily comprehended that. Even though some of them were acting like simple maids, many of them were from powerful noble families, and it was the perfect time for the commoners to act in such regards, with the nobles trying to mercilessly bully her in the process. Dimitri was holding all of that terrible story inside of herself and was not revealing it, so Nox then offered her a small pouch, telling her to open it whenever she got into any kind of trouble during her difficult lessons. She gently took it over, and was confused about the contents inside. However, Nox simply repeated his mysterious sentence, telling her that it was a special item, which would resolve her problem almost instantly. Her curiosity was now at its absolute peak, and she wanted to open the mysterious pouch right away. However, such a talk was firmly declined by her master, and she followed the command, just as she was instructed. Nox once again repeated the important sentence, asking her to open it whenever she found herself in any kind of danger. And with that, the staff was clarifying that he had now joined the Eldian Academy, and had successfully cleared the very first main story quest, which had introduced him to the next mail in his virtual mailbox. He decided to open it up right away. As soon as he did so, a fairy-like woman appeared in front of him, with two beautiful wings on both of her sides, leaving him pretty confused about what had just happened. Again, a strange, ethereal voice started echoing in his ears. Being pretty satisfied with the boy reaching the academy, and having now received the special mail, and it looked like the voice was very much eager to see him, Nox understood the same, that there might be a high chance that the one who had written the letter was able to witness him at this very moment, and it was sure that the person who had written it was already completely aware of him. The mysterious letter went on to tell him that these were only the trials for now, warning him about the tough times he had to face, which would surely get even tougher, and giving a firm belief that he was the only one who could achieve. That very same thing was written on the glowing status screen, and Nox was viewing it with his utmost concentration, as the voice believed that he was the only one who would ever see the end of this epic story. Further, the mysterious voice was ready to help him in whatever ways it possibly could, and there was an attachment within the mail, which was some kind of a gift from the voice towards the boy. Nox just did not like the contents of the letter, which were of absolutely no use to him once again. He decided to reorganize his scattered thoughts. He rolled over into his deep memories, and understood that the one person who had sent the cryptic letter might be the one who was controlling this game all along, as he was clearly capable of interfering in the game from the very beginning, as well as being the one who could find the final conclusion that this entire story was going to meet. His focus was now going to sit on clearing the main storyline. Numerous different moments started to unfold in the back of his mind. He decided to move away from these nagging problems, as it was not something to be easily resolved, and then decided to find what was there in the attachment, as the generous gift from the mysterious voice. He clicked on the View Character System on the new status screen, and was shocked to read the familiar name of his own father at the very top. He chose another name, Talia, and as soon as he had clicked on He could now perceive the very framework of their being, their hidden stats and skills, all from the solitude of his room. This was a truly godlike perception he now possessed. Before, his original power, insight, was a mere shadow of this, demanding his target be physically present before him. However, this new skill allowed him to unravel a character's deepest secrets from anywhere at any time. This incredible gift was a clear signpost, pointing to the identity of his unseen benefactor, the architect of this game, who had the power to send it. His greatest concern at this moment, however, was his own father. His father's power was skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. Even after earning the legendary title of Sword Emperor, he was somehow growing more monstrous with each passing moment. Nox then came to a chilling realization. The moment he peered into the stats of his own father, he understood that while this world might masquerade as a game, it was a brutal, tangible reality. As in the mirror, he saw a different identity staring back, far from who he truly was. Things were spiraling into chaos with every new turn of events, and he was assigned to the magic techniques team at the Academy, a process which went by rather smoothly. The very next day at the Academy, it was time for the lessons for the maids. All the other maids had already gathered in a gossiping clique, and they were all waiting for Dimitri to finally arrive. A venomous stream of whispers began to poison the air, labeling her as the one who had fallen to the status of a commoner, despite her noble birth. The crowd muttered amongst themselves, calling her shameless for attending the academy as a maid with her young master. None of the vicious nobles spared a single cruel word when speaking ill of her. They hissed that the disgraced lady wanted to aim much higher, to achieve something far greater than her station. The insults crossed a line. They began speaking of her as if she were a dog, one who was attempting to leech off her master's immense wealth. And they identified the poor lady as the personal maid of that worthless, good-for-nothing master. Other maids raised concerns of her being used by the master for her pretty face, and others venomously agreed to this. They did not spare a single insult, calling out both her family, as well as her master, as something truly pathetic. And it seemed as though everything was escalating past the limit. And since the lady had endured all manner of insults, which were constantly hurled in her direction, she was prepared to accept almost anything. However, her own concerns were raised the very moment those girls dared to mock her beloved master before her very eyes, and so she decided to give them a harsh taste of their own bitter medicine. She gently approached those gossiping girls and asked for a moment of their time, and the others acted with extreme arrogance, claiming to be at the top of the social ladder. She then introduced herself as the daughter of a powerful count, who was now acting as the personal maid of the young master Nox. She proclaimed she was not about to speak to a commoner like her in the first place. However, Dimitri paid no attention to her empty posturing, and then she questioned why she was spreading such vile rumors about her young master without having any real knowledge of the truth. The other maid looked utterly unconcerned by such things, and she called out that she was not the one who spread these rumors. The word had already spread throughout the highest echelons of society. As soon as those cruel words were spoken, the others standing behind her were also giggling at the poor lady's condition. She was also not prepared to apologize for anything she had said, and Dimitri remembered the profound words of her master, who claimed that one's status was the only thing that mattered in such a desperate condition. And she then took out the mysterious pouch given to her by her master, and she decided to open it without a moment's hesitation. As soon as she had done this very thing, an imaginary boy, quite small in stature, bearing the exact appearance of Nox, appeared from within. This shocked the arrogant lady standing beside her. All the maids were now scared down to their very toes by this appearance, and out of the sudden, that little master which had appeared from the pouch began to speak with authority, and then introduced himself as the one and only young master. He was not concerned with what had happened in that place, because he was aware that if his maid had decided to open it, then all of them were going to be in very serious trouble very soon. The maids were shocked and utterly confused about how the young master had appeared out of thin air, but Nox paid them no mind, in order to inform them all that they were going to be dead meat, because their own masters were going to be sent back to their families. With those chilling words now completed, the young master vanished from the middle of the terrified maids, and Dimitri was left confused about what she had to do from then on. It was the most ridiculous solution one could ever possibly imagine, in the eyes of the bewildered maid, because he left after giving her a problem she had never expected. Then, something unexpected happened, as the lady who was acting so mighty just a second before fell down onto her knees and begged to know the identity of the maid. Dimitri proudly introduced herself, and it seemed that the other maids were also absolutely terrified. The lady on the ground was now concerned about her entire family being wiped off from the lists of noble families by the one who had just threatened her. So she immediately bowed her head down to the floor, begging for forgiveness for whatever disrespect she had shown him. None of the other maids, as well as the others, had expected anything like that to possibly happen. And it was now Dimitri who was standing tall amongst all of them, wondering if that had really solved the underlying problem. However, one thing was absolutely for certain. With such a dramatic declaration, there were bound to be many more rumors about her young master, and so she did not like the way he had resolved this problem, which was not meant to be handled this way. Dimitri, without paying them any more of her attention, just walked past the groveling lady, leaving her in a state of confusion about what she meant by that act. On another fine day, Knox was walking alongside his devoted maid when she noticed that there were much darker circles underneath the weary eyes of the boy than there had used to be before. She looked deeply concerned, while Knox just rubbed his tired eyes, stating that he was feeling perfectly fine at the moment. However, he was aware that it was only because he had managed to complete the class elections somehow. After studying a great deal, out of nowhere, a kid from before suddenly appeared in front of the both of them, standing tall and then paying his respects to the man, after dropping his hat to the ground respectfully. Knox asked about the identity of the boy immediately, and he introduced himself as a boy named Rick, Eleanor's personal servant at the moment. His show of respect was completely undue, and he was wearing a strange smile on his face after their meeting. And at that very moment, when Knox heard the name of Rick from the mouth of the boy, he was confused about what was truly happening, as his skill of acting genius was not functioning very well. He recognized the boy to be a very dangerous character, who was approaching him from the first half of the original story. As in the story, his real name was Deceitful, having two different warring images at the very same moment. The first half was working quite well, while the second was not in this new regard. The boy was someone who was going to betray the great merchant family to deepen his own story plot, and his true identity was that of a demonic worshipper. Demons were standing right behind him, acting as his close friends. Or in other words, you could easily say that the boy was someone who was going to act as a traitor, who would backstab Eleanor when she would be at her absolute lowest. The old saying, "The enemy of your enemy is a friend," was not going to work in the world of Inner Lunatic, and he had believed that he was never ever going to pay any attention to this particular boy, as he was a kind of character who was going to bring much more harm than any good to him. Rick was present there with a precious artifact from Lady Eleanor, and it was covered in a rich blue box, appearing quite beautiful. Knox paid it no attention, and just told the boy to get lost, as he was not going to take it over from him. Even though the boy was curious about the artifact's real identity, he was not going to accept it, because it was a sweet, tempting poison he was going to have. Rick was confused by that declaration, and he wanted a reconfirmation. But Knox did not like such questioning from him, as he was a noble, and was about to draw his sword to teach him a painful lesson. Rick was bugging out a lot after seeing him do so, so Knox just put back his sword into its sheath and then walked off to the other side, while Dimitri bowed in front of him, as an apology for his master. After that, the lady followed the boy from behind, asking him to please walk more slowly, as there might be a chance he would fall flat on his face, due to his incredibly feeble body. As the boy tried to act mighty, she reminded him how he got a cold, the flu, and cold feet at the same time, and she was calling him weak, right to his very face, even after her being just a commoner. Knox could not deny it, because it was all the honest truth. However, he gave her the assurance that he was not going to die suddenly, at any cost. But still, his faithful maid was feeling quite uneasy, and her face was pale, because it was her master who was always, at the turn of events, standing in the very center of them. Actually, Dimitri was this much concerned about the boy because in her true self, other than her being his master, he was also the one who had saved her life. And also, she possessed the rare skill of being single-minded, which would give her immense trouble in the case she was going to be apart from her beloved master. Switching back to the current topic, she questioned his strange actions with the boy, Rick. Just then, as when she remembered that he was about to draw his sword, it was something much more emotional, quite contrary to his current detached identity. Nox, to make her finally understand, caught her by the shoulder and clarified for her to stay away from him as he was not a good character at the moment, while the lady realized that it might be because he had not had good relations with Lady Eleanor since the very beginning. There were surely going to be good reasons, and while the boy was not ready to tell her everything, she accepted her fate and decided to act in the very same manner. Nox then walked off from that tense location, thinking of keeping a safe distance from Eleanor, as it was not going to be good for him in the near future, because he would attract a lot of unwanted attention. In the case she decided to stay alongside him. The scene then turned to the bustling classroom, where Nox was sitting sullenly at the very back, not liking the current atmosphere he was presently in, while the teacher was telling them all to form different teams in order to increase their critical team bonding activities. He wanted every student to get to know each other, as it was one of the most important life traits, and Nox somehow did not like this idea, as it was way too optimistic for him to be a student. He had absolutely no friends at the moment, and it was going to create a very serious problem for him in the game too. And the teacher then asked them to form a team of 4 with their closest friends, and the strict time limit for the same was going to be 30 minutes, before which they absolutely needed to make it happen. Nox was keenly aware that there was not going to be any chance that anyone was going to want to befriend him at this very moment, as he had a completely different kind of image in front of everyone, thanks to the various vile rumors. He then passively asked the teacher what the consequences were in the case that they were not going to form a proper team, and the dire consequence was going to be the grant of an F rank, with no allowance to take the important course at all. His pointed message was pinpointed to Nox from the very beginning, where he wanted to inform him that there was no way he could act alone, and Nox understood this. But he was pretty concerned about getting an F grade from the very start. As per the high standards of the Academy, graduation was something that was very, very harsh, as even a single F from any given subject would mean that he was going to be immediately expelled. During all of that time, every other individual was trying to form different teams with each other. While most of the large crowd was surrounding the princess as well as Para, others were also running towards Leon to get on his team, while Nox was still deep in thought, as he desperately wanted to get friends immediately in order to survive in this place any further. One of the eager boys was even trying to get in a team with Eleanor, trying to offer her whatever they had on hand, including a lady who was ready to treat her with some special, rare food from her own family's business. Eleanor dodged both of them and then gracefully moved forward, having a completely different look on her face at that moment, and then asked Nox out of the blue. She was discussing the gift that he had received from her, and was now ready to repay her own debt as a special chance. Nox was not able to understand what the lady was trying to discuss at that very moment, and she then showed her true intentions to team up with him. Out of the blue, Nox had no other viable options, but he then realized that it was not just sheer arrogance, and it was not only Eleanor who was alone, as Talia was also running up to form a new team with him. 2 beautiful ladies were now on the side of Nox, while Nox was still considering both of them a kind of heavy burden he was going to have to load on. Nox understood the reason why Talia wanted to team up with him, as she was never, ever going to leave her beloved fiancé all alone, and she had been incredibly kind since the very beginning too. Her only 2 intentions were to help, but still, the thought of being alongside her was something not very surprising. Eleanor was pretty concerned, as she had never expected that he had gotten a friend alongside him, as he was not really the kind of character who should ever be befriended. Nox was also completely aware of it from the very beginning. However, somehow he was getting a little bit angry, because he was in his real, true character at that moment, and with that, they were only in need of one more member to form their team of 4. There was a brief, tense exchange of words between Eleanor and Nox. However, it was perfectly clear that Nox was on the back foot, because he had no other options but to stay alongside the both of them. He had to stay in the academy in order to recover his lost memory, and in order to get good results, to stand in the top 10%. He should do whatever it meant for him to do in order to fight the Archman. He needed to be in that very position, and it was going to be his very first opportunity to act as both the villain as well as the hero during this time. The The teams were now grandly formed throughout the entire classroom, and the fourth member of their own team was going to be Pell. The protagonist was relieved that the fourth one was a very normal person. He was a completely normal individual with some very basic traits, as well as some decent skills alongside them, and the most interesting thing was his active skill of Power of Blessing, by which even the jaded Nox was highly attracted. He was just too excited about having a team member alongside him who was in possession of that unique skill, as it was one of the most overpowered skills in the entire Inner Lunatic game, which would forcefully awaken the hidden talent of a protagonist's team member. He was just wondering why anyone from the Academy was possessing such a rare, powerful skill, which only a true saint was said to have. But he was not going to be concerned about it at this moment. Pell was looking forward to working hard alongside them, and there, the introduction continued on between all four of them, while Nox acted incredibly rude, once again, asking them to all pull their own weight, as he was not going to help. The teacher was happy that everyone had teamed up within the given time period, giving them a time of 1 week to get to properly know each other, and further telling them all that it was going to remain the same for the complete semester. Nox immediately called the teacher an old monster, wanting the professor to overhear it, while Talia tried to tell him to please stay calm. However, he just walked off from the location, asking if the mission was already completed just by forming the team. Talia stopped him and then asked about his busy schedule for the day, and Nox understood what her true intentions really were, while she tried to add that it was not that. She was asking those questions because she was curious about, while Nox bonked her on the head, reconfirming if she wanted to find the easiest subjects to score much higher. But he was not going to tell her that information for free. He again rushed off from the location, because he was not going to give any free information to the lady, as he had done earlier, and he was pretty sure about it this time. Since then, the scene turned to the Academy's vast 4th district, and the complete place was filled with lots of different things that could be purchased from this bustling location, including vital equipment and rare textbooks. Nox now understood the real reason why so many of the commoners were not able to graduate due to less money, and the only ones who were able to get sponsors for their graduations, even being commoners, were able to succeed. However, in the case of Nox, money was not going to be a problem at any cost. And then they heard a loud commotion occurring in the middle of the market, and both of them decided to find out what had just happened. They were sure that anything could possibly happen, as everyone was allowed to be in this vast district. And while Nox decided to just simply walk away and to not pay it any more of his attention, he got onto someone's powerful presence in the hurdle, where a greedy merchant was asking one of the individuals to get away if he was not going to actually buy it. And he was recognizing the man as the son of a top 3 dark family. Leon, who was having black hair, was holding a potion in his hand, looking at it. In truth, regarding his family, they were broke at the moment, not having sufficient enough money, and Nox was wishing for the guy to just get away from it all, as he was a kind and noble person. Liam tried to tell the person that he was willing to make a reasonable and fair purchase, while the merchant was not liking him, lifting and weighing the very same thing, and he just asked him to get lost, as he had not sufficient money to even buy it, even questioning the Academy's standards, which had dropped so drastically. Unintentionally, that man called Leon's noble family beggars, and that thing was not liked at all by Leon. His entire face changed in a drastic way. A sickly green aura started to emerge from his very feet, and it somehow engulfed his complete and entire body, as he was using his powerful mana to tell that the merchant would not be forgiven for whatever word he had just uttered, and the punishment for this was going to be extremely severe. A dark magic circle summoned itself, and he called up some undead creatures out of absolute nowhere, and it was a high-level mana attack which none of them had expected, and the most shocked of all were Nox and his terrified maid. Nox ran to stop the boy from doing whatever he was willing to, as it was not a right or wise move, because the mana that he had just used was of dark black magic, and it would be incredibly harmful for the large crowd which was currently standing in the populous 4th district. It looked like it was going to be too late, as Leon had already called on the undead through his dark black magic, and Dimitri was deeply concerned about her young master interrupting in this dangerous matter. Nox ran forward to stop the kid, because he was acting out of pure anger, having no real harmful intentions, and was able to tell it through just looking into his very eyes, because he had seen it all quite often before. the merchant tried to threaten the boy for the act he had just done. Right at that moment, while on his face, he was looking like he was completely and utterly terrified with the sudden turnout of all these events, and he was asking the boy to please stand back. But one man who came to the rescue of the merchant was Nox himself, who was now standing in the very middle, and was taking out his formidable sword to exterminate those creatures who were going to provide some serious harm to the people of the 4th district. The merchant was not following the strict command of Nox to head aside, as he was full of his own arrogant attitude. So, left with no other possible option, Nox removed his robe to properly introduce himself towards the large crowd, and the crowd was completely stunned to see that one of the youngest sons from the powerful family was present to resolve the pressing issue. Since the scene switched back to the dormitory, we could see Talia being pretty irritated with her so-called friends, and not sharing the important information about his class schedule, while Emma was holding her own nerves back to not scold her, as she was not expecting such a childish attitude from a high-born noble. Finally, the moment came where Talia turned back to face Emma, requesting her urgent assistance in forming an agreement. In a dead moment, it looked like she was acting like a spoiled little child, so Emma was not left with anything else but just that she was not in the right position to think what Nox would possibly be thinking. Talia was extremely concerned, because she had given her absolute best throughout this entire period to be in the good eyes of Nox, starting from not judging other people so instantly and giving her best not to hold back Nox in any way. However, still, she was a little bit flustered if he was doing something like that. Emma realized the difficult situation her master was going through, and so she decided to find a way to get her out of that dejected, sad situation. It all happened because she had spoken so nicely about Nox at the time when they were heading towards the academy. In the car, when Talia had inquired about Nox, having been told even after being his own fiancé, she decided to cut the awkward talk off by stating that he might just be in his puberty, and it was an age where he would naturally act like that. And it was the time when she remembered that Talia had started to build much more trust and deep feelings towards him. It was now pretty clear that she needed to be much more careful about what kind of advice she was going to give her, because it was pretty clear from the view that Talia was deeply in love with Nox. In order to remove the fudge that she had created all by herself, she decided to tell what truly Nox thinks about her, and then she clarified that it might just be that Nox was trying his best to create a firm line of difference between his professional and his personal life in the academy, and those words acted like strong medicine for Talia, and she, being very excited, caught the hand of her maid, praising her vast knowledge about dating. Talia further decided to always ask for valuable advice from the lady whenever she needed something on the topic of dating, and she was very, very happy. However, it was the poor maid who was fully aware that she was not doing the right thing, and even a sincere apology was not going to make it right away. Even the lady herself had never once dated in her entire life, so there might be a huge, glaring difference. While both of them were still in their deep discussion, someone knocked on the door and left them confused about the arrival. At that very moment, Emma came up front all by herself and asked the reason for the arrival, and it was none other than Eleanor from Talia's team, and she wanted to meet her in private. For a short while, Talia recognized her, and Emma decided to call off the whole meeting, asking her to make a proper, formal appointment before meeting. However, before she could complete her formal sentence, Eleanor took the name of Nox in some very harsh tone, and it raised the ears of both of them all at once. It looked like now the lady was much more attracted to the discussion, and so both of them were left in private to discuss the important matter. Both of them were having fiery, red-colored hair, and Eleanor was happy for this fortunate meeting, as it was the second time they were meeting in the same day. On the other hand, Nox had already introduced himself to the complete crowd in the vast 4th district, and asked them to all back off, and the crowd there had also recognized the man with the white hair and the piercing purple eyes, as he was the one from the noble family that had got into the academy. Nox again asked the greedy merchant to head back, and the merchant meekly followed the command, while apologizing profusely for his rude behavior that he had done just then for the second time. Nox again repeated to stay far back, unwilling to repeat himself for a third and final time, with his piercing purple eyes glaring hard at the man, making him shiver uncontrollably in his own pants. The merchant immediately ran off from the location, and Leon was at a complete loss for words at the strange situation happening at that very moment. It looked like Leon did not love the intervention of Nox in his heated discussion with the sleazy merchant, and so he launched his undead skeletons towards him to attack, while Nox called for his purple aura to form in his hand against his opponent's green one, and then pushed that oncoming skeleton down onto the hard earth, confirming if the boy was going to talk with his black magic. Only with that very hand, the skull of the skeleton was about to be crushed, and not so long after, it was distributed into a million different pieces. As soon as Nox had tried to clutch his powerful hands, one of the skeletons had already managed to vanish into thin air, and the other commoners were pretty concerned about his powerful magic. While Leon was standing strong alongside the other one, Nox then turned his attention to Leon, asking him to just back off for the imperial family's mercy, and it somehow opened the very eyes for him. Leon also, as he was able to see clearly, without having anger on his face, realized that whatever he was doing was totally and completely illegal, because he was not supposed to be using magic at that very instant, and then gently apologized to Nox for whatever he had just done. After creating such a ruckus in the middle of the 4th district, Nox acted in his true arrogant self, and then, while handing him over a large bunch of coins to buy things, he asked the boy to get lost after he had completed his purchase, and Leon accepted it all, without any signs of disgrace. The moment he had opened the pouch, he found lots of valuable gold coins resting inside. It was much more than just for help. However, it was nothing for a high-born noble to give up. Leon, alongside his remaining skeleton, was wondering why the boy was trying so hard to help him, because he was not, at any given cost, going to be indebted by his help or be helpful in the near future. Max clarified that that money was enough for him, but not even a bit of pennies for the wealthy young boy. And then he further clarified that he was not holding any kind of hidden purpose behind the same. As soon as the confirmation was finally granted, Leon eradicated those skeletons through his dark, black magic, and both of the remaining skeletons were going to be lost into thin air. He then walked towards Nox and clarified if that coin was, in order to shut his very mouth up, and the boy was able to feel the power of controlling the dead from even Nox himself, which was not meant to be by his own side. Liam took out one of the golden coins and then inflicted it with his mana, and after leaving it hanging in the midair, he declared the breaking of their deal, and then, filled with burning anger, asked the real reason why he was possessing the unique power of his own family and of himself. Inside the dormitory of the Grand Academy, another tense meeting was going on between Eleanor and Talia. While both of them were sitting around a fancy round table, having their own cup of hot tea, Talia instantly went to the very topic of discussion, and Eleanor was not able to accept what was happening, as the character that Talia was showing was a little bit more mature, and that very thing made her go deep into thought about the real thinking of Nox for his beautiful fiancé. The very next second, she denied the strange thought, as she believed that Nox was not the kind of person who would find any kind of real love in his current self. So she decided to talk more openly, and then called Nox a very dangerous person. She was confused about the start of their tense conversation, and Eleanor went on to tell her the various reasons for it. The first one was, he is one of the sons of the 3 dark families, and then she continued to add, with the various rumors that were circulating about him around the entire globe. Talia's face changed in an instant, as she was looking not very pleased with this strange declaration, and she asked her to not think of Nox as a very bad person, as he really was not at that very moment. Eleanor's previous, bad images started surfacing in her head when she had met him for the very first time, and it was a totally opposite character of what Talia was currently discussing. This forced Eleanor to confront a troubling paradox. Why would a model student like Talia be so fiercely protective of a dangerous enigma like Nox? The only emotion Eleanor, in her current state of mind, could sense radiating from Talia's eyes was raw, unyielding hostility. She was incredibly hostile, and clearly despised Eleanor's very presence at that table, slandering the name of the man she defended. Talia finally shattered the tension, her voice sharp and clear. She declared that even if the world branded him a villain, he was not the kind of man who would ever seek to harm others. She wanted to make her understand that his cold facade was not something that could possibly define the man hidden within, as it was just a mere fraction of who he was. And those passionate words struck a nerve deep within Eleanor, as her confident composure momentarily faltered. Yet, she still tried to argue that she shouldn't blindly support her fiancé, based on a single, isolated incident. Talks of marriage between nobles were merely business transactions, and she tried to shut her down with this cold reality. But Talia reconfirmed that this was not the case at all. She then went on to reveal that, even though her thoughts were not changing very drastically, Talia forcefully reminded Eleanor of that harrowing moment where she had stood at the very precipice of death during the test, and it was her fiancé who intervened at the critical moment in order to save her life from that certain doom. And in the event that he had not been there, then she surely would have met her end. This was a stunning eye-opener for Eleanor, as she was not expecting that memory to flash in her mind during their discussion. And so Talia reconfirmed, was she still thinking so lowly of him? Eleanor was at a complete loss for any words, as she was unable to clarify her position any further. And after realizing her grave misstep in judgment, she decided to abruptly end their tense conversation, and then thanked her for generously giving her time. Eleanor left the room, completely displaced by her own actions, as the one who was digging a trap for another fell right into it herself. The moment she stepped outside, Rick was waiting for her, waiting for clarification on their discussion, and if it all went well. As they began their own conversation, the lady asked about the true nature of the merchant world, and Rick revealed that it was always wise to doubt others, and to constantly be looking forward to the next opportunity. Eleanor remembered that it was the very word doubt which gave her the name, the Star of Wealth, and the Star of the finance world, and she was the one walking into these merchant discussions like this. But still, in the back of her heart, she always harbored a thought that he might change from his previous self. But she always ruthlessly turned it down, thinking that might not be the case for something like that. After that long, still moment of reflection, the lady was holding onto her skirt with a tightly clenched fist. During thoughts like these, the same thing she used to do in previous times. On another front, Leon had once again unleashed his immense, dark aura, and Knox immediately ordered the people from the 4th District to evacuate the area. As things were about to get incredibly messy, Knox realized in that dire situation that things were not going to be good from here on out, as they had already erected a powerful magic barrier from which the innocent people were unable to escape the place. And soon, his entire body was also shrouded in a black magic aura. Knox realized that things were not looking good, and the boy was surely not going to hide the terrible fact that he could use his formidable magic power without anyone else even knowing. Liam was now ready for their negotiation, but he had expected much better returns from the other boy, and Knox was happy that the boy was somehow prepared. But still, he held the doubt that the boy would sell out his own family for something. In return, somehow, he felt that the boy was much more aware about him, something that he should not have been. So Knox himself declared that his family was one of the top 3 dark families, just like his own, having the greatest worldly influence. The discussion between both of them was growing much more intense, as Knox was framing everything in the distant past tense, as if his family was not having great influence at this very moment. And when Liam was getting much angrier, Knox decided to show some feigned respect towards his noble family, being trashed out and ruined due to the Great War, and problems with the soldiers standing at the upfront, and the others now being on the ground. It was like surfacing all the painful memories for the young kid, right there in front of his very own eyes. And then Leon reconfirmed, if the boy was trying to speak, that he had more knowledge for his own burning revenge he was seeking. Knox denied that revenge was never his case for this discussion, and he then declared that his only true demand was that he wanted to revive his fallen family to its previous self. His eyes and the lions were asking for the very same thing when he was playing the great chess game, and it was the demand of the product to make his family stand on the very top of the world once again, with him being the new leader coming in at the front. In short, the boy had just completely disclosed what was the real intention of Leon's own true self, and Leon recognized that the boy really knew him surprisingly well. Still, he wanted to have the answer of how he had managed to get his hands on the unique power of his family. Knox acted like he was not well aware, and just revealed it. to be getting something by sheer chance. And out of absolute nowhere, Leon decided to accept it without any further difficult questions. And it was quite surprising, even for the likes of Nox actually. Leon's true intentions were never to know how he got his family's power in his hands, but how much the boy was truly aware of his secret identity and his real reasons for intervening into their important matter. Right now, the tense discussion between both of them was about to end, and both of them thanked each other for their valuable help, while Liam decided he would repay him in the near future. It was not going to involve any kind of money, but he once again declared that he was not holding any kind of selfish intention behind his help, and that he should never repay it. The scene switched to the very next day at the academy. Nox had to pay a mandatory visit to the dean, and the moment he was walking towards her chambers, he believed that this was the time when he was finally going to strengthen his hour of the genius ultimate skill. And with just the mere thought about it, he was wearing a bright, hopeful smile on his face. As talking about the hour of the genius special skill, he revealed that it was one of the very rarest, as well as the strongest skills considered in the world of the inner lunatic, where you could say that it was a kind of special DLC for the game. The moment when Nox had cleared the game for the 10th time, a status screen had appeared to congratulate him about the same, and then informed him about possessing the game's rarest skill, which was the hidden trait in the form of the hour of the genius. The caution message revealed that it could only be properly used when he had at least 2 of the genius level traits, and in his current self he was now possessing those 2, changing himself from an individual who just simply liked the game to someone who was in desperate need of clearing it. He was now standing in front of the dean. Back then, if he was not able to get into it, then he might have lost his very life quite mercilessly. And the dean herself praised the boy for being so great around the table, and she was pretty confused as to why the family was hiding that powerful monster. All of that time, he acted into himself and told the dean to mind her own words, as it was not pretty good. She was now changing her character. And at that moment, she decided to put her legs back onto the ground. She questioned how he would explain not being a complete monster after killing the powerful ice trolls without having a single drop of sweat. She was continuously changing her various character types while throwing pointed questions at Nox about him, holding the rumors and not coming out on the top when he was capable of, because she was absolutely sure that his own father surely was not the kind of man who would ever judge a character wrong. In a single moment, Nox realized that the dean was going to be very suspicious about him. However, it was all to be expected. And so he immediately activated his skill of genius acting, and then decided to calm himself down in her powerful presence, to tell that she should not be so concerned about the past, and shall reside in the chaotic present, being revealed that the boy was very much more interesting, and her own interest in him had raised quite far, to the extent where she wanted to steal away his skills in one single go. And while she was speaking those very words, she was being completely serious. Nox tapped up his own calmness, acting like he did not even hear it, because at that very moment, he revealed that she was the only one who was following him all that time when he was battling around in the deadly admission test. It was quite surprising that he had not revealed that fact until yet. When we were all thinking that he was not even aware of, the lady was impressed that the boy had somehow noticed that, and then finally called up for a magical scroll into the middle of the air. And Nox was happy that he was finally getting his hands on. She opened the powerful strengthening skills scroll, and it was covered with beautiful golden letters and script over the same, and she was willing to give him that very scroll, which would strengthen one of his skills and was a very precious item. Nox acted like he had never even heard of it, while he was already completely aware of it. The scroll reached the top of him, and at the moment he caught on to it, there was a different, instructive feeling which suddenly struck him. It was a very slight shock, and it looked like the dean was the one who had planned the same. But he decided not to pay any attention to it, thinking it was just his wild imagination. He opened the scroll with a wide smile on his face, and as soon as he did, the status screen accepted the powerful artifact and decided to disclose the various characteristics of, stating that it was a strengthening scroll, which would increase the effect of a single skill by a whopping 1.5 times. He decided to use it right away with a grateful acceptance, and at the moment when he had had to choose the skill he wanted to use his artifact on, he chose the Hour of the Genius. And the boy was very happy to see the scroll being consumed, and the status screen reflecting that the skill had now been strengthened, giving him an additional level of Hour of the Genius. Plus, furthermore, additional benefits were now given to him for acquiring the skill at a very, very early stage, and at that moment, he was standing in the middle when it was revealed that his skill would not be multiplied by just 1.5. However, it would now be done by a full 2 times. The dean reconfirmed if he now had the satisfaction for what he was looking for. However, Nox decided to get far away, because he had no more intentions to get involved with that dangerous, unpredictable lady. The dean allowed him to get away, further pointing out his interference in the rescuing of the other student. And Nox realized that it was of no use to hide it any further. He sighed, to act like he was not even aware about it. Gently, he just asked her to not pay any more attention to it, as it would make things much harder for him. And the dean agreed, while ending up receiving a thank you from his generous heart. At the moment he left, she once again recognized him to be one of the most dangerous humans. She was now facing a little kid who was waiting in order to witness what was the true identity of the man, and how he was going to build himself into the greatest monster one had to ever face in the entire nation. Things were really going to unfold from here on out. Switching back to the class inside the academy, the professor was teaching them about the various traits of every kind of element, while Nox was already aware about it all, since it was never discussed in the real original game. He was paying more attention to the professor rather than the class itself. The man was having hidden talents and powerful weapons, however, having the negative trait of a weak mind and cold heart. That very same man was supposed to play an important role in this chapter. The skills that he was possessing were quite delightful, but not something which would make him much stronger than any other character. He was happy to have the complete information on him in advance, and it was quite confusing how he had ever achieved the level of professor in such a prestigious academy, with those incredibly lower stats. On the other hand, the professor was not happy with the character that Nox was currently playing, as it was clearly very visible that he was putting himself far above the other students. The professor then told them about the important lesson, that every human has some kind of elemental mana, and for the day of the class, they were going to find out what kind of element one was now possessing. In the class, during the discussion, it was Talia and Nox who were in the middle of it, and the professor called up for Nox to come up to the front and answer his questions about the knowledge of his own base elements. Nox revealed his element to be darkness, and then went on to tell that his very trait was a corrupted one, which was not going along very well with the other elemental characteristics, yet having a kind of destructive power in comparison with all the others. Further, that element was something which only chosen individuals from a specially chosen family could ever be able to use, just like the boy Leon. On questioning about the opposing alignment of the same, he revealed that it was the element of divinity. So the professor then asked which element would ultimately prevail in the case that both of them were to clash with each other to come out on the very top. Nox, without any hint of hesitation, revealed that it would be divinity which would come out on the very top. And the professor was not at all expecting such an answer, because no one would ever speak against their own sacred family element. And then he asked him the very last question, if what he would do in the case he had to face someone with divine mana. Being completely cold-hearted once again, Nox revealed that he would surely defeat the individual standing in front of him, and would completely take his life away, so that it was not going to be a problem for him in the near future. It was a chilling answer that the other students were never expecting to hear from a mere classmate, and even the professor was struck dumb with such a shocking declaration. Those were some really harsh and brutal words out of an academy student. Inside the dormitory, at the lowly servant's cabin, in the dark cabin of Rick, he was sitting there, half naked, covered with a bloody bandage on one of his hands, and soon his poor cat fell onto the ground. At the moment when he was holding a sinister needle in his hand, and was stopping the flow of his own blood with the bandage, he immediately struck that sharp needle inside of his arm, and some dark, demonic wings were clearly visible. At the very moment when the needle was being fully injected, there was a different kind of terrifying image on his face. At the moment the flow of blood was now reaching up to his eyes. In the end, when the needle was now fully injected. He used the empty injection and threw it onto the hard floor. The boy was looking fully consumed by darkness. At the moment when he was walking in front of the large mirror, his chest was now having a deer-like symbol, black in color, and his black demonic wings were completely visible on his body. It looked like the boy was now giving his all to achieve his new position as a true demon. Out of nowhere, from the dark end of the mirror, a red, demonic hand came out to move, boosting his evil motivation, and soon, the demon monster was standing there in front of him to make him achieve his goal of becoming a demon, rather than being a mere, pathetic human. And all of his demands were because he did not want to age any further, and he wanted to surpass his weak human body. Rick paid his deep respects to that powerful monster, after going down onto his knees, and he was giving his best to revive. As soon as his dark ritual was now completed, he wore back his normal clothes along with his plain hat, and decided to go back to acting normal. On the other hand, inside of the classroom, the professor was still not able to consume what his student had just told him, of removing the very root before it could cause any further problems. Knox apologized for the harsh way he spoke, but he just revealed that it was his own true, honest thinking, not something which was just being melded. He once again activated his skill of acting genius, and at that moment he was having unwavering, cold eyes, which were telling that the boy was completely true in his regards, giving a very clear picture that whatever he had said, he really and truly meant it. The professor called on his subordinate to prepare the magic adequacy test right away, because his true intention was to bring that kind of harsh attitude to the floor, which Knox was currently possessing. And it was his own way of teaching, to sharpen the deadly sword, which had such significant skills. As he was commanded, every other student had now come from their benches, and the subordinate brought the required equipment for the new test. The moment that the subordinate removed the clothes over the equipment he had brought, everyone was completely and totally stunned, as they were not expecting such a thing in front of them. The professor revealed that they were the lowest-ranked demons, approved by the Great Association. And as soon as the camera angle changed to the thing, which was brought into the class, it was revealed to be a small monster, known as the Imps. Even though it was a real demon, it was not looking that very threatening. And while the professor was not considering it to be a real threat at any cost, the students were considering it because they were still in their first class. The professor calmed all of them back down, reminding them that they were in the top of the entire academy, and had surpassed the deadly test to achieve that powerful level. He reminded them of their true intentions, where they were going to achieve the highest possible level of training from the professors, and their intention was to defeat the demon, but not to become mere, expendable soldiers in the nation, as there were many more. The students all looked at each other. It somehow boosted their collective confidence when the professor had said those inspiring words, and the professor completed his powerful sentence, asking everyone to infuse their own mana into the holding cage, in order to make the small demons submit to them. And Nox somehow felt that it was not right, as it was not a very good act. He remembered the real game story, where this very same lesson was taught in the second year. There surely was something amiss when the first student was going to go. The professor taught him how he had to do it, after infusing the powerful mana into his own hand, and he gave the time of 15 minutes to test and to end the whole test. The true intentions of the professor were then fully revealed, where he was keenly aware that none of them had ever expected that they would be brought face to face with a demon for the discussion in their very first year. And he was willing to teach Knox how things really were, right here. Unexpectedly, something then happened, which even the professor himself was not expecting at all. Because as soon as Knox had stood in front of one of the monsters, the monster turned, with its back behind him, and was shivering in fear. It was not able to understand what was really happening, as the other students were already under the powerful command of that demon, with Talia and all of the others, who had already lost their own minds due to the dark influence of the monster. All of them were acting like they were being directly commanded or completely controlled by those tiny little demons, while Knox just raised up his hand, asking the professor to please change his designated cage, as the small demon was already shivering in absolute fear. The professor, who was expecting the others to be drooling, was himself drooling, as he wanted to know the answer from the man. How much pressure had he forced to make the imps fully submit? He once again revealed that he had, in fact, done nothing at all. And with that, he was able to get his full trust over the professor also, who was now glittering with the raw talent hidden inside of the boy. He was now left with nothing else. So he just slept, and then decided to give him a special chance. The chance was now going to be to become his best student. Nox was not even moved by that grand declaration, as it meant absolutely nothing to him, because in true regards, the professor's real meaning was to make him his personal subordinate, where he would have to work for very long hours. Or it simply meant he was to be an unpaid assistant. The other students were pretty jealous of not getting the very same reward from the powerful teacher. However, Nox simply refused to do the same, because he believed that being the best student really meant being a slave. As the professor was standing there in the front, he was not expecting that kind of answer, and the others were also totally shocked, as well as the most, and it was the professor himself, as he was not able to close his own mouth, after hearing through his very ears that the boy had refused his generous offer. And then he reconfirmed if he really meant whatever he had just said. The others in the classroom, including Leon and Eleanor, were not even a bit moved, and the others, including the princess and her loyal subordinate, were also covered in their own sweat. After the grueling training they had just gone through, none of them were able to understand why Nox was the only one who had not broken even a single bead of sweat. After the very same test just a few hours earlier, the bald teacher was running up against the professor to tell him all about Nox, who was one freaking strong opponent, and the bald man was even taking the full guarantee for the same. The purple-haired professor was still thinking of him just as a normal student, and he was asking the bald teacher to not fight for such lowly students. The bald one made him recall how the dean had even asked him to keep a close eye on this very student, and then again repeated his sentence that the boy was truly very talented, far more than what he had used to think, because his incredible talent was even recognized by one of the four sages herself. The professor still believed he would look with his own very eyes, and would only believe it once it was revealed directly to him. And then he walked off towards the classroom. Returning to the present, he was not able to close his gaping mouth at the moment when Nox had turned down his prestigious offer, and it was quite embarrassing for him in a very long time that he was now shivering. The other students were also not liking it, because the boy was turning down such a huge, incredible offer, and all of them had started to believe that he was truly a good-for-nothing, arrogant student, not able to understand the true value of the rewards he was getting on a shiny silver platter. Some of them were even asking him to leave the class, as he was not supposed to be in it. Nox was completely stubborn on his decision, and he was not going to change it no matter what. He was asking everyone to please get away, because there was already a student named Eleanor giving him a massive headache. One of the students came in front to ask a very direct question. Why was the professor giving the chance only to him, as there were other outstanding students? Also, he had believed that other students having significant knowledge about mana and others would be some much greater choices, including the princess herself. He misunderstood that the boy was trying to get into the imperial family, and the boy was acting in the exact same regards, and he was now firmly on the radar of Nox for being a smart one. The professor then coughed, and then asked everyone to get back to their respective seats, because he was the only one who had the supreme right to choose, and he told them that there was no kind of discrimination in his choosing, but that the others were not at the same level, that they would be some of the very best students for him. He decided to reveal the real reason behind his choosing, as one of his primary positions. And at the moment he was looking at Nox with glittering, hopeful eyes, asking him to accept, even after hearing about his blunt refusal. For the first reason, he then revealed that he was the only one who was able to make the imp fully submit, and he continued to speak furthermore about it for a very long time, and Nox quickly summarized it, speaking that the first reason was already well revealed, that he was able to press the imp down into its cage, because, even being a true demon, it was not at all easy, and he was fascinated by it. For the second powerful reason, and the professor was the one who had read a lot about powerful mana, he was easily able to reveal who had the true talent of magic, and who had not. And he, once again, spoke that it was the main reason he was choosing him as the best student, and Nox flatly refused it once again. The professor was ready to give him some more time to take it into his consideration, And while he was asking him to reconsider his important decision, he was drooling to make him a good student, and Knox was still not at all convinced. So he asked him to look out for other suitable candidates, and then he promptly left the classroom. The professor and the others were left there in complete awe. Talia and Leon were just very concerned. Everyone was utterly confused, because the boy was acting totally different from what they had ever heard of the various rumors, and hearing that from the princess, Echidna apologized for her severe lack of information, while the princess was just getting more and more curious about Knox and his mysterious background. There might be chances that it was this boy who was going to be the great light of the imperial family, and she was now taken into full consideration. And on the other hand, there were also strong chances of him turning out to be the dark cloud for them. As soon as Knox had left the class, he deactivated his acting genius special skill and was covered in cold sweat with this continuous draining effort, and was pretty concerned about the professor drooling all over him like some kind of food or a vegetable, and it was not taking a toll on him that he was facing some ridiculous new characters in this strange story. He was just happy that he had now rubbed off on the persistent professor from his future discussion. However, at midnight, back at the dormitory, when Knox was sitting on the table, his face was completely and utterly pale, and it was looking like he was not having a very good day. On asking about the reason, he revealed that there was something very much awkward that had happened throughout the entire day, as the purple-haired professor was following him in each and every single class, asking him to be the best student, and he was not leaving him alone, even at the crowded canteen. And the worst of all was when he was urinating in the dirty toilet. The professor was climbing onto the toilet room wall again, asking him to become one of the best students for him in the toilet. The other students were not liking the professor in that strange situation, and as soon as Knox had came out from his toilet room, he repeated the same question, making Knox pass away from him in anger. And out of nowhere, he had called him a crazy bastard. The professor, somehow, was not displeased with that harsh declaration, and he was continuously holding the same glitters. Even at that night, he was having the thought of that very professor trying to convince him, while Jitri was convincing his young master to not speak so roughly about the powerful professors with those very words. And then she reconfirmed if he was discussing about the same professor who was the top in the field of magic theory. And Knox replied positively to her question. She was not able to understand why that man was doing such a thing, as from the info he was a good character having a different behavior. However, Knox had the correct answer for him, where it was his negative trait to be abusive about a single person. It was only because of his strange traits. On the other side of the unfolding story, at Knox's home place, every single soldier was on his guard, trying to stop someone from getting inside, while the man in the front was holding a great sword, completely covered in blood, and having a completely different aura surrounding himself. It was Garen, and the soldiers were still trying to resist him from entering the Sacred Master's room, because it was his direct order. Garen did not pay any attention, and then walked off in between from the soldiers, like it was nothing, because they were surely not someone who could ever handle him. He went directly to his own father's chamber, where the old butler was standing there beside him, and as soon as the grand room had opened, that powerful aura, darkened in color, entered the room, and froze the butler at his very location, and he was not even able to move an inch. Thea had never expected that his own son would come back to his family. Something else entirely, declaring he was always welcome in this domain. He then implored his father to finally relinquish his claim, because their window of opportunity was rapidly closing, and in some profound way, he could even perceive the malevolent demon that lurked around him, waiting for Theo to grow the slightest bit weak, poised to devour his very essence at the opportune moment. With those damning words, Theo was able to grasp that Garen desired this with all his heart, so he decided to address the heart of the matter immediately, and then asked him where he had concealed that fabled sword. Theo was completely blindsided by this question coming from his son's mouth, and as soon as he tried to reconfirm, Garen completed the sentence and demanded to know about the patriarch's sword. At the very moment when he was asking his father, remembering he had already bequeathed it to his youngest son, the prodigal son, Nox. Garen completed his question once more, and demanded to know the location of the legendary Stormbringer, blade of the first patriarch, by reciting his full hallowed name. The patriarch did not appreciate such disrespect shown to his great ancestor, while Garen was not even the slightest bit concerned about, because he was determined to grow stronger and build a powerful force, and he was willing to fulfill his noble duty by doing just that. Theodore seethed that his kid was not aware of what truly mattered, and his son decided to strike him at his most vulnerable nerve. He started taunting him, asking why he abandoned a certain woman, but he was aware that such a painful topic of discussion should never be brought up in front of the reigning patriarch, because he absolutely despised such a kind of disrespect coming from the mouth of his own son. About his mother, he was not even ready to accept that she was his mother, and he bitterly called that woman his greatest mistake, and went on to call her a mere passing guest. Theo had already had more than enough, and he, out of pure, boiling anger, commanded the boy to just get out of his sight. And at the moment when he tried to continue their confrontation, he was again ordered to head out immediately, because at that very moment, Theo was seething with so much rage, he could even slice off his own son's neck. Left with absolutely no other viable option, Garen decided to follow his father's order. But before he finally headed out, he warned his father to understand the current grave situation, which he was clearly not understanding at all. As soon as he departed, the butler reconfirmed if his master was doing well, and so Theo apologized for showing him a different, darker side of his master, which was never supposed to be seen by anyone. But the loyal butler asked him to just keep his calm composure, as he was not at all affected by it. However, he requested of his master to somehow hide the news of his son working with a demon, as it would make things far too dangerous if the news were to spread. Even the butler was suggesting that he should choose his next successor. Immediately, while Theo was still deep in thought about, he told him about a letter which they had just recently received, which was revealing that Nox was one of the top-ranking students in the admission test of the academy. He was even more pleased that the letter came directly from the dean herself, who was one of the legendary 4 sages, who had acknowledged the young master. After hearing the contents of the letter, his father went deep into thought that there might be a high chance that it was truly revealed that his youngest son had the true capability of being at the very top, and he was holding the immense potential to do so, while he believed that, eventually, it would only be Nox who would be sitting upon the throne that his powerful father was currently sitting on. Back at the Grand Academy, a meeting was arranged between the professor and the young Nox in order to clear some things out, and the professor was still completely stuck upon asking his new student to be his personal apprentice, while offering him that he had not to pay a single thing until his very graduation from the prestigious academy. Nox denied it instantly because he already had tons of money, because he belonged to a very powerful noble family, further revealing that he had no intentions of ever using, because he did not want any kind of opulent luxury. The professor once again asked him to please reconsider his decision. Nox was not able to hear those same words again and again. He remembered the prior conversation he had had with his maid, where she had asked him to strongly consider if the man was truly being so sincere, because the professor was coming out of his real, genuine behavior, just for his own cause and his true identity. He was helping the weaker students and not lurking towards the stronger ones. Nox had already something else planned, and he was going to reveal some news which would bring down his requirement of making him the new student. Nox continued on with their strange conversation, and then he asked why would such a good professor like him want him to be his apprentice, a man who was good for nothing. And as the professor heard those same words, he decided to get much more serious, and then he questioned him again for the true reasons behind selecting just him and not the other, more outstanding students. On requesting just a little bit of his time, Nox agreed, as he had a lot of it to spare, because he was a good-for-nothing kind of individual after all. He decided to tell him the long, sad story of his own self while having some tea, a quite expensive one at that. Nox agreed, and the man revealed that his true intentions were to use him for his own important research to be finally completed. And in the eyes of the wise professor, he was a subject who was quite pathetically weak, and someone who could not even use their own mana. It was his lifelong singular wish, and he wanted to fulfill the same. It was revealed that the man was holding a kind heart deep inside. Against his cold, harsh words, and his wish was to not see any other people dying without any kind of struggle. At the back of his story, it was his very own son who had died the same cruel fate, and Nox was not aware about this when he had played the game. Inside of his lonely computer, the professor told how he was born into a family of Celestia. As the very first son, he was able to get into the academy with just his theory skills, and was able to become a full professor. His own practical skills were always very poor, and even his own classmates were always looking down on him, because only good test scores would never be sufficient enough to take away the cruel bullying he had faced. In his time, after working continuously so hard, he was able to hold a good family behind himself, and was continuing his life in the academy of the professor. And still, there was no one inside his own family's arena, as well as his close friends, who was paying any kind of attention to his great achievements, that he was a full professor in such a prestigious grand academy. At this very time, his achievements were named onto the credits of the others, and still, he somehow managed to get a lovely family behind himself, and a young boy alongside his beautiful wife. After that, his only child grew up and was admitted to the same academy, and soon was even able to graduate, with a powerful intention that he was going to make the people who spoke so ugly about his father to think highly of him. And the professor was very much happy to hear those inspiring words. It was his son who then joined the great battlefield and was leading the emperor from the dangerous front lines, even while facing the horrifying monsters and demons, just because he wanted everyone to speak much higher of his father and to increase the reputation of their noble family. However, something very unexpected then happened, and his son died on the battlefield just at the very beginning of the war, and the sad reason for his death was a single stray arrow, which was just inflicted by a little tiny amount of mana. The other soldiers were also lying dead aside him, but their reason for defeat was something completely different, and it was the true reason why he was now giving all of his best for his critical research, in order to make the weak be able to reach new, glorious heights. Nox, while keeping his cold, detached heart, found that the man's story was of no real significance to him, because there were much deadlier stories to be told against. However, still, Nox was wondering if there were two different characters currently residing in the professor, because he was acting totally different from what he used to be in the main classroom somehow. Even Nox was able to understand the deep loneliness through which the poor professor was currently going through, and he came up front to tell the old professor for the important task he was now looking for, and it would be someone who would listen to his long story much more interestingly and be much more serious about it. The professor was just completely shocked that the boy was not even a bit influenced by whatever he had said. At that very time, and acting cold-hearted once again, he decided to leave the room to meet him in their next lesson. Still, there was an image of his dead son lying on the table, and after looking at it, the professor believed that there was truly a strong resemblance between Nox and his son. In true regards, the moment when he reached back to his dormitory, he received some news which he was not expecting at any cost, as it was the loyal Jitri who informed him that the first son of the family had arrived back, and it was because of this that several of the bodyguards had met their death. Nox recognized that man to be the first great crown prince. It was the biggest fear for Nox, and it turned out like it was time for him to finally face it. Also, he reconfirmed if his own maid had visited the estate recently, and she begged to answer, but revealed that it was the honest truth, because he was summoned by the head butler himself for a discussion. Nox was aware that Garen was one of the individuals who had never liked Nox's own mother, and so, there might be chances that he might not be liking him also, and on his radar there might now be the maid too. Nox was not able to understand why his real character was holding that many deep grudges against so many different people. Then, he finally questioned Mitri about her being under the powerful influence of Garen, and if he had tried to do something. She, out of nowhere, spoke that that man had tried to scout her, and while Nox was just grinding his teeth in a burning anger, if something bad had happened to her. He was utterly shocked with that stunning declaration, as it was not what he could be expecting from his loyal maid. Going back into the story, she turned down the dark flashback, where she was discussing something with one of the other maids, when that powerful master had passed by them, and both of them had paid their deep respects. Somehow, Jitri was able to get into the direct notice of Garen. He was quite attracted because the lady was looking extraordinary, something not in the normal capacity of a mere maid. He approached the young lady, and the lady was confused by it, and then he questioned her about her true identity. The lady gently bowed down in front of him once again, and then introduced herself as an exclusive maid of the Master Nox. The man was not liking the boring formalities, and he then showed his deep desire in hiring her as his own maid, because he found the lady to be very capable. Something having good enough skills which could easily satisfy his needs. Jitri gently apologized, as she was not ready to do so, and then she decided to reject his generous offer instantly, shocking even the guy, as he was not at all expecting it. He again tried to show his high status in front of the lady, and the lady, while clenching her fist tightly on her simple clothes, still was not at all convinced of attaining the place of maid under him. On asking the reason why she wanted to continue with the Master Nox, she just gently said that it was her true, honest intentions. Garen, being pissed off enough, told her that it was never the commoners who decide what they had to do, and before he could even complete his arrogant sentence, Jitri said that the true reason behind it all was the boy. That man used to pay her the very respect she truly deserved, and which is why she always wanted to stay by the side of Master Nox, to see what he would do. While speaking those very words, there was a kind of sincere delight in the eyes of the young lady. Garen was not able to understand what the real reason behind it might be, and then he finally decided to offer her 3 times whatever the boy was currently paying. Still, that lady declined the offer, and then apologized gently for it. She told the very same story to Nox, about her wages being increased. He was shocked to hear that the man was ready to offer 3 times whatever she was being paid at that very moment. Nox had a lot of money, but he was just at the middle of the chapter, so he could not possibly spare that much. However, he also wanted to hold on to his loyal maid continuously. While the loyal maid was confused, when he was lost in all of his deep thoughts, out of the blue he had no other choice, and he decided to match the incredible offer of whatever his own brother had just offered her, asking her to focus on her work and not be convinced by him otherwise. Jitri giggled a little bit at that funny declaration, and then apologized for it. When it came into the direct notice of Nox, Nox's face was completely different at that very moment, and he had never expected that a lowly maid would ever laugh at him, and so he reconfirmed if her decision was still stuck, to go and work with his elder brother for all of the money. The maid flatly denied it, telling him that her will was still not swayed at all, and that she was always going to follow her young master, and was satisfied with whatever she had already received. Apart from all of that, Nox was much more interested in knowing the reason for her laugh, and she denied telling it to him. In the end, it was given as a direct order, so she finally blasted out the talk, telling him that something had just came up in her mind. Nox was aware that the young lady was lying up front, and Jitri did not act any further, and decided to keep completely silent. Nox was just happy to be able to keep her by his side, and was not happy with Garen trying to steal his precious jewel. On the very next day, there was a grueling training session going on inside of the academy, and it was a very physical one. This time, it was revealed that there was a total of 5 mandatory classes. 1 is required to receive without any kind of neglect. The first one was the history class about the Great Empire, which talks about the created God, and something which normal people have already forgotten all about. In the second case, it was masterful horsemanship, where they were taught how to ride their horses in order to win wars, and other things. For the third and final case, it was the strict code of conduct and etiquette in the academy, and it was a very special class for sure. The fourth one was guided by the basic magic of the mighty empire, in which they were taught how to draw magic circles as their basic magic. The last and the most difficult one of them all was the stamina training, in which our own protagonist was always the very last one to come up front. He was even far behind some of the normal students in the academy, because it was the most difficult one of all for him. Basic, simple exercises, like pull-ups and push-ups, were also not being completed by him, and he was lagging far behind, out of complete and utter exhaustion. He lay on the hard floor because his own limits had already been reached, and there came the professor himself, who called it strange, and went on to call him a mayfly. That very word made Nox pout on his own, and gulp down water, for the meaning behind the same, and the professor continued to tell him that, even though he was exceptional in all short-term results, there might be chances that it was visible that he was having trouble this very time, as it looked like there was a large, imposing wall which was blocking him from ever overcoming the same, and nevertheless from one who was a teacher at the academy, because it was pretty true. as his negative trait of being terminally ill was blocking him from getting any further in the stamina range of 15, and then it was divided it by half whenever he tried to walk. Those were some very discouraging words, and the teacher apologized for the same. However, he revealed that it was all the honest truth. The teacher even asked him to not move so recklessly, as it would surely reduce his own life, and he decided to follow that stern command. Even the status screen said the very same words, that there was a marked decrease in his lifespan at a much higher rate because of whatever he was currently going through, and it was pretty annoying for a man like Nox. However, the same was being witnessed by Para all along. During all of that long time, Para was not able to figure out the real character of the man, because he was the very same one who had taught the admission test exam. Still, he believed that the boy was acting to stay in the shoes of a good for nothing. However, he really was not, and as Nox noticed that he was being watched, he believed that the man was really going to take it to his martial arts, once they were to be fighting again. One fine day when Nox paid a visit to the 4th district, once again he met a very unexpected guest, as it was Rick who had paid him a strange visit, and Nox was not at all happy with him being the one following him. He believed that the boy was a true game destroyer, and he wanted not to be involved with him at any cost. Nox was well aware of the real identity of Rick, and his real name. He even had the terrifying image of him in his demonic form, where he was no normal human, to fulfill his dark bloodlust. And his status was the very same as his own elder brother. Even the stats were telling the very same dark story. When he tried to look through his insights, having several different negative traits, basic stats, and other such visuals, Nox was aware that he would be the same man who was going to attack Lady Eleanor in the story on ahead, which was why he was the top person that Nox should be avoiding. In any case, Nox acted like he was not at all aware of this, and questioned about his strange intervention in his daily schedule. However, his genius acting was wavering at that very moment. Rick acted like it was not at all intentional on his part, because he wanted to just simply inquire what an influential person like him was even doing in the middle of the crowded 4th district, without any of his servants. There were some tense words exchanged between the both of them, and as he was now free, he decided to offer him a helping hand in making his purchase much easier. As a kind and helpful servant like that, he was not at all a bit interested in having him by his side, and through the dark eyes of Rick, it was pretty very visible that his true intention was just not to help him with his purchase, but something very different. In order to find out what the boy was really and truly scheming, he allowed the boy to come along with him, asking him to just keep quiet and not say more than it was required. Both of them went for the purchase. Back at the grand place of Eleanor, she was presented with the new documents she had requested for, and as soon as she opened it, it was revealed that all of those documents were about the boy Nox, and she was a bit more interrogating about him still. She was on the way to find his real intentions behind his great save at the admission test, and she was giving her best to find the real answer. For the same, there were various different reasons behind it, because earlier, both of the two families had no interactions with each other, so it took down the whole purpose of having some kind of personal benefits with each other. And further, he had not even accepted any kind of generous reward from her family for his incredible save. She was able to gather the info that all of these strange changes had occurred after he had entered into the missing child deadly forest, and it had caused him the stark change of personality. But still, the reason behind his strange change was not at all clear. Furthermore, Eleanor was also very concerned about her own servant, Rick, whose recent movements were getting much earlier and stranger, because the boy was gathering people inside the large merchant tree. After reading all of the various documents, she finally closed the file, and then decided to walk to the window for some nice, fresh air. And at the same moment, she was having the sad memories from earlier, where her own father was calling her out for getting into trouble with Nox at the grand function. That very man was not paying any attention to the tears which were spreading from the sad eyes of the poor little girl, and it was totally ugly. Furthermore, just when she was a little sad lady, her own mother had died, and she was having more troubles from then on, and still, her own tears were not paid any kind of attention from her cold father. As planned, on the other side of the 4th district, both of them were now purchasing the arts that they required. It was Rick who was now leading the discussion, as well as the negotiation, telling him about which materials should be properly bought and which should not be, including the magic orb, which he was going to receive for completely free in his second year. He then requested him to buy the magic pot which would be used for alchemy, and he had some incredible knowledge about the various chemicals that are used in the difficult production of the same, which would fulfill all the strict requirements. His knowledge about the various items was quite precious, and furthermore, he introduced him to the merchant tree of Lady Eleanor, which would give him all the goods at much more affordable prices. Even though Knox was not ready to admit his raw talent, he was left with absolutely no other options. That his con artist and passive skill of negotiation was something which should be greatly admired by just about everyone. The only negative trait he was possessing at that very moment was having the terrible demonic trait. Soon, the complete purchase was now fully completed, and Knox was also very satisfied with the same. Still, he was having the nagging question of why Rick was following him all that moment. When he asked the pointed question directly, Rick was just completely stunned. Knox was not ready to let him go, with whatever evil intention he had. So he caught him by the collar and dropped him down on the floor. He decided to then take out his powerful sword. However, he stopped and questioned him once again. What were his true intentions in following him around? Rick again acted like he was not at all aware of, but Knox was not ready to let him go through with his lame excuses, and with an intense force, he questioned his evil intentions. He decided to go and make the strange conversation right away, straight to the point. And he then decided to reveal his true, hidden self after casting a barrier. The strange barrier was instantly felt by Knox, which was the powerful sound barrier. And at that very moment, Rick asked him to betray his own family, and to be the new servant of the first powerful prince. There was a sudden, dark change in his overall behavior, and his own strength had also increased to some quite large fold. When the clothes had unfolded, his black, demonic wings were now visible to Knox, giving a clear indication about his evil demonic conversion. And he was now aware that the man who was following him was not the first prince, but the powerful demon. Rick was not expecting such a stunning declaration from the man, as he had decided to keep it all hidden for a very long while, since the boy was already aware of a lot of secret information. He called upon his dark master, who was not going to be surely happy with that at all. The hidden beans were completely visible, and when he called upon it, a demonic figure was now visible at the back of him, in the form of a deer. Quite terrifying dark figure. Knox truly had no intentions of getting involved with a real demon, so he decided to just brush off the entire talk, and told the boy that he should just remove that very thought, that his master was going to help him, and to fulfill his dark wish. The boy was pretty sure about it, and still he was holding that black, deer-like figure on his very chest. And as soon as he was relieved by the powerful Knox, he covered up his clothes and went back to his normal case. However, once again, before he headed out, Knox gave a stern warning to the kid to never, ever speak about his family and his true self again in a bad manner, or else he was going to be killed. For sure, he decided to keep that important thought in his mind, and Knox just left from the location, without creating any more sheer terror. In the next class, it was a class which was led by the bald-headed teacher, and everyone was gathered around the large forest for the next session. All of them recognized him as the bald head, and one of the students then asked the other one to never, ever call him by that insulting name. Otherwise, it would harm his fragile ego, and make him face grave consequences that he had not even thought of. The teacher was also holding back his own anger, because he could not just kill the spouses of his own academy, because of his very hair. And then he decided to tell them all about the first location, where they were going to start their class. The place was introduced to be the Clarabelle Plains. It had a beautiful, breathtaking sight, all covered in deep greenery, and that was the very place, having some of the most amazing trees and plants all around. The class for that day was going to be horse riding, where they would all be learning some of the most basic skills. And so he immediately asked them to all ride their own horses, which they had just brought. Every other student was completely confused, because they were not even talked about it at all earlier, and some were concerned because it was their very first time riding. One of the questions raised by the concerned student was, it was a skill which they could all learn by themselves. So why was the academy putting that that much extra effort into it. And the other one told them that they were not having any kind of choice, because it was a completely mandatory subject. Nox's horse was just one that he had selected back at his own estate, and he called upon Carl, and the horse followed his command as he had asked. All of them were going to give it a hard try at their horse riding, and then instructions were given by Nox himself. Nox was aware that his main rival, Para, was pretty much good at skillfully riding horses, because he had lived in the Far East, where it was a very basic common skill. The other students were not able to believe that Nox was now riding on an obsidian-colored horse, because he was a so-called good-for-nothing, and that powerful aura that the horse was holding was quite immense. Nox was now sitting on one of the best horses all that time, and it was the direct benefit of him being a much better player. One of the other students was easily able to ride the horse, and he was enjoying the exciting moment. And even the teacher praised him for having good communication with. Since everyone was now going well with their horse riding classes, they decided to start the main grand race of the class. And everyone was confused with what the teacher had meant by it. None of them had expected that a race was going to be called upon in that short a period of time. And some of them were even having issues with their basic riding, with their very life on the stake. Numerous students were now calling on the wild predictions, and one of them was just made. The teacher would be very angry at him being called a bald one, and since it was now already enough, that boy was then punished by the teacher for his continuous mocking, while having a bright shine on his head. The boy was now unable to move, and it created a big problem for everyone, while the professor called on the strict rules, where they had to ride their horse to a new, located place in the nameless, dark forest, and then return to it again after riding. The one to reach his first would get all the highest points, and since the rules were very simple and clear, Nox was not having an issue, while the others also were not. Talia tried to interrupt, while he was deep in his own thoughts, while Nox decided to go on all by himself with no other long discussions. He was just concerned because it was the same chapter where the demonic human appears for the very first time, and he needed to be extremely cautious during the whole course. In the real, original story, it was arranged in a manner where Nox was going to meet the strange demonic human for the first time, and it was Roger who was going to appear in the new episode. In the real story, it was Nox who had bravely saved the other students from that kind of terror, in that nameless, dark forest. However, since there was not going to be any true protagonist in the real story, he was just confused about how the true story was going to turn out. In the absence of a proper leader, everyone's very life was now at stake, and Nox was aware that he needed to take every single step with great caution. Talia then offered the boy to come alongside her, because it was quite visible through her worried eyes that she was very scared of the dark forest. And Eleanor tried to mock her for being so concerned about the others. In a race which was giving them all the much higher points, Nox acted in his real self and brushed away Eleanor from the sight, and she gently did not like that and decided to go all by herself. Talia understood the same and decided to go on by herself in the race. Was not good. He told her the race was a mere distraction from the real danger, and while she was left to grapple with his cryptic proclamation, he spurred his horse onward, offering no further explanation for his words. The bald proctor's voice boomed, signaling the start of the chaotic race, and with that, every student surged forward in a frenzy. The ones with superior riding skills immediately carved a path to the front. Nox, astride his magnificent steed, Carl, held back from the pack. A desperate struggle for victory consumed every rider in the field. The nobles, naturally, took the lead as they thundered ahead, because the commoners were not nearly as knowledgeable about horsemanship, and this painful truth was clear from their commoner faces. But suddenly, Nox sensed a sinister mark from one of the nobles, and a cold fury began to stir deep within him. It seemed as though Nox had already perceived the threat that lay beneath them, and due to the power of his mana sensitivity genius skill, a complete, malevolent magic circle became visible to everyone. Every student was standing directly over it, and some of them grew concerned, wondering, what was that thing interrupting them out of absolute nowhere? Nox's calm voice cut through the panic, It's teleportation magic. He commanded, "Stay perfectly still, unless you wish for certain death." Winds of immense power began to swirl from the magic circle, and before they could comprehend the horrifying situation, each one of them was ripped from their location and teleported, vanishing from the world, and not leaving even a single trace behind. The only living soul left standing in the nameless forest was a demon, who was thrilled with his sudden, grand appearance. As it was finally time for him to enact his revenge, he had two menacing horns on his head, and looked quite threatening with his razor-sharp nails and evil intentions. Nox tried his best to lead from the very front, and he was guiding everyone to just stay put, because it was their only chance for survival. He immediately leaped down from his horse and ordered it to run away, giving some immense responsibilities to the noble steed. They were still not able to grasp what was truly happening, and their very horses were also completely out of control, not ready to accept any of their given commands. As soon as they could blink their terrified eyes, all of them were teleported to a completely different location, totally unaware. The next moment, when their eyes finally opened, they found themselves trapped in a dense, dark forest, not knowing their particular current location. And still, there were some more students who were on the ground, due to having suffered severe, splitting headaches, and they were desperately trying to find out their current location. Everyone had completely different suggestions, including the endless plains or the deep forest. Nox tried to understand what was going on at the moment, and he then just felt a kind of mysterious, dark aura around himself. The boy was particularly aware that it was none other than the powerful teleportation magic. However, it felt really different from the dean's magic, and so was not going to be a simple test this time for sure. The princess came up front to Nox to inquire about their dire situation. However, he denied it almost instantly, giving her the confirmation that it was not from the academy. Echidna became even more worried, and was demanding for more details in a very mean voice. So, being a true noble, Nox calmed her down with some rude, cutting words, clarifying that he was not at all responsible for answering her in any situation as per her current, lowly position. It was not liked at all by Echidna. However, she did not have the particular authority to say anything else. Eleanor reconfirmed whatever Nox had said in the meantime, and then she questioned what was the reason behind him thinking in that particular perspective. Even Talia was very curious about the same thing, as she was also considering it to be something from the professors. Nox found both of them quite complicated and difficult to understand. His reason to think in that unique perspective was because he was now in a game called Inner Lunatic, one of the most difficult ones to try to clarify to the others. He just said that the magic power was completely unstable, and then immediately activated his incredible genius skill to tell them all further about it, stating that the sinister aura that was emitted from it was much more different from what the professors indeed used. Leon spoke out in favor of Nox, as he was also keenly aware that the professors would never toss any kind of trouble for the students, as the majority of the students were powerful nobles, having much higher positions against the professors in the academy. Nox was also selling the same clarification of Leon. The formula was really and truly unstable, which was the final confirmation that it was an outside influence. The princess even gave it a thought to be something from her brother's smart minds, asking everyone to just simply get out of there. Liam was not liking the dark manner surrounding them at that moment, but Echidna took that into some different regards, asking for solid proof of whatever he had just spoken at that moment. Out of nowhere, the princess came from behind, asking her to stop, because she also now believed that whatever they were all saying was completely and entirely true, as in case if they did not survive, it was for their certain death. The others were also finding that they were deployed to be different, and all of them started to pay her their knowledge of magic, because they desired to stay in the good eyes of her. Pero did not like their shoe-licking in front of the princess, raising deep concerns for everyone about what he was doing. Para caught a kind of bloody stench at that very moment, and he immediately told everyone that it was an intermediate rank, or even something far above. Nox was also able to feel the same and wanted to stay. There was something lurking high above them, and at the moment when they all looked up, one of them was out. They saw a huge, terrifying monster, having the strong resemblance of a crow with red, demonic eyes, flying high above them. Nox who was on his guard already, as soon as he noticed its presence, jumped from the ground, and then sliced off both of its powerful wings, asking everyone to get ready with that powerful attack. The great demon was not able to survive for any longer, and fell down on the floor, quite mercilessly. Nox came out of nowhere, asking every one of them to follow his strict command. He was much more aware of, however, others started raising their questions for the same because in their own eyes, he was a good-for-nothing kind of student, not having even the most particular of skills. The princess had a different face on this time, and it looked like she had a completely different opinion, as she was very much impressed with him for detecting the dark presence from high above. She was never going to consider him as a good-for-nothing. Everyone had many questions in their mind about the sudden, drastic change in the character of Nox, and at that very moment the great crow demon, which had just fell from the air, caught on fire, a kind of demonic, evil interference. On the other hand, the teacher was now waiting for them outside the nameless, dark forest, and he was calling them a totally talentless batch of students, because they had not yet arrived back. Even after spending so very much of their time, it was the first ever record in their history, and while he was still waiting for them all to arrive, the purple-haired professor had now arrived, while running on the back of his powerful horse, informing him about the current trouble, while the bald teacher was pretty confused with his sudden presence, as he was not at all expecting him at that very moment. The purple head immediately asked him about the current presence of the students, and before he could answer him directly, he felt a different kind of dark presence and feeling, making him feel unstable on the hard floor. Upon reconfirming the very same, he got to know that the head had spotted the man who uses demonic magic 3 long hours ago, and then he told him about the activation. Their main reason to be worried was because the dean was not around, as she would be enough for them to take care of whatever issues were currently in front of them. Out of absolute nowhere, Carl, the great horse of Nox, arrived at their final destination and stunned both of the professors. The bald teacher recognized it up at the front, and then decided to take out the written note, which was bound against its strong back. The note had the complete vital information, including the dark location, where they needed to reach and where assistance was urgently required. But the professors were much more confused, because the place was going to be the dreaded nameless forest, whose exact location was still unknown to everyone. Both of them decided to rush towards the foreboding location. However, it was going to take at least 2 full days to reach, and they were not even having any hopes for using teleportation magic. So, leaving no other choice for them, they just wished for the good health of their poor students, who were now teleported inside of the nameless forest. That great monster was already taken down by the mighty Nox, and he was then cleaning his own sword of its blood, while everyone was looking at him in a state of total confusion. Even Echidna praised him for his great tactical knowledge and his decisive decision. However, Nox did not pay any kind of attention to it, and then he turned to the princess to tell her that whatever had happened at that very moment was just a simple extension of what had happened to them previously, and he asked her to give the complete command into his own hands, by the great law of the powerful imperial family. The princess was just completely full of herself, and she denied it because it could be extremely dangerous, and then decided to take the full command into her own hands. Nox immediately called for the one person who had the very best knowledge about the deep theory, and then asked him to recite what the Imperial Law Manual truly states. In the case of an emergency situation, it was Pal who recited that in case something like that ever occurs, then the Great Law states that one should always protect the member of the imperial family, and the command will be given to the most exceptional Major Knight. Nox then turned to the great princess to remind her that she was the only one present at that moment, and her requirement was very much needed in order to defeat the great demon, because she possessed one of the most exceptional of all skills in the form of lightning and the power of punishment, which would decide the very fate of the entire world. He went on to tell her that it was a strict requirement of the imperial law that her own life shall be protected at any and all costs. However, the princess did not look very much convinced at all, and pleased with that very declaration, as she was not expecting such strong resilience from a mere noble. He went on to tell in front of everyone that everyone else was just not doing anything at all, and that he was the only one who had identified the presence of the dark, demonic figure high above the sky and had acted on his own powerful instinct. So it might just be him the only real contender to be the one to take the full command. He once again requested the full authority from the princess, and this time, the princess was quite moved by his bold request, where he was asking for the authority of everyone's life and of death, including her own. Tally was having a light blush on her own cheeks, and she was very much moved by him, being the one to come up to become the strong leader of the group. She truly believed that he was a kind of true role model for her. At that very moment, she was looking at him with very glittery eyes, making Nox confused about what her true intentions really were. As there was no one now standing against him with any sort of objection, he declared himself the unquestioned leader of all of them. However, he further invited everyone to prove their own worth if they wanted to have any kind of objections at all. None of the other students had the courage to come up to the front, and everyone decided to just keep their own mouths shut in that situation, because no one ever wanted to get into any kind of trouble, in case something were to occur unexpectedly, and the princess were to be harmed in any sort of way. They were all having the thought that the boy could not always go the completely right way, and there was always a high chance of getting something very wrong, and they all believed that Nox was now drinking a deadly poison, thinking that it was just some mango juice. His quiet giggle was noticed by Nox almost immediately, and he gave him a very uneasy look, or it could be said a full death stare, making him totally unsure of his own true intentions. No one at all came up front for any kind of objection, so he immediately declared himself as their new and only leader, and then he informed everyone that in case someone denied his strict orders, then he or she would really and truly face some problems. As per the ancient books of the imperial law, the princess was also quite moved by it, but it looked like Echidna was not very much convinced. However, she was not in any position to be able to speak against. Nox, without any kind of explanation, asked everyone to follow his command and to just rush behind him like a flock of sheep. And as Eleanor raised her questions about the new location, where they were all moving, Nox shut her mouth up, telling her that he was not good at giving explanations or anything, so they should just follow him without any more questions. He was just sure of his own decisions because he was a much better player, knowing about each and every single corner of the vast forest, and he had the entire map inscribed in his very mind, including every single location of a single leaf. Inside of a cave, in the deep nameless forest, that powerful monster was witnessing the complete turn of events, where those scared students were fighting some very low-class demons. To find their way, he was having a demonic face with 2 large horns, and was now sitting on a great throne, when an unknown voice called out to him, with the fearsome name of Roger. That strange voice erupted from a stone, where a demonic aura started to convert to take a very particular evil shape, and was now commanding him to devour all the humans from the academy, because they were all the sprouts, which could be a very big problem later on. Soon, that demonic aura had multiple different eyes, and a grinning smile on its face, and Roger was paying his utmost respect to it. He had extended his own hands, like he was trying to catch something, and the great voice even gave him much higher hopes, by touching his own hands with the mysterious, dark aura, and as soon as it had did, he felt a different kind of powerful sensation throughout his complete body, something which was truly unwavering. That demonic voice told him that in case he succeeded in this mission, then he would be granted even more for something, which he was not even deserving of at that very right moment. And in the pure greed of the same, Roger gladly agreed to it, given the chance to him that he was not going to be disappointed. For sure, the complete power from that magic crystal was now extracted, and it was then transferred to the powerful hands of the demon, and he was very much excited for his new mission. It was a perfect one for him, because he himself had some kind of a deep grudge with that academy, as they had abandoned him there midway. He was now viewing that complete turn of all the events, where the professors were rushing towards him on their fast horses, and his main, primary target was the purple-haired professor. Somehow, as there might be some kind of backstory behind, as the night was about to fall, those guys were doing very well as they had taken down numerous monsters on their very way, and Nox felt that they had now reached the fateful location, where they now needed to decide upon the roles for everyone, pertaining to their dire condition, and he asked for help from Leon as well as from Para. Para agreed to the same because he was now the leader of the time, and he did not want to be in the bad eyes of the imperial family, and so did the boy Lien, who paid even the respect the great leader deserved at that moment, by bending down low to him. Nox was happy that he had some of the strongest allies with him at that very moment, so He then turned his gaze towards the others, to tell them that they were now left with only 2 precious days in order to get out of the dark forest, and that the most required thing was for someone to break the barrier from the outside of it. The second way was only to kill the vile caster of the barrier, and to get out from it. So they now needed to find out which one would be the very best. The second way was having the most uncertain of all chances. However, they were not left with any other viable options. So even the powerful princess was not able to raise any concerns over the same. They were just relying on their professors to reach the outside of the Great Barrier, and it was going to take a full 2 days. That is why there was the utmost requirement that they should hold on inside for that entire period. Or they could also try to kill the Darkcaster and get rid of the roots. Nox was already well aware, because he was a veteran player, that the issue was not going to be dissolved by the very first method, and the only way out was to kill the vile caster, if they wanted to get out safely from there. Everyone was very hungry at that moment, and their stomachs were all crying out for food at once. So they decided to go out in search of some food, and had enough bear meat right in front of them, which would be sufficient for the entire period. Purah raised his concerns over eating the dead bear, as he believed that the nobles were never going to accept the same. For that, he had an insight that those strange demonic beasts, which were lying dead on the floor, were truly very poisonous. It looked like Nox was aware of this from the very beginning, that there might be some poisonous things in this dark forest, and even any leaf from the trees could not be safely consumed without any proper precaution. Par was stunned that he was well aware of absolutely everything, and still was asking them to eat it, and he was never ready to get that far. For his own stomach, Nox had no intention to get involved with him, so he decided to take his own ways to clear some things out. Nox went up for the hard task, and he then asked to deploy the guards in the form of the undead to protect the students from the other monsters, and he then commanded Para to protect the princess all alone, praising his good skills and his deep knowledge. Perry did not like the command coming from a man like Nox. However, he had no other viable options, so he just somehow, in a fit of anger, accepted, threatening him for the near future. Both of them then left from the location, and Nox then finally decided to get going with his new task. So he sliced the meat of those monsters in some very fine way. Out of nowhere, however, the color of the meat was very pathetic, having the poisonous scent as well as the looks. The other students were truly terrified by just seeing the meat being grilled over the hot rock, as it had a very pathetic color, and they were all terrified, as well as sure that they would die in any case if they ate. Nox took some strange leaves out from the ground and threw them over the meat, which instantly changed the color, as well as the entire texture of the meat, and everyone was confused about how such a strange thing had occurred. Out of nowhere, he certified that he had just normally used the plants to neutralize any kind of deadly poison emitting from the tainted meat, because it was the perfect natural antidote for the same. And then he further informed them that the boar meat was now totally edible. The students were all very hungry, and they were not ready for any more long conversations, so they just decided to cut off the strange talk, stating that he might have learned it from somewhere. Still, he was worried about how he had such a kind of deep knowledge, because it was not something very common for everyone to know. He decided to offer it first of all to the princess, asking what kind of texture she would possibly like, and he offered her only the medium or the rare medium, knowing that, in the world of inner lunatic, perfection was never going to be the case. Everyone was now drooling after looking at the delicious meat, perfectly textured, and being prepared on the open fire. Even that strange boar was looking extravagant at that very moment, because everybody was so very hungry. And so the case was the same with the tired princess, as she even had the intention to eat it all up, without giving it to anyone else. Even though both the professors were on their way with their courses, they somehow got into contact with the Great Dean, and then informed her about the terrible demonic monster, which they were all going to have to face, telling them about the grave specification, that it might be more than the intermediate rank or even far above. They'd further inform that he was already on the Great Rescue mission, with another powerful professor. And since the other professors were already on their own dispatch missions, none of them were now present to assist them. At that moment, they heard some strange munching sound onto the radio, and the bald professor was just confused if he had heard it all right, that the lady was actually eating. However, he slacks off, thinking that she might not be that ridiculous in her own character. Raz was not able to hold himself back, and he confirmed that she was really having her lunch at that moment, when they were discussing such an important, grave matter. And with a short reply of "Diet," it was pretty clear that she was not paying much attention to their very important discussion. And with that, the faces of the professors failed into a state of confusion, completely. She, on the other hand, informed both of them that it was not going to be any major issues, and they will all come out without having any kind of problem. However, it looks like that she was just having some fun, as she was wishing them to all be second-year students, to have more fun. Professor informed her that they were just the first years, with no significant knowledge about battling in a real war, while the purple head was much more concerned about them, because they were not even aware about defines magic in the very first place. The radio was then disconnected instantly, and they were not able to believe that she had hung up right onto their own face. And left with no other option, both of them decided to just help with whatever they had at their own disposal, as they are not going to turn their backs onto their own students. He was rushing fast forward. So Professor Purplehead was also not going to just stay, because he wanted to protect his new apprentice at any given cost, the one who had not even accepted to be his own best student. Inside the dark forest at night, everyone had had their fill, and all of them were resting quite peacefully around the bonfire, like they were on a simple picnic. While Nox was still indulged in some kind of difficult task. Back then, he was spelling the fresh blood of the monsters they had just eradicated, and on being questioned over the scene by Leon Para, disclosed that his real intention was to get rid of the weaker monsters from attacking them, because the one whose blood was being spilled was of a much higher rank, and it was a very common practice into the Wild East. Most vulnerable was at the night, when they were not in their right minds while they were sleeping, and while they were in the middle of their tense discussion. The princess lady approached the boy, Nox, and then she thanked him for keeping herself, as well as all the other students, safe in that dire situation. It was not the right time for accepting such deep gratitude from the young princess, because there was still a very long way to go, and he was more concerned about the long night, and it was going to be a long one before they could get rid of it. Everybody was looking very tired, and some of them were even having a good night's sleep at that moment, while the princess was just very happy that none of them had yet died, and they were all surviving until then. It was all thanks to the boy Nox. Her face was telling a completely different story at that very moment, and she, with the little one, turned her head towards Nox, and then apologized for whatever her own subordinate had just spoken, because she was having very hard feelings against the other families. Due to her own past, the protagonist was not able to understand why the princess was taking care of such little things, when the things were all concerned to just him. So he just asked her to not worry, and shall not thank a good-for-nothing student like him, because it was not his nice position to be into. Lee Princess had a different kind of perspective on this one thing, because she believed that she would even join her hands with the demon, in case it would be required to save someone else's precious life, because it was her sworn duty to set, without any sort of hesitation, into the position she was currently in. It was a very strong line, so they called it up to the front, in front of the princess, and the princess decided to call it all off, stating that it was just a simple joke. He was already well aware of her by her own full name and her nickname, to be the Great Prince of Kindness. And going forward to the grand story, it was even known that the lady was going to give up her own very life, due to the beliefs that she had believed in. Or in much simpler words, it could be said that her sweet nickname of Princess of Kindness would easily be turned into the cold-blooded princess, due to her own character and the turn of events into the far future. Then, out of nowhere, he took some clothes from his magic storage, and asked everyone to take a small part of it, where they were now going to be split into new teams of 4, to have a decent night's sleep that day. Everyone was confused by his deep knowledge, and the great storage of things he was keeping in the dimensional one, and some of them had even started to cast proclamations of things that could turn with his great family. Those foolish dreamers were very harsh, even to the very ears of Nox, who was now residing into the body of a different, new individual. Soon, the tent was set up, and everyone was looking tired from the hard task, and out of absolute nowhere, Nox asked them to be very careful, and somehow Talia heard it. However, he refused to answer any of her questions further, and later on, he divided the important duties of the late-night rotation for guarding the tents, and he had something else planned in his own head, too. The protagonist was aware that things were going to turn very dirty from there on out, and their very first requirement was to terminate the evil caster, as it would make things much worse in the later on scenarios, since everybody was so very tired from the tedious hard tasks they had done throughout the whole day. Many of them were now yawning, and some of them had already decided to sleep around the warm bonfire. The protagonist, on the other hand, had already taken out his dark sword, because he was well aware that he himself had to take his very first step in order to complete his own story, and shall kill the dark image inside of the Great Barrier. Later into the dark night, one of the students woke up out of nowhere, and then, after noticing something, he asked everyone else to do so. His terrified screams were heard by everyone, and they all woke up from their deep midnight sleep. The princess was among them, and when she inquired about the reason behind the very same, the man revealed that a huge number of creatures, having strong, deadly venom, were already surrounding them from all of the various locations. That was even felt by the ordinary students. Now, as it was too close at that very moment, so Echidna decided to come up to the front to protect the princess. With her own guard on, Para was able to feel the very same, because there were some strong monsters in front of them, even stronger than the one that they had just taken down. No one was able to understand what their next move should even be, because Nox was not there to command them, and so Liam decided to take his dark grimoire out to tell that the command was now transferred to his own hands, because the main leader had gone on to a different, important task. Echidna did not like this kind of strange behavior from Marx, because she was much more concerned about the princess, so she was even calling him a pathetic runner, while Liam was protecting him by clarifying the grim situation. On further questions, he did not even answer her, but just informed her that the terrible monsters which were now surrounding them were much more dangerous, and they should be pretty much concerned about them all beforehand. Those monsters included the great flying dragons, as well as the dire wolves. Eleanor came in the front to support Echidna on her saying. However, Leon was not even a bit concerned about it at all, as he immediately casted his dark black magic to call on to the Anunda to take care of all those horrifying monsters. None of them were able to expect such an immense amount of dark mana coming out of a mere simple student like him, while Liam was also confused if Nox had done such a thing before he had left the place. Nox called upon Leon and handed him over a black magic jewel, giving him some major responsibility to take care of the other students, and still was not able to understand what the real reason behind him was for taking such a very big step. Liam took the solemn command, and then, on the name of his great family, he was about to declare his harsh judgment to the oncoming monsters. And as soon as those monsters had tried to attack him into his own range, their bodies were being sliced up by the undead knights, quite mercilessly, and they were not able to harm any single one of them. He was the sole great warrior, standing against all of those monsters,